And gentlemen, welcome to the Clash of Giants Season 2. We're live in the heart of esports action. Today is the day where we are waiting for the second day of the grand finals to begin. I'm your caster together with Pika. We are your voice for today, and we are ready, feeling the adrenaline pumping to the virtual veins of the competition. As Ruthless Esports and TikTok has put together this competition to bring the community together to witness greatness, we are ready to hype it up right now.
And the hype we are getting at, definitely. Thank you so much, Neptune. And thank you to everybody who tuned in for the past couple of days. I just gotta say, I missed y'all so much. I know you were in good hands with Warden as well, but me, I could not get enough of more PUBG Mobile action, so I was so eager to get back on the desk and on the mic. You might hear a little bit of raspiness from me, folks, but that's not gonna stop me from being in the action once again. So I did a bit of a back read or a review here. So, yesterday was pretty intense, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have ended most of the game in the final circles. We have clutches back to back, especially for those that happened from the Divine of a 7 element. And not even that, we also introduced the TDM in this grand final. So a lot more will be offered from these teams, by the teams, as well as we are heading to day number 2. The same set of maps will be played, and there's no more groupings nowadays because it's just the top 16 that we have. Let's check out the tournament overview just to recap on what had happened and what is going to happen right now. The Southeast Asia and South Asia qualifiers happened in the first week of September, and all throughout 2 weeks the playoff did happen, as well as right now we are on the second day of the grand finals, second of 4 to be exact, and the top 16 who went in from the playoffs will be matching it up for the remaining 3 days, including today.
And of course, this is what I missed personally, the TDM, but we're going to get to that in a little bit. So grand finals, the stakes are definitely up by a lot. So first place gets $3,500 US. Second place with 1,005, third with 800, fourth gets 5. The MVPs, of course, $300. And the eliminations, yes, they really matter so much now, folks. So that's a juicy 200 is right here. 1,000 US for the TDM champions per match, by the way. That's 100 per, right? So that's not a big, that is not a prize you wanna let pass. And fan favorite teams, of course, they get an additional 200, so show them some love as much as they deserve it.
Definitely, and we've seen some love in there in the comment section, and not only that with the viewership, but we're going to talk about that later on. Point system will still be the same. The winner chicken dinner will grab that 10 points, and it goes down to 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 up until the 8th place, and those in the 9th place past that will get nothing. So this is where elimination really goes through, and these are the squad rosters of our finalists, the teams who battle it on from the playoffs towards this day, this set of days that until we end and crown our champions. We have BIGETRON Red Villains, T2K Esports, Team RRQ, and Team XERXIA, and we know the names right here. We love to see them play.
You know what? I, for one, am a huge fan of these players individually as well. You know, they've made moments, some more than others, admittedly, here, Neptune. But it's not to say that we're not going to be expecting the best out of them moving forward. They also have their own ways of contributing, of keeping the team safe, keeping their scores up, and this is exactly what we're expecting for the grand finals. Now, of course, you notice that there are some players who have more members. Not to say that they're gonna that the ones with less are gonna underperform. Some of them actually, with less members, are on top. So we can't actually discredit them for that. I cannot wait to what today's gonna unfold. Granted, day 2. This is not the end. Actually, we have a long way to go, Neptune. So these teams right here gonna give us a show.
Yeah, I mean, to your point about the less members, and I would agree with you at that point, because at some point, if you maintain a 4-man roster all throughout from qualifiers, playoffs, until the grand finals, that builds the chemistry already. You know the tactics. And I'm not saying that these are new created teams, but because of how they are battling against other teams as well, other regions, like imagine this is a combination of Southeast Asia and South Asia. They build more of that camaraderie and their tactics all throughout the way. And if in case something changed, like the rosters, you need to reset that. You need to make sure that the other one who's newcomer, or probably who will or who is really set to play grand finals, needs to be like reintroduced to everything that happened so far.
You know, it is the name of the game. It is team per team, player per player, drop per drop. Everything needs chemistry. So here we go. We have Doc. You know what? This is no surprise to me as well, Neptune.
Yeah.
Doc has been turning it up since the playoffs. So it goes without saying that he is one of the people everybody else has to look for. You know, and of course, for Miracle Vibes, right? One of the most dominant teams we've seen. They go on and off, up and down the charts every now and then, but they never fail to be extravagant when it's crunch time. So with Doc right here, again, slow clap for this guy. I wonder who is brave enough, or who among these players, especially those who are from the other teams, that can trump this record.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you look at
Look
the
at
road to
this,
MVP, like,
Look at this.
It's populated by players from 4 Miracle Vibes. Only Coops from NIGMA Galaxy what managed to squeeze himself through on that number 3 spot, and it's very tough to beat, especially if players individually has a chance to be the MVPs. Put them together, put them in a squad against everyone else. That is one team, though, these guys that you need to put down first initially in each game, and I know it's not easy.
Oh, definitely. Easier said than done, if I could add insults to injury there. So, you know, these players right here, they've shown us that they're not afraid to take gunfights. You know, they're not afraid to pull the trigger when the time is right. And even in PUBG, you know, even in PUBG Mobile, where survival is of the essence, you still need to know when you should engage in those casualties. So here we go. Talk about frags right here. Doc, of course, leading the pack right here. Good amount of damage as well. If you look at it ever so closely, Apex again from 4 Miracle Vibes has the closest amongst the scores of everybody when it comes to damage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he has been a damage dealer for most of the time, especially in instances that like they split up. They're really targeting different teams, but at some point they're still doing a lot of damage to other teams. And I guess even if they're not finishing all of those engagement, we know that it's just being traded off between their teammates. So you are hitting a lot of enemies from afar, and then another one steals that elimination, but you know that you did your job. But let's see if in the face-off of Doc and Coops, it will be turned around right now. Because if we look at the stats between these two players, 2.67 tough to beat with a 1.5 that Coops had, and even the damage is I would say it's quite close on 100, but it is still on the number of finishes that they can do that really dictates how they can win the game. So we'll have to find out if NIGMA Galaxy, especially with Coops right here, can be held by the rest of the squad to bring himself a little bit higher and probably beat Doc on this MVP round. But this is after 6 matches. This is just in the grand finals. We're going to find out if day number 2 is going to give us or offer us a different kind of story.
Later as well, you know, we got to talk about that team deathmatch, man. It's a different terrain. You know, the rules will change definitely. You have respawn, so those right there, those are different elements that these players also have to think about. But so far, 4 Miracle Vibes still looking really pretty, still high up there, 129 points compared to BIGETRON, who is at 98, and then everybody else just a few steps away from each other. And this is only page number 1, right? Team RRQ, as strong as they are, this is kind of like a facade we never really expected from them. I know they're gonna punch back.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they need to do so if they want to grab the lion's share of the prize pool that we have on the grand finals. On the second page, we have KAGENDRA right now, who really has crossed over on the second page, and unfortunately for them, but I guess they have the firepower. We've seen their consistency from week 1 and week 2 of the playoffs, and this is where everything will turn up. For Hill Esports, we've seen them fail so many times. It's a good thing they were able to make it on the grand finals, and this is their chance really to bring themselves out if you look at the elimination that they have, it's so much. And with the placement and how they started as well, with the bonus points coming from the playoffs, this is already a lot that they have offered compared to KAGENDRA. It's 65-64 if you look at the totals. But in the placement and elimination, Hale Esports has a lot more, because there's a lot more that they need to catch up on, because they didn't have so much of bonus points.
Yeah, so that's still very important. You know, you may survive the battle, but you still gotta win the war, realistically speaking, for these teams. Now, speaking of teams, here we go, head-to-head between For Miracle Vibes and BIGETRON. We were talking about this before we even started the stream here. So, BIGETRON, yep, they've gone really far and really differently, but For Miracle Vibes right here, the stats are, the gap between these two teams are astronomical so far, Neptune. I'm not going to say that BIGETRON cannot make this back, but it's kind of a climb here. Imagine this, 11,317 acquired damage. It means, like I said before, they're not hesitant to take those shots.
Definitely. I mean, they, even from afar, up close and personal, they will take those shots. They will be dealing all those damage. So we're going to find out if anything from the side of For Miracle Vibes story will change, or probably other teams will be popping off right now. Yesterday, we've seen a few of those teams really grab that winner chicken dinner, and I couldn't say surprisingly, but expectedly, none of them from yesterday did a double take on a winner chicken dinner. So it only shows the potential of other teams to really move up a few more if they grab that 10 points plus the elimination that they have.
And it's kind of like deja vu, you know, from when we last had our talk, because some teams really struggle more than others when it comes to that. You know, you can really tell. But it's not to say that they also cannot do it again. The likes of RRQ, For Miracle Vibes, these and KAGENDRA, by the way, you know, they're some of the teams who managed to bag quite consistent and successful in succession chicken dinners. So it could be just the roll of the dice in this sense, man. Like if it's a good drop, then let's keep that going. If it's a bad one, we don't get this game on to the next. But they only have 6 shots at this, you know, every grand finals day that we have. So yes, I believe we've already bid adieu to some of our teams. But that being said, it's still not an easy road for anybody here,
Yeah, definitely. And another thing that really changed is, if you remember from the playoffs, like, we have a day that we're only dealing with 2 maps. So there's really an easy way for the team to get familiar with their rotation. But now we are going in ERANGEL, MIRAMAR, transitioning to the OG map, and then back to SANHOK, and then back to the bigger maps. So it's very difficult to get that momentum. But if we look at the TDM, this is one thing that excites Pika, because you just heard, and also excites us as well, because this is where we're going to see mechanical skills, not so much rotation, no more waiting anymore, no more camping. Well, there are a few camping involved. We've seen that from some of the teams, but it's more of, there's no chance that the other team doesn't know that you're on the other side. It's just that you're not showing up just yet, but it's just a matter of time before you pop off. And also, the respawns are there, so making it easy for you to get back and retaliate.
Man, so this could also shake up their momentum. You know, we said it so clearly, that because you might have that good flow state when it comes to that to the stealthy mode of Battle Royale, right? But if I'm gonna be very honest, TDM it kind of gives you that more brute mentality. So I cannot wait to see how these players are gonna deal with it. But as we mentioned here, this is a shuffle that we're looking at, ladies and gentlemen. It's not the El Tradicional 2x2. We're gonna go with the classic, we're gonna go with the dry, and we're gonna go with the wet maps as well. So that right there, that's gonna be one heck of a day.
Yep, and speaking of one heck of a day, yesterday we did have one heck of a day, because we reached our first milestone, which was 30,000 watching on YouTube. And guys, please be updated. Please check out all our channels, because the 5 of the headphones, or HyperX headphones, is going to be given away, because you are so lovely, so supportive of the teams right here, that we grabbed that first milestone. It's time for us to grab the second and the third as well. And all you have to do is invite all of your friends, watch all of these games, and also follow all of these steps for you to qualify for the giveaway.
Man, I would say I regret it, but I'm super envious. I'm a bit envious of not having to see that milestone. But again, it's not impossible for us to reach number 2 and number 3.
Yeah.
So again, all you gotta do is gather all family, friends, even all your dummy accounts. Just kidding, don't do that. Would you?
Your exes.
everybody you can get in touch with, just bring forth and those headphones rather, those headphones and AirPods rather, those AirPods and that iPhone will be within reach.
Oh, definitely. I mean, who wouldn't want to grab that? But this is one thing that
I missed this.
really this time around excites me because I was able to grab one. But I'm going to give it to you since you're a newcomer. Who do you think will be taking the winner chicken dinner in this first ERANGEL map? Because I'm pretty sure you want to see one team pop off.
Is this A and C? I think this is A and C, right?
Like,
is it
there's no more grouping anymore.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, there was just the top 16. So
that's
regardless,
right.
you can just choose from.
Dang, yeah. I got so used to it. Because I had a bias for each group. I remember that. Okay, you know what? I'm still. Okay, Prod, bring it up. I'm still going with STALWART Esports. I am not changing my vote. So let's hit it. They know it already.
Loyalty it is. And well, we'll have to find out right now because even if I have grabbed our prediction for RRQ, they didn't move up a little bit. So let's put that in, and probably this will motivate them to move up a little bit on our leaderboard, and hopefully some of the teams can be taken down in there. I love a little bit of competition, especially in that number 1 spot.
Oh man, alright, okay. I like this. This is not the first time you voted for RRQ as well. So in a manner, this is like a percentage of loyalty. I like that. So. And besides, I got karma. I had karma when I stopped voting for STALWART Esports. So I'm gonna stick with my big guns over here.
Yeah, I mean, they are performing right now, but some of the teams really are outperforming them. So let's see if they can beat the numbers, because we're talking about not just the performance they have in the grand final, but also the bonus points that they grab from the previous playoffs. So in terms of leaderboard, yes, some of the teams might have taken the lead. It's because the gap is so big because how they ended up, how they played in the playoffs. So we're going to find out right now if teams are hungry enough to take over the reins and grab a few more of those points despite of that trouble.
Oh, trouble it is, definitely. This is a now or never moment for all of our teams. The playoffs may have been a bit lenient because at some point somebody's leaving, or some of them, or a lot of them are leaving. But this time, no. This is really a grind. It's the king of the hill. So it's really an apex predator type of moment here for our top team, for top 16 teams. So I don't think I'm really gonna vote for anybody else here. But again, come hell and high water, I'm gonna stick with my guns. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna start off our game number 1.
All right, let's go as we are jumping in onto the OG map, the green grass of ERANGEL, and we're going to hold on to our helmets because we're about to make it to a high octane flight, as in a matter of seconds these teams will be playing in. From yesterday, we've seen a favorable flight path from all, or if not most, of the games. Let's check out if probably RNG has given this teams a little bit of tough time.
Oh, yeah, man. That is one heavenly body you would want to pray to. The gods of a random generation. So you would really. I love that new graphic. I didn't have that last time, but that's beautiful. Okay, so oh man, this is gonna be a slash. I think this looks like it's gonna be a slash, kind of.
It's geared toward, if I'm not mistaken, it's geared toward the west. And those coming in or trying to reach the east will be in trouble, especially if they're targeting Milta Power, probably even Milta, though it's quite near. Well, the Lipovka drop will also be near. So let's see if some of the teams will be changing, or probably this is a prompt for the teams for hot drops.
Man, yeah, you know what? I'll be very honest. A lot of these teams are coming off early. They're not really allowing for the flight path to go its full course, and I really do think that they're gonna brave this one out. Remember, for Miracle Vibes, they do have big crosshairs on their backs, So it is safe to assume that as early as now, not many teams will go after them just yet. They want to be well equipped. They want to make sure that they have all the resources if in case they do come across 4 Miracle Vibes, because they don't have to do as much as the others. Say if you're in the bottom half of our teams, you definitely have to rack up some elimination points as well, because that's a surefire way that you're gonna add onto your scoreboard. You know, you can't just rely on the chicken winner chicken dinner. And yeah, look at the circle as well. Oh man, okay, that is center right there. That is a big center.
That way, a great curveball that will be thrown for the teams who are already in military base. And we're looking at not only 4 Miracle Vibes, but also BIGETRON Red Villains, our current number 1, number 2, and they are already in the battle. And also in the mix is your STALWART Esports. It is GenFoss who initiated the first blood. So if I'm not mistaken, from the view that we have earlier in the map, not only is 4 Miracle Vibes in there, we have BIGETRON Red Villains and STALWART Esports, but another team might be introduced right here. But let's see. Boy Seal right now, cooking up this grenade, missing that opportunity, but a shot on the other down will be putting down Lapar. Now Boy Seal! With a shot from the window, and there goes one down, or another one down for STALWART.
That was your boy right there. We got super boy, literally and figuratively here, because Neptune loves this guy right here, for reals, and for good reason, by the way. There's no disputing that. Here we go, a little bit of an encounter right here, and Icy picks one right off. So, wow, STALWART, come on guys, you got this, you got this. Okay, maybe I'm being too optimistic, but 2 versus 4 right here. Always very big odds. I jinxed them. I'm telling you right now, I jinxed them, Neptune.
I guess you got my curse at this point. Icy right now. Ooh, Lapar in there with the Bison was able to put him down, and Chocolate as well has melted. BIGETRON Red Villains will be surviving. All 4 members still alive and kicking, and they grab the 4 points from your boys of STALWART Esports. But again, it's just the first game of today. Don't worry. But again, hopefully you didn't grab my curse, because so far, when we were casting, and every team that I predicted are going down, if not the first one to go, or a little bit early with no points, I know the feeling. I know it hurts.
Man. You guys out there, if you saw my reaction, I really put my head on the desk just for those few minutes in, you know, from our stream. But again, no regrets. I'm pretty sure that STALWART Esports has taken note of that. This is only game number 1, as Neptune really implied. So let's pan on how 7th Element's actually doing. So 7th Element, you know, another one of the teams that I personally really like, because of how good their survival instincts are, specifically T24 and Divine. So you did mention that Divine's one of the people who popped off yesterday, and just did amazing plays altogether. So this could be another one of those. You know, I'm pretty sure that those moments that came in front of Divine right here, he remembers them. So he for sure will be. He's gonna try to replicate that.
Yeah, I'm feeling the same vibe coming from 7th Element. Because, like, from the playoffs, when we were seeing them, they are not this aggressive, like, especially with the position that they have. But as you can see, even Divine's being left alone, and they're trying to box in Sem9, or probably just getting the position of Sem9, and being left alone like this. For Divine, this is the confidence that they have, or that he had after that clutch. But hopefully this will not be going to overconfidence. Shots from both sides, but Divine was able to go for the backstab against yes. Goku Bot goes down and eliminated, and the confirmation not yet done for the side of Sem9. Let's see if they'll be able to do so. Oh, the peak. Mikael a little bit too late, a split second too late to hit or make those damage.
A beautiful choice right here from Mikael. Oh man! Oh, just as he was about to go out the window, Divine just hitting him in the tail end. Beautiful stuff. Okay, so we did mention how really amazing, you know, the game sense of 7th Element really is. But you know, it's always different each game. I'm not gonna lie about that. But he's one of the players that I also commented before, if you recall, who kind of makes it out really late. So really unfortunate circumstance here. But as you notice, 7th Element, they're still trying to recollect themselves. Gets a vehicle, trying to probably reposition. They're gonna rotate, knowing that this area has been compromised. And Sem9 though, they know exactly that 7th element is gonna go out of there. Maybe they too need to slowly regroup. They lost one. That's 1 for 1. Wow, and contact. Never mind. Oh my goodness, Divine.
No. It's coming from Hale.
Oh, that was from Hale.
Hale is coming.
Oh man. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So somebody dipped in on the action here, folks. Okay.
That was a third party. That's a third party that we were not expecting, and now that was a 1v1. I'm pretty sure Divine was so confident in that engagement, because when we saw earlier, especially the position that Tam as well as Kenny S has taken, they're so far from the rest of or from that guy from Sem9. But again, they were not expecting the teams of Hale Esports. Joker right now, way to take down using that UMP and the follow-up with that grenade. They now grab 2 points, 1 for each of the teams that were fighting. Now let's see if Divine can be picked up. He is bleeding out and not yet spotted though, so I think there's a huge chance, but I don't think the rest of 7 Element will be risking this.
Yeah, same. You know, I feel that even BIGETRON right now, I think that BTR themselves also, they will not try to engage into anything just yet. After that good amount of frags that they already have, you know, they're leading everybody with 4. So they could kind of weather this out a little bit. You just stay in one spot, probably go return fire if somebody shoots at them, but I don't think they're going to go for the hunt. They're looking pretty okay, you know. You see how the scoreboard doesn't really amount to much here when it comes to eliminations. It's we have Hale, yeah, sure thing. We have Hale, who's pretty close with 3 frags, but not untouched as well. You know, they did take a bit of damage over there. A lot of the other teams, I think they're just holding up somewhere. I know we haven't really witnessed everybody just yet. Just like here, we have Genesis. So yeah, no contact for them just yet. Just trying to run down the clock. It is stage 1 after all.
Definitely, and this is one thing. This is a usual practice or usual thing that we see in early games. In the first games of any day, it will be a slow first day, regardless if it's ERANGEL, MIRAMAR, or even SANHOK. It will be slow from the beginning. It just so happened that a few teams end up on the same drop. Thus, the engagement started off a little bit early, but I would agree. BIGETRON Red Villains, they already have the 4 points. They won't be risking to be moving a little bit too aggressive and losing that chance to grabbing a few more points later on. As we can see in the map right now, BIGETRON Red Villains is a little bit too late in moving in outside of the blue, but in their way is Sem9. So the 2 players remaining from Sem9, let's see if they can finish them off, or probably they can beat them in the rotation. But on the other side, we have XERXIA going against NIGMA, Galaxy, and Freak has a fall down already. Let's see if this battle continues on the other side.
And, you know, that's pretty unfortunate as well. Oh, there it is. The Dream to Kill already putting some shots in, grabs themselves an M416 over here. So yeah, Earth. That's a confirmed frag over Freak, so 1 to his name. Look at this, just teeing off is Earth right here. I think he is trying to get the job done over here against. Yep, good amount of information right there, but I think to no avail. It's still pretty much a spray and pray.
Yeah, I mean, the team of XERXIA, we've seen them really aggressive in terms of gunfight, but nowadays they are taking the battle a little bit on long range. They don't want to go close range, wherein some of the teams might be able to third party them. They just want to take that advantage from the distance, and then later on, if anything will be confirmed, that's when they will rush in. But on the other side, PERSIJA EVOS go against a T2K, and I think T2K has already lost 1, or 1 is bleeding out. And the same goes for PERSIJA. So this is just a trade-off. And if you look at the right-hand side on 6 and 7, they have the same amount of damage for both teams. So let's see. There goes another one going down for the team of T2K. PERSIJA right now also has 1 down, and it will be a 2v2 in a bit if in case those will not be recovered.
Look at this. I'm very patient of KAGENDRA right now. I'll be very honest. You know, they're not really doing anything. Literally nothing. Oh my gosh!
What?
Oh, okay. PERSIJA EVOS right here, just also stepping on the gas. We got Lynx right here, just going frag after frag. Yep, the confidence you will get if once you have a DBS, you're not afraid to raid any building or basically any enclosed space. So yeah, you know, we have Hale once again. I'm actually very surprised right now on that Hale is still this aggressive. You know, after that encounter, I'm pretty sure they bled badly. So 5 frags. Oh no!
They meet up with XERXIA right now. DBS will not work, and RNJ will be going down. XERXIA Esports, the next team to be eliminated on 14, and they had great potential. And I mean, we mentioned that earlier. From long range, they are taking those bot shots, but unfortunately for them, I would agree with what you mentioned about Hale. They are very aggressive right now, but it is being returned by the one and only Miracle 5. Take advantage of them outside of the blue as well as on the bridge. They are slowly falling down. Lost one already. Recovery not yet made because Baron is putting so much pressure on EC2 and it's only left to Joker.
I like this. We've only had 2 eliminations. Stage 3 already, you know, so it really does mean that these teams they're kind of being more methodical. I know slow is, yeah, you're right, you know, this is really how it's usually played out when you're in the first game. Try to build momentum, find your footing, see if your aim that day is actually good. But you know, I'm really shocked on how Hale is going about this. I do feel that they don't want to risk trying to go for placement entirely. I think they want to just frag out, you know, because they took out PERSIJA EVOS right here without hesitation. Like they really went for the kill. They really went for the team as soon as they started leading. And it really was also. Oh man, okay, 4 Miracle vibes. They started the car here, Neptune. They're really going in.
Yeah, I mean, they are in the hunt everywhere they go. The moment they spot one, they will try to put them down. But BIGETRON Red Villains doing the same thing. They started out in hot against STALWART Esports. This time around, they are going against NIGMA Galaxy. And from afar, it is Lord, who was brought down earlier, but now is back. And will this be a chance for them to recover? Boys, we have a Superboy being taken down. Boy Steel being knocked down as well. But Lapar from afar make that good damage.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so NIGMA Galaxy. Apparently, right now, they're really punching back. I'm not gonna lie, because a while ago, some of these teams they already showed their fangs like pretty early. So okay, I like this. And yet we haven't seen any encounters, any contacts here from RRQ. It's pretty strange, you know. It's pretty strange as well. RRQ, we usually see them like pick off at least one. This you know, this part of any map. But right now, it's, I don't know. This is kind of like a strange behavior from RRQ. Okay, I had to say it. I had to say
they
it.
They heard you.
Yep.
And let's see if it will be initiated well by Asa on the grenade. UL really receiving a lot of damage, but managed to get away. Here comes the shot from above.
My mouth, dude. I just had to open my mouth. I am so sorry, Asa. I swear.
No worries. I mean, and this is something that we want to see. We don't want to see teams just rolling down in there on the high ground, waiting for probably waiting for the time to die down. We want to see engagement, and it's a good thing that they met DEWA United, because this is proving to be a challenge for them. But 7 Element has been eliminated as well, so we're down to 11 teams. But engagement between RRQ, DEWA United continues. Let's see if anyone else will be going down from either side, because the pickup can be done, and this is what this team is doing, DEWA United. Let's see if they can also provide a little bit of distraction so that the other teams can go for that revive.
And you know, DEWA, I do believe that DEWA United right now, they don't get as much attention as we should be giving. So, or at least maybe we always look at the higher echelon of the rankings. And yeah, let's be real, DEWA United really not the top dog so far, but I don't think that people or teams here should take them any less seriously. They've had their moments, right? There were days wherein they were within the top 8, top 5 even. So I could really attest that DEWA United, they're nothing to scoff at. However, I don't think this is their most healthy game. They've already lost 1 and 1 member's down. So man, I don't know what's gonna become of DEWA right here. But if we're gonna talk about how RRQ is, again, here we go. I mean, I did kind of put a curse on Asa a little earlier on, but yes, I'm just glad you're okay. So if I'm gonna be very honest, and They did frag one out. You know, not gonna
Yeah.
lie. That's a good start. And we're already at stage 4.
Yeah, and this is confirmation of second one. Just hiding out in there, trying
There
to
we go.
survive, and
Hexes.
Nooks is a second elimination coming from Hexas. Now, I believe with information that has been relayed right now by DEWA United, they will be hunted, they will be gunned down, and they will try to fire back. Hexas right now is either a little bit from Daybot, but it's a little bit bold. Because imagine you're already outside of the blue. He let you go. Technically, he let you go. You need just to go flank and probably try survive, but you still hit him up. That's what happened. That's what will happen when you are not grateful.
Oh, gratefully, yeah, definitely. I like that word. You know, you gotta be aware as well of, honestly, of the blessings that are being bestowed upon you. I'll be real with that. Here we go. Morph. Oh my gosh, Master Smile and Genesis just like that with the blink of an eye, already eliminated, man. And I have to give it to the Genesis. They've been, in my opinion, they've been like 50-50 every now and then. But whenever they make moments, it's always so remarkable. Whenever they make some crazy plays, it's always something that you'd want to take note of. But again, this is not their game. They've been deployed right back home. Now, here we go. 4 Miracle Vibes once again in contact. They do have 6 frags to their name. Arguably, they're not looking. I wouldn't say they're not looking very bad right now. But BTR statistically is at a better spot than that they're in right now.
Yeah, this might be the same reason why they are being targeted. I would say, you did mention that they have crosshairs already in their backs, and even from the drop, BIGETRON Red Villains drop near 4 Miracle Vibes. It just so happened is they grab vehicles, they was able to get away, and that's where the battle of STALWART Esports and BTR happened. Now, right now, as we can see, I think they've already read the rotation of 4 Miracle Vibes, thus BIGETRON Red Villains is on the hunt. But the thing is, not only are they in the same area, but KAGENDRA is also in here, and we did mention that KAGENDRA is so silent right now. This time, this is where they're popping off. They already have Flyboy, who's knocked down, bleeding out, but Zero right now zeroed in. Even rushed in, trying to pick him up, and I think he'll be able to do so. KAGENDRA in the battle 1v2. DBS, Doc will not be giving you the chance to be revived. You will be going down, and Apex will be the one recovered.
This is it. This is an absolute seal of the deal. I jinxed it again, Neptune. When I said that BIGETRON was still looking statistically better than 4 Miracle Vibes, please scrap everything. Because right now, 4 Miracle Vibes with 8 frags atop of everybody. Still a complete squad here, by the way. Already on the way to heal. Man, they are looking absolutely Apex at this moment. So, here we go. Let's look at KAGENDRA. Once again, they have 2 members healthy. But I'd say the odds are really going to be stacked up on them, man. Like, we have a lot of teams here who can take them out in an instant if they decide to flush out those couple compounds.
Yeah, and one thing for KAGENDRA, they are the ones bold enough to go for the third party, but now that they're pushing the corner, they need to hide out. Because, as you mentioned, 4 Miracle Vibes is still a complete squad right now, but T2K also putting in a little bit of pressure on Boom Esports. But how much? The one player of T2K bring the pressure. Yummy almost being taken down. And let's see if the fire back. No! Here comes the drive-by and jump in. No! UMP will not work. It will be the team of T2K being taken out of this battle. And the battle continues all over the map between 6 teams. And we know that's only a few that has a complete squad.
Absolutely fast and furious push right there, man. That was really tragic for Train to Kill. So again, he couldn't channel his inner Wick, for that encounter. I'd say so, because numbers game really will be too much. It can only stand for so long. But here we go, back to the action. We got Boom Esports over here, just a good few hundred meters, I guess, apart from each other. This is gonna be like insane scuffle, because they only have smokes in between them, to obstruct vision. But the high ground, though, absolutely on the side of 4 Miracle Vibes, and Boom, they're gonna have to make haste here. This is not really looking quite healthily for them. I'd say look at the rest of the team, man. They've had at least a few frags to their name, right? But Kage is probably the odd one out. Boom is okay. Boom is okay. We have MORPH right here with 3 frags as well. But again, as I mentioned, man, RRQ a while ago, they just took their sweet time. And now they're on the top 5.
Yep, they are in top 5 right now. And half of what Formidable Vibes has been done will be gathered by RRQ. And this is the patience that they have right now. They are not really engaging that quickly. They are waiting for the perfect timing. And hopefully that will be fruitful for them, because some of the teams are on the verge of real elimination, on elimination, because KAGENDRA, especially as you mentioned, not so much of elimination for their side, and there are only 2 left. And if we look at the next circle, it will be open in the middle, and they will be hanging back on the edge.
Dude, I hate to be right about this, man, but KAGENDRA right now, they are still stuck, hard stuck within those 2 compounds, man. And they have a bunch of players. They have a bunch of guns pointed right at them. Yes, right now the confidence will really belong to 4 Miracle Vibes, man, with 10 frags. So right there, these 2, they're just all in a day's work on the side of 4 Miracle Vibes. A few nades, that's information already. It's impossible. It's impossible for KAGENDRA to go out there without any damage whatsoever.
But I think damage is being dealt not between 4 Miracle Vibes and KAGENDRA. It is MORPH GPX that they're fighting, and both had knockdowns. Let's see if Doc will be picked up. Apex, on the other hand, is a little bit busy or probably distracted of what's happening between them and KAGENDRA. But they were able to recover Doc, and East right now as well. As East will be going for the push. Zero right now cooking a grenade. Both of them cooking the grenade. Who throws it first? Who hits him up? DPS gameplay coming from Zero from afar.
Okay.
And it is Flyboy who made that shot against East. And as well as MORPH GPX putting themselves in the mix. But Zero goes down, and it's left to Flyboy right now. East, covered in smoke, will be picked up. And Boom slowly moving in onto Apex.
Man, that is so sad. This is a very cinematic arc on the side of KAGENDRA right here. So those 2, they made their last stand over here in this compound, but now the playable zone, man, the play zone is closing in on it. Flyboy will have to vacate. The problem is this jungle has a lot of predators in it, and there is Flyboy trying to dodge this lead coming off of the barrels of Apex. Not really looking good here. Does he have any medical utilities to at least salvage him for a little bit? This is... Oh, and now, again, as you mentioned, this is MORPH trying to get in on the action here, Neptune.
Yep, MORPH GPX has stayed in there on the high ground for a very long time, and they are trying to go third party everyone else. But I think Asa will be going down. Another one has been taken out from RRQ. This is the hopes for me to grabbing a prediction. So let's see if they will be able to survive. 2 up for RRQ, while the rest is 3 and 4. East managed to take down the Bobo Ho from MORPH GPX, and the battle continues from both sides of the map. Baron in the middle of everyone else, not really being phased because he has East on his west, and Apex as well as Doc behind him. So with this team really strong with 10 eliminations that they have, I don't think no one will be backing down.
Man, I like this. That's 1 team per edge of this map, man. I like it. I like the distribution and how this is going. So, interestingly enough, we do have RRQ, who was supposedly playing things slow. Now they're on the chase. Now they have to start fragging out. Otherwise, closing in on this, you know, at least trying to get that winner chicken dinner is going to be a lot harder if they don't do significant damage to 4 Miracle Vibes. I think at this point they're going to have to work hand in hand with MORPH, just so they could like lower the numbers of 4 Miracle Vibes, because right now, as I mentioned earlier, and I'm not going to retract that claim, they have the biggest crosshairs pointed at them. Not only are they the highest so far in points, they are also the highest in eliminations, and this is only game number 1, Neptune. So even if they don't close this out, even if it does not become a winner chicken dinner for them, it is absolutely staggering to add 10 more frags to the score they already have.
Yeah, I guess they are in a hunt to grab a few more, and there you go. Royoru will be going down from the hands of East. Doc was able to take down 1, and another point added to 4 Miracle Vibes. They take 12 points already, but But shots from behind. It
Okay.
is Hexas who was able to go in the shots against 4 Medical Vibes and even against Boom. Now we are left with 3 right now, and 1 from Boom, 3 from RRQ, 4 from 4 Miracle Vibes. If No Mercy will be revived right here, or will recover right here, they are in a good place. But otherwise, they're still faced with a giant with 14 eliminations.
Man, Boom Esports, man. They have to channel that inner soul survivor that you have, you know, the lone survivor rather, because 1 versus 7, by the way. This is a very tough challenge. Again, you have to channel your inner wick. Oh, but there it is. Forget that I said that. Here we go. This is a matter of manpower over here with 4 Miracle Vibes and RRQ, because should RRQ be able to even the numbers up, it's gonna be a sheer duel right here. It's like TDM. It's gonna be like TDM exactly, but with a different ground advantage. Look at how dominant the positioning right now for Miracle Vibes is. They have their own zones, all corners scouted, and they have RRQ's back pinned against the play zone. So man, this is a very tough call for RRQ.
Definitely tough call. Even I don't know how they can rotate towards this area. Because I would agree. Like, they're boxing everyone out. If one peeks in, it's just a matter of signal, and they will be shot at, if not 2, 3 of the players, and then that will leave one of them out of reach, out of sight, and can do damage later on. But Baron's the one being sighted right now, but they have no visual of East, because East didn't get any damage. And the thing that RRQ is doing, they're trying to stick together, but we all know that this is a difficult position, especially if nades are available, but especially for Apex, he doesn't have any nades. Thus, the RRQ team is still alive and haven't received any of those nade shots.
Man, if there's a time for you to use your utilities, it is definitely now, RIQ, you know. That's gonna give information. Not to mention, oh my gosh! I just had to say it. Fuck though! Falls to his knees after that beautiful nade. Now he can go Paso with his Molotov. That's gonna create a little bit of space. Oh, but no, East, as you mentioned, ahead of the curve, takes down a No Mercy as well. So RRQ, they're going in for engagement. Last man standing for MV. 4 Miracle Vibes closes out the game number 1 with a very strong showing from RRQ. Congratulations to 4 Miracle Vibes.
Almost. That's the only thing that I can say for RRQ. Almost! But they gave in a lot of great chances to themselves. It just so happened it's the number advantage as well as aggressiveness. But we've seen the aggressiveness coming from 4 Miracle Vibes, and that is something to be feared. Imagine 17 elimination plus the 10 placement point that they have. That gives them an additional 27 points on the beginning of this day, and they're already on top. What more if they continue or if they do all their ERANGEL similar to this game?
My goodness, man. Talk about a way to kick off our grand finals. Day 2, that is. Oh my goodness. Okay, you know what? I cannot even describe anymore what kind of players these boys are. Remember Doc? He was already the MVP to start with, right? He was the dude, as we mentioned earlier, and the rest of the team, they've already put their names up there in fragging. Yeah, sure, Apex, not maybe for this map, but man, these boys right here, not afraid to get in an engagement. And can I just say, 4 Miracle Vibes did not actually split up, like, not at all. Whenever there's an engagement, backup is always within reach. So I think that played a contributing factor as to why they managed to stay alive for so long up until this winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's only if I'm mistaken, only the final moment wherein we saw them really split up, but there's no risk involved because they have a complete domination already of that final stage. And East are MVP, East 922 to be exact, 7 elimination and 1257 in the damage. Imagine 41.18 on the contribution, so you're already doing almost half of the job for the entire team. But we saw how well they did their role, and it's just a team effort for this team of 4 Miracle Vibes. But Easy is the one who really moved up.
Man, this same time yesterday, it was BIGETRON, right? It was BIGETRON who won and kicked things off the way. But this right here, I'm not gonna be so biased as at all. But I think this is one of the most dominant performances that 4 Miracle Vibes has shown, at least from my sighting. So I like what happened here. Now look at this again. 4 out of the 5 stats that we have right here dominated by 4 Miracle Vibes, and 3 of them are from East. Are you kidding me right now?
Well, it is what it is. It is. We have 3 of them really in here. I mean, really, he performed so well. It can translate to that because he had a lot of elimination. Thus, damage can be put in him because he's the one who's starting it off and then finishing them, and as well as the knockout. So 27 points will be gathered by 4 Miracle Vibes. Going over to RRQ, they grab 8 elimination. There's 14 in total, and both, or actually 3 teams, Hail, MORPH GPX, and Boom, grab 9 total points from that game, followed by BIGETRON Red Villains with 8, and it goes down in here with half of what BTR has, 42k, and 3 for PJEV or PERSIJA EVOS, as well as KAGENDRA, XERXIA, and NIGMA Galaxy. Unfortunately for them, they only grab 2 on the elimination, but I would say even if they are taken down early, at least they have points similar to SEM9 as well as Genesis Esports. But unfortunately, STALWART Esports, 7 Element, and DEWA United didn't get any.
I think I wanted to point this out so bad. The eliminations that Hail Esports made. I know they didn't really win the whole thing, honestly. They placed 3rd, but it was very rewarding for Hail to go for the frags right away. I'll say that straight up. Those 7 frags right there, that was very important for them. Otherwise, if they didn't even make any elimination points, they would have gone way lower. So good on Hail, by the way. So
Definitely.
Here we go. I'm pretty pleased. Like this happened to us before already, Neptune. I'd like to get a nade of my own so I can just close this to 200. But good stuff that we're seeing from a lot of our teams right now, and we're just getting started. This is just the very first match of the day.
One question though, what was the highest that you saw when you were casting? Was it 303 or is it higher?
For this, yeah, that was the 300 something. But
yeah, I guess we beat that target already. We had 308. From yesterday on the throws used. So targets are records are being beat right now. Well, let's see if anyone can beat the record in terms of total points right now in this grand finals. Huge lead being taken by 4 Miracle Vibes, but as you can see, there's a very close in here for some teams following BIGETRON Red Villains.
Oh man, and I'm telling you, BIGETRON is again, they kicked things off quite proper yesterday and so close. To my boy Neptune's prediction. RRQ just came in at a very tight second, so maybe a little later on they're gonna wake themselves up. But they did climb up in ranking, so that's still very vital. So Train to Kill a while ago, they didn't really go as far as we expected them to be, just to be realistic. And 73, it seems to be the number of the day for the last 3 teams on our first page. PERSIJA EVOS, however, and Genesis, they have the same exact. They have the same exact points, just as we saw earlier.
Again, 7-3, 7-2, crossing over the second page. It's not so far. And even KAGENDRA and STALWART Esports with 68 and 63, they have a good chance to cross over to the other side. But it means that like some of the teams that they need to take over will not get so much points, and they will be grabbing either the winner chicken dinner or a plenty on the elimination. But unfortunately for some of the teams, especially 7 Element, MORPH GPX, and XERXIA, they didn't put up so much of a fight, especially for those who didn't grab points from that first match. So like it's tough on them, but they need to make do because we are switching over to a different map. ERANGEL OG map will be resting. We are going to Miramar after this game.
Oh man, there it is again. The love-hate map for everybody. Miramar. Yes, we gotta admit it's never easy. Whenever players hear the Miramar map coming forth, it's it always raises some questions, right? The SANHOK, sure, but Miramar, always, we know that you need range when you're here. You always need something that can get the job done from an eagle's eye view. So, and that kind of makes me a bit anxious already, but I am super excited for that. Ladies and gentlemen, still here on the mic is Pika and Neptune. Please do not go away. Clash of Giants will be right back after this short break. We do not want to deprive you of more PUBG Mobile action here at Clash of Giants, ladies and gentlemen. We are resuming Game 2 right here, right now. Still on the mic, yours truly, Pika and Neptune, the Gentleman Gaming. So, can we just say that for a first game, we were not disappointed?
Definitely not disappointed, especially final moment of that match. That was a great engagement. None of the teams, well, though Formidable Vibes has an advantage of one man, but we've seen that so many times that even with that one man advantage, it can be turned over. It's just that we've seen the aggressiveness of Formidable Vibes as well. It trickles through from the start towards the end. Thus, they grab that winner chicken dinner. So let's see if a change of scene will give us as well a change of result, because we know some of the teams are taking advantage of things that you hate the most out of this map. The long range and open area. That is one thing that you don't want to be caught out in.
Man, Miramar, the place of mountains and hills, you know, that's, I mean, look at even the thumbnail, man. Even the very, very small glimpse of Miramar kind of gives you an idea already. This is gonna take place in a desert, folks. So it's safe to assume right here that if you do have compounds or anything with a bit of a shade, bit of leverage, you might want to take advantage of it. So yeah, safe to assume here, ladies and gentlemen, Miramar is gonna be action-packed.
Yeah, if only the map can also give damage because of the heat, then you will be receiving all those damage all throughout. I mean, pretty much what they're feeling from the blue, but a little bit lesser. But that will be in a different update. Hopefully, something that excites some of the teams. But those who are in here excited to grab all of these prizes, hopefully you are standing by on the screen. Don't let go, despite of the breaks that we are doing, despite of all the talks in between the games, because we need to reach all this milestone. 30,000 is already reached. We are up for the next one, which is 50,000. And, well, we can just jump in, like avoid 50,000 overall, just make 70,000 all throughout from this time up until the end. And then the iPhone 15 is already ready for grabs. But you need to follow this a few steps so that you will be qualified for the giveaway. Follow us on Instagram, join us on Discord, send us a screenshot and grab your token number, as well as wait for the live draw and cross your fingers.
Yeah, you know, I'll be very honest. Just like the players and the teams here, ladies and gentlemen, these prizes are also in need of a grind. So we gotta get the people in on this too. So the numbers, they matter. Can't wait for that 70K, that 70,000, you know, to reach our laps right here. And then the phones will be brought to you guys because of your absolute loyalty. Speaking of loyalty, I think I'm going to have a little bit of change of heart when it comes to our prediction. Just this once. Just this once, you know. And I do hope that Stalwart Esports, they grant me forgiveness. But I'm just gonna try. I'm just gonna try to go with my gut here, because I do feel that this team is they're kind of like a dark horse. You know, when it comes to the uncertainty of winner chicken dinners. Yes, you're not gonna believe this. Even Prod's not gonna believe this. Can I put my cards on? Can I put it on Sem 9?
No. Definitely, you can put it on Sem 9, and this might be the motivation that they need to grab that winner chicken dinner. For me, I'm going to stick with RRQ, because I would say this is a lucky charm that I have. This is the map that they grab winner chicken dinner, and I won that prediction. So RRQ it is, unless they showed us otherwise, because it's easy to choose Formidable Vibes because of the performance overall, and as well as how they ended up. But we want to motivate other teams as well to move up. And from what happened earlier, RRQ, like a few inch away from that winner chicken dinner, they could have grabbed that. But in there, like, who's stopping them is Formidable Vibes. For your case, Sem 9, hopefully they are watching and they are motivated to grab that chicken.
Man, you know, another thing, I was really torn. I was kind of like caught in between Sem 9 and maybe riding the tide when it comes to Formidable Vibes, right? But you said it's so plain, that it's so simple. I don't want to ride that right now. I don't want to jump on the hype train yet, because Formidable Vibes, they understand that no matter what happens today, they already got a trophy. They already that big chunk of gold on their sides just for game number 1. So
Mhm.
that alone speaks volume. So maybe, just maybe, they're gonna. I have a feeling they're gonna hang back a little here, try to go for placement instead of eliminations.
Yeah.
And man, the gap between them and the next team, it's pretty sizable, honestly. So
Exactly.
I don't think they're gonna sweat this one out.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I would agree. Though this is different, like a change of scenario, different kind of map, and even if the game style that we showed earlier, it's not easy to travel from compound to compound, similar to what we've
Yes.
seen from ERANGEL. So they will be cautious. They will be holding back on the hot drop. Probably, if anyone else will try, and probably lose. That's the only time that we might see them pop off early on, unless like they want to prove us wrong and they want to start off early all throughout towards the end and just grab a lot of points once again. The same story goes for Miracle Vibes. If that happens all throughout, yes, it's good for the team, but it's not really exciting for us because it will be same story overall.
Yeah, I know. They're already the wolves on top of the hill, right? They have
Yeah.
a lot of other predators coming their way. So I think that's what makes it super exciting. The fact that we know somebody's gonna be on their tail.
Right.
Someone's gonna be hunting for them. That's what makes it super duper amusing to watch. Now here we go, Miramar. As we mentioned many times, as you notice, this map right here, it doesn't really have a lot of bodies of water in between it. So not so much of those encounters we can expect. Primarily, it's going to be a lot of hill and mountain encounters. I'm just not really so sure who's going to be favored here at this point, because these are all the teams, right? Everybody from the playoffs, they've encountered Miramar already. So it's safe to say it's a lesson learned, but at the same time, I know that goes for everybody. They've taken notes of what are the good drops. We got eliminated fast over here. Let's not try that right now. And I mean, the hot drops right here, we'll say it straight up, they're always risky. So sometimes if you're in the hot drop, there's a huge chance somebody's there with you.
Definitely. And as we look at the flight path right now, it's a potential hot drop once again, similar to what we've seen earlier. It is geared towards the west, and for those trying to reach El Azahar, even Cruz del Valle, and if in case Impala. Los Leones, yes, it's quite far, though. I'm pretty sure some of the teams, or not the 3 team that usually drop, will be in there. But it's quite reachable, though. But as we can see right now, those early going for the early drop, MORPH GPX, they as you mentioned, learned their lesson. They shortened their drop, even went in a little bit way south onto that Los Leones drop, and getting away from Boom, Esports, as well as Hail. Not only that, we have T2K a little too close together with PERSIJA EVOS, but I love how the first stage is coming up. Everyone, or most of the team, is already in there.
Talk about a bowl of cereal here, folks. We're seeing a lot of colors as early as now. So don't hold your breath. We're gonna have an initial encounter pretty soon. I can already smell it. So starting things off, let's check out the perspective of Genesis. You know, this is what I don't like about Miramar, but at the same time I understand why. You don't really get those high caliber weapons just then and there. Sometimes you have to settle for small arms fire when you land anywhere here in Miramar that's not a hot drop. So yeah, right now, I mean, there's gonna be a lot of compounds, but if you're lucky, you're gonna get a lot of medical utilities swiftly. But here we go, Stalwart Esports already made contact with a Genesis.
Yep, and Master Smile right there. I think that is a little bit of a high damage he received, but also gave out a lot. And given action, deposition, then they will be in trouble. Oh, what Mernat boy right now? Not quite sure who he's shooting at. Probably testing if the weapons is firing, because you don't want to misfire later on. But right now we're viewing not only 2 teams, but we also have a SEM9 in the horizon, and I think I know what the plan is for SEM9, and this will be good for you. They will wait for the battle to die down and go third party against these 2 teams.
Like the native animals in the desert, folks. They are vultures hovering over these bleeding teams so far. Because again, look at how much damage has already been dealt in just a few seconds in. You know, action already needs to heal. And as I mentioned earlier, you'd be super lucky if you can secure medical utilities, big ones. You know, not just the pain pills, right? But technically med kits. If you get yourself some of those this early on, then you'll be set for a few stages, a few sprints. Probably while you loot, you'll be okay, and you'll be happy because if you survive an encounter, you get to loot that guy's goods, and then you can keep going with your team. But right now, Genesis in a bit of a pinch here, and I'm sure they're not aware of where Sem9 is. I can only tell.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that they're focusing right now is STALWART Esports. But earlier, we also saw a little bit of engagement between PERSIJA EVOS and T2K. And this is what has happened already. One has gunned down. It is Misery. Red Face also going down. But Love right now will be brought to his knees. Tommy gun in hand. And almost Lynx is joining those who's already in lobby. It's a good thing he survived and can pick up Red Face. The only thing that is causing him not to do so is we have a Jane on high ground right now, who is just distracting them so that they will not go for that revive. Grenades might be thrown at them. A good focus, good shot. No! Lynx was able to time that very well. Train to Kill will be going back to the lobby.
Oh, early exit for Train to Kill here, ladies and gentlemen. Care of, oh my goodness, PERSIJA. Oh my goodness, I'm actually in shock right now having to see that because originally this was supposed to be the main event right here. When we're looking at STALWART, Genesis, and a third-party Dipper Sem9. Man, nothing's happening. They know that they gotta hang back a little bit. But while that's happening, Train to Kill brings one to the grave. But at what cost, right? They got eliminated very early, and I'd say that EVOS right here, PERSIJA, they took a bit of damage, but at least they took out an entire team single-handedly. That's the worth it trade on the side of PERSIJA EVOS.
As a 1-3, 1-4 trade, and right now, similar to what we mentioned for Michael VIEBS, they can hang back a little bit, wait for the perfect opportunity before engaging, because we know that losing one of the players from your side will reduce the aggressiveness, will slow down your pace because you don't have so much of backup. But in the case of Genesis Esports and STALWART Esports, well, they've done this so many times from yesterday, and the only factor here that I don't like is they're wasting plenty of time. Not even engaged, not even knockdowns is happening. So hopefully they can finish this off, and then later on they can move through, because the moment or the time that they spent right here will be lost opportunity to grab a good position later on. Though yes, I'm pretty sure they are inside of the first stage of circle, but it's difficult if you are losing or using up all utilities as early as this. But there you have it. Finally, a knockdown has happened. Chocolate is down.
Oh man, as much as I'd really stray away from Chocolate right now, it's a pretty bittersweet moment, on the side of STALWART. Here we go. More engagements coming from West Carry. This is a very cinematic situation we're looking at right here. Just trying to peep through a gap, and he's gonna get naded if he doesn't leave.
Yeah.
That's a pretty precarious situation here. STALWART just, as you mentioned, just the bad part about this though is they haven't fragged. And just like that, here we go, another knockdown on the side of Sem9. This is what you were talking about, Neptune.
Exactly.
They are gonna be preying on whoever it is makes it out of the compound. Start burning that lead, and be patient, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's one thing. And if you saw, or probably saw the pattern right there, they died down. The gunshots died down. They tried to move away from this compound. That's when Sem9 jumped
started
in.
to go in.
Yeah, exactly. Because they're thinking that the battle's already over. They are recovering, and this is our chance to pounce. But they didn't know that some of the players are still surviving. The Stam has been knocked down. Unfortunate for the team of Genesis Esports. They lost two of their players. One's already knocked down. Only one alive and kicking. And who's welcoming them once they step out? It is Sem9. 3 players make that 4 players still up and kicking, and can put them down.
Again, the question here is, do the members of Sem9 have enough medical utilities to withstand a possible encounter a little later on? Right now, they're confident because they're not within range. Not many players from both STALWART and Genesis can actually spot them really easily. So maybe just maybe they're still confident. And look at this, man. You have a
Mm-hmm.
Winchester right here. Like, how many times do you see this out of anybody? And you see a lot of Winchesters only in Miramar. So this is very interesting from Kenny. Yes, he's relying on this pea shooter, as we call it, to to serve him the ranged fights. You know, this actually runs on pistol rounds. So I'm I'm very interested on how he's gonna make this work, because right now again, Stalwart Esports and Genesis, they're playing hide and seek, as we've seen so many times earlier.
Yeah, I mean, this is still wasted time. And even if it's a different contender, this is still time being wasted unless one team is grabbing a lot of those elimination points from either side. But I think it is just Stalwart Esports who was able to grab more compared to Sem 9. And unfortunately for Genesis Esports, they've been in there for the longest time, didn't even get one elimination. But let's see. The battle continues. They were united right now, 1v1 situation. NGX, Raouf will be brought down and eliminated from his game. Tries to get away, even
Man.
on his knees. But Lord and Raouf, even Lord has been taken down from afar. And this is NIGMA Galaxy not working their best in this game.
Oh man. Yeah, Nigma, you know, they kind of lost their touch a little early on, so that scares me. That scares me a little. Here we go. Team number 2 to exit the lobby. We have Genesis Esports, and that's a bit of a suffering put to an end after that long stall that we saw between them and Stalwart. So I don't know, man. This could be a different team altogether. The Stalwart Esports will
Mhm.
go after.
Yeah, let's see if Stalwart Esports can get away and manage to find a different approach in this situation. But right now, we have PERSIJA EVOS. Oh, Lynx. Oh my god. Lynx, the only guy who grabbed 5 elimination out of the 6 that the whole team has. And they need to be careful though, because it will not be easy later on, because they already lost one of the players. And from what we're looking at, though they have the high ground, they're still out in open. But there's a lot more of chances for them to get away. Fortunately, some of the vehicles already burned down.
Yeah, you know, Miramar, it's one of the maps you'll really need vehicles, you know, maybe not to travel entirely, but also for cover.
Hmm.
Because that's kind of helpful, right? And not many compounds you can put him in. So I'm not so sure how they're gonna go about this, but here we go. Speaking of vehicles, GokuBot does have a bit of 4 wheels in his hand. So look at this. Same goes for Persia. So they got 2. They actually got a buggy as well, but
Oh yeah.
really no engagement so far here from, or rather no push on the side of Persia Evos. They're aware, I presume, that Hail is over that big compound.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's one thing as well why they are not getting out of that situation pretty quickly, because there are a few that can gatekeep them, and it's a good thing that Redface managed to pull a vehicle for them to get away, because if the case is they have no right to get out there, then they will be caught off guard. As you can see, even a sliver of a peak being done by PERSIJA, the players of PERSIJA. They are being shot at by Hail Esports, and we've seen how hungry Hail is. Probably it's because they really want to show up this time around in the grand finals.
I could say actually Neptune, yeah, they are. They're definitely hungry, but some of the teams, they don't seem to be that bloodthirsty so far. Now,
Mhm.
some of them do not have eliminations yet, such as Hail. You know,
Yep.
they've already lost a couple of players, but no eliminations whatsoever. The others, as you can see, they're barely touched, and I think that's the plan. You know, the usual. I'm
Yep.
gonna let these other teams blast at each other, try to jump in. They're playing oh man, ow, that has gotta sting. So, what I was saying was, some of these teams, they're gonna be playing. They're gonna be playing a lot of dicey dicey games here, because they just want the other teams to do the heavy lifting. Just
Right.
jump in when the fruit is ripe. You know,
Mhm.
such as,
Yeah.
you know, I'll drop one right now, like XERXIA. So
Exactly.
even though they haven't scored anything, they've already looted. I saw earlier it was Megamind who went to an airdrop, so it's
Mm-hmm.
gonna be a good amount of resources. Still, they're not greedy. Oh, never mind. There it is. There's one
Even
frag.
now.
Yeah.
Like it only started now. I mean, the moment you
Mm.
mentioned that, and that is just like words really are strong on this one, on this game right here. Now let's see if it will be the firepower that will be strong for the side of BIGETRON or 7 Element, because they are just one wall away from between each other and Lapar. Well, try to take a peek on the other side, and 7 Element is just being trapped in the middle of this compound. Smokes and nades can probably distract and put them down, but they will not be moving an inch. On the other side, we have RRQ in battle right now against PERSIJA EVOS, and nades hit being done as well. As similar to this one, oh, unfortunately, misses that. It hits the roof, but GenFoss will not make that waste. He is going in for the fire. One of BIGETRON Red Villains has already been put down, and there is no pickup being done just yet. They want to take the complete domination, but T24 with the DBS probably can dominate this game if he sees the boy seal.
Oh.
No! 7 Element will be put down. DBS versus UMP. It's just the steps and the weaponry that worked.
Oh man, PERSIJA EVOS, the tale has been told after all of that. Still eliminated, sadly though. But again, it kind of is predetermined already. I'll be very honest there, Neptune, because they did so much damage. They had to take so much damage from all the teams they faced. You know, they had so many encounters. They had to deal with it very early on, and I think it was just a little too much for them. But on the other hand, 7th Element as well. You know, they had to exit the lobby with 0 eliminations, by the way. So that's a bit painful. The only team that was eliminated apart from them so far that had nothing was Genesis. But you know, at this point, though, they're kind of behind on points. So they have to make haste in the next game.
Yeah, let's see who else will be brought down and wait for the next game. We're down to 12 teams remaining, but despite of that high number, as you can see on the right-hand side, not all of them has 2 or more players. Like NIGMA Galaxy only has 1. Hail Esports only has a solo. STALWART the same, and even MORPH GPX in a risk of losing another one, tying their manpower similar to Boom Esports. But NIGMA Galaxy right now, despite of being alone, he's not giving out. They is the ones firing and putting a lot of pressure on MORPH GPX. Pickup is not being done right now, and Coops, this is the MVP of NIGMA Galaxy. I'm pretty sure he has a firepower to respond, but managed to get away in nick of time.
That's right, that's right. However, one who did not get away ever so cleanly was STALWART Esports. I think I followed my gut well enough. Okay, at least for this game. Hail as well. You know, they had to go back to the home base so far.
Right.
But you know, you mentioned this earlier. Coops being the only one remaining to rep NIGMA Galaxy, and we are below 10 teams now. So this is a bit of a tight pickle for Coops. Tall order. I'm not gonna lie. He's gonna have to use survival instincts moving forward because NIGMA Galaxy. Oh, there. I'm pretty sure somebody knows. Someone's in this compound. Good scouting here on the side of GPX. So specifically for Boboho, he does have a FAMAS in hand. Pretty fairly ranged weapon, but it's a slow rate of fire. I'm not really so sure right here if Coops is if he's even gonna try to ambush anybody, or he's just gonna wait for the circle. You know, he's gonna wait for the circle to shrink and then be on the move.
Yeah, probably the latter is the best option, because like or even earlier he went in for the gunfight against MORPH GPX. I'm pretty sure he was able to knock down one, but because there was no confirmation on that knockdown, then he knows that he have twos waiting for them from the outside. So he's just going to wait that out, but no one's waiting between these two teams. We have a triple threat right here. We have RQ, Sam9, as well as 4 Miracle Vibes, and this is a trade-off from both sides. Sam has been knocked down already. Sam9 is clumped up into one corner, and who's on the other side? We have a Yummy from Boom introduced into the battle. RRQ in the middle of everyone else. They are the ones in trouble. Only 2 remains. Make that 3 remains, and damage being received from all sides.
Oh man, Tam though, he does not have anywhere to go with that wreck right in front of him. So he's the only bleeding casualty so far. on the side of Sem9, but it is turning out to be a Grand Prix war zone here. And oh no, Asa, that is unfortunate. Asa just got taken out by the play zone, so that's one frag for Mr. Playzone himself. He does land one on the board for today. Now Kenny, however, retaliates and takes out YOLO. We've already lost one on the side of Sem9. One is profusely bleeding. So as you mentioned, we have somebody jumping in. Yummy here.
Yep, and Yummy will be joining, and RRQ will be eliminated in this game. I mean, they only had Nerpeco. Yeah, they only have Nerpeco alive, but I'm pretty sure with this clear view of 4 Miracle Vibes, it's easy for them to take them down. Now, the next target is Sem9, and I love what 4 Miracle Vibes is doing. They're still focused on the goal despite of Doc bleeding out, and I'm pretty sure one is assigned to recover, and it's East right now who's putting a lot of pressure to make sure that they don't get near and damage the ever-healing Doc. So still complete squad and damage overall. Still great potential, and I won't be surprised if they grab the winner chicken dinner, because even if they're in the middle of the battle, they are still alive and kicking with a complete.
I think I was 50% right, Neptune. I'll be very honest. When it came to 4 Miracle Vibes, because they did weather out the time. You know, they kind of spent the clock, but wisely, I would say this time. You know, they didn't push ever so carelessly. Explains why they're so healthy this far into this game, man. 4 Miracle Vibes, again, the buddy system still working in their favor. Not so much of a gap between the players, between the members. And look where they're at, man. They're just picking up the pieces of the teams who chose some encounters. Oh, there it is. Just as I mentioned, they're not taking things too fast, and because of that, they have ample amounts of eliminations. Sem9, however, I think. Oh, of course, because why would I win again, ladies and gentlemen? So Sem9 is team number 7 to be taken out of the equation.
But the thing is, at least they survive a little longer compared to RRQ. But they're in the same engagement together with 4 Miracle Vibes, so I guess it is just a threat of this team. But XERXIA right now being threatened and being burned. ERGE right now probably on fire. Megamind can't do anything because the blue will be closing in a bit, and there goes the shot onto ERGE. Then Boss will be going down, and another respawn, but DBS gameplay from Superboy, aka Yuhai, can bring them down. 3 alive though, beside the BIGETRON, but KAGENDRA has their cross heights on them. Still, Superboy managed to get back.
What happened? Oh my gosh! Now talk about Super there, Neptune, because he really did pull off a one-and-doneer over there. Just as we thought that KAGENDRA would be able to make a distant ambush. Superboy with one punch of that ticket, able to return the favor. Unbelievable.
I mean, that's one thing that's very difficult to do, especially the position of where KAGENDRA is. Like, that's a really tight position already. It's just them waiting for the perfect moment, listening in as to where the bullets are coming from, and then pointing in the right direction. But speaking of right direction, Bobo Ho in the right direction, taking down the final member of NIGMA Galaxy. We are now down to 4. But 2 is bleeding out, 1 from KAGENDRA and another one from MORPH GPX. They need to recover because they will be facing the giant of 4 Miracle Vibes.
Oh man. Like I said, I was 50-50, you know. I can say that they really did hold back, at least for the early parts of it. But now they are on a tear. In terms of fragging though, BIGETRON not disappointing us at all, and this is your boy right here, literally, Superboy. He's putting in a ton of work. You know, he has 4 out of the 11 eliminations, and he's still alive, by the way, because Boy's still right here. He's already a tombstone for lack of a better term, but they're trying to keep themselves alive here. MORPH right here, they have 1 frag, same number of people as BIGETRON, so pressure's on them. Realistically speaking, so not really the odds you'd want to be in, especially being in top 4. Yes, you do have placement points, but you're gonna want to start gunning out here because 1 frag doesn't really amount to much.
Exactly, and well, again, this is this time around, Formical Vibes slows it down a little bit. They won't be able to pull the same tactics earlier, wherein they spread a little too thin because of how the terrains are. Bigetron Red Villains, I would agree with your point. They need to go and gun them out, otherwise they are the one who will be targeted. But Formical Vibes was able to take down one from Kagendra and Moscow, the only one. No, there's two more. Moscow and Zero, rather. The only two remaining, and Frenzy is waiting for that recall. But for Mickle Vibes right now, they know what they have to do. They know the assignment, and they are rushing it. East almost taken down, and the close has been door for that grenade. And let's see if they'll be able to recover from those engagement. There goes Zero, zeroed in. Only one will be standing from Kagendra.
Oh man, that is a tall order for Kagendra right now, man. Not only does he have to pick up at least one of them, but he also has literally to survive it. Never mind, the seal has been tampered on, and Kagendra right here out of the top 4. Now this just leaves MORPH, Bigetron, and 4 Miracle Vibes, and I'm gonna say it straight up, man. 4 Miracle Vibes, they just might go for a second right here. They go for double dips, you know, when it comes to chicken dinners. So
Yeah,
look at this
not yet full.
probability. Yeah, I know, but
They ain't full. They ain't full just yet.
Oh,
They
man.
want all those chicken dinners, and all this chicken dinner talk is making me hungry. But let's see who's more hungrier between these three teams, because I know Formical Vibes are hungry because they've eaten a lot of those enemies' heads. But with the two players from both BTR and Morph GPX, they need to show their hunger. They need to show the fight that they can eliminate a few more. A couple from Formical Vibes. Boboho will try to do so, but with that distraction, DBS gameplay will not work. Baron used the UMP. A better respawn for that DBS, and
Nice.
only one remains.
The UMP is a gun that actually, I'll be very honest, it hasn't really dropped off the meta. After all these years, it's still the most reliable substitute. I really don't blame them. Okay, here we go. But that is it for Morph GPX, as the finishing touches have been applied by Superboy. So I'm not gonna be surprised too if he is the MVP that we're gonna have here. So let's see.
Yeah, they farm a lot of eliminations already. As you can see, 13 for Formical Vibes, 12 for Bigetron Red Villains. It's just the 2v4 situation that's really risking. But if in case Bigetron Red Villains finish off 4 Miracle Vibes, which is not easy to do, they will be in the lead in terms of elimination plus the placement point. So they need to be cautious. And I guess Superboy right now has a good view of probably one or two of these players, but I think he has been seen. Nades are being thrown. They understand the ridges of this map, and they're trying to anticipate where they will be coming from.
And a lot of death from above here. Care of 4 Miracle Vibes. And yep. Oh, okay. We're seeing some light over here. Care of Superboy. And what's the duel gonna be like? There it is. Superboy falls victim once again to the ever-threatening DBS. Now Baron, yes, he got a bit of damage, a bit of humbling there, but he does have enough teammates, and just like that, 4 Miracle Vibes with a dominating second win. Another winner chicken dinner. Congratulations, 4 Miracle Vibes.
Yeah, like I mentioned before we started that Miramar match, it's easy to say that Formical Vibes will be aggressive.
Yeah.
And they did! They did! Went in aggressive in this game. Higher even from a number of eliminations that they did earlier. But we were asking the other teams so much. But this time around, they have 15 elimination. Rather, sorry, correction. They went lower. Because if I'm not mistaken, that was 17 elimination.
Yeah, 17.
Right.
There we go.
But still, it's not easy to get past 20 in terms of elimination. And this time, like, it's just a battle between Doc and East in the highest number. Because this time around, it's Doc who had the 7. And, well, won't be surprised if both of these teams, or both of these players, will end up on that MVP spot later once again.
Same. You know, I don't think that 4 Miracle Vibes has any intention of slowing down anymore, man. I mean, maybe I can assume later that they're gonna do the same. Like I said, I was only 50% right. but they want to close out the week garnering the bonus points. I think that's what they're eyeing for. You know, and it's game time, man. This is crunch time. We're grand final, so this is gonna be a good amount of credentials for them, not just for the team but for the players. So, yeah, man. Doc and East, I'd say, good job for number 2. By the way, if they go for a third right here, then definitely a charm.
Yep, definitely. This is also record in terms of back-to-back for Miracle Vibes. If I'm not mistaken, they haven't grab a back-to-back. I might be wrong. Probably I missed that on week number 1. But again, in terms of grand finals record, this is the first back-to-back that we had in the grand finals. Even yesterday, no one managed to get a double in that winner chicken dinner. BIGETRON Red Villains right now, together with KAGENDRA and SEM9, teams to watch out for. But our MVP is East with 6 elimination and 1135 on damage. Again, 40% team contribution. It gives out a lot in terms of a performance by a player if you can get close, very, very close to that 50%. And this is what this guy is doing.
There we go. And as we mentioned, not a surprise, man. Like this is already a spoiler, if anything, right? The way that East already performed, it's again, it goes without question. So this, however, you know what? This is a first. This right here is a first, where all the members of 4 Miracle Vibes have their own credentials. But of course, he's not an MVP for no reason at all, because East takes 3 of them.
Yeah, 3 of them, and Doc will take 2, leaving behind 2 who hasn't placed themselves in this match summary. But I'm pretty sure there's plenty of time for them to do so, because from when we look at the bottom of that page, if you rewind a little bit, you'll see more of the players from 4 Miracle Vibes. So let's get over to this match summary. And 25 already being captured or grabbed by 4 Miracle Vibes. 18 goes to BIGETRON Red Villains because of the number of elimination and grabbing that second spot. But KAGENDRA, as you can see, they have 9 in here, followed by SEM9. Your guys right here grab a lot of elimination as well in this battle. I guess the motivation really worked.
It does. You know, sometimes you gotta verbally push some of our teams. You know, it kind of ignites them a little bit. So this is what we avoided, man. We don't want to ride we don't want to ride the coattails of the teams, because they know this already. They know that they're good, man. They already know how they're gonna go for the grind. But speaking of which, this propelled 4 Miracle Vibes to an astounding 181 points, and we're only at game number 2.
Yeah, I'm assuming that 4 Miracle Vibes really want to rest a little bit in some of the games, because they're really investing a lot of effort already to grab or take the lead. As you can see, it's almost 60 into the lead that they have against BIGETRON Red Villains, and they're the ones who ended up in the final matchup earlier. So they want to increase the lead that they have so that they won't be that aggressive later on, but still maintain that number 1 spot. But as you can see, some of the teams has been pushed down so far. Hail Esports going down a 3 spot, and with the team that you had your prediction, they did so well because of the elimination that they have moved themselves 1 spot, and probably they can continue on with this. But Stalwart Esports not really doing well even from that game. They spent so much time in the initial match, and they even lost it against Genesis Esports as well as SEM9. So I guess that is one thing that they need to avoid in the next Miramar.
Yeah, Miramar, I told you, man, it could make or break a team. I'll be very honest with that. But you know, could you have predicted that another MVP would come from BIGETRON yesterday? Our MVP was from BIGETRON. So that's I don't know, man. It's gonna be a completely different story. But ladies and gentlemen, speaking of another tale, we do have our TDMs over here. So today we are on October 2nd here in the Philippines. So we're gonna see NIGMA Galaxy versus who's this? I'm sorry.
4 Miracle Vibes.
4 Miracle Vibes. Yeah, there we go. Pardon me.
Yeah.
And
so they won't be resting.
No, not at all. Not at all. Yes, from BR maybe, but no, ladies and gentlemen, this is gunfight after gunfight, and it's a different approach, as we mentioned. This is you testing your gun skills more than anything.
Exactly, and this is respawns that you will need to anticipate as well as position in a continuous battleground of Team Deathmatch. Again, the teams for Miracle Vibes will not be resting after what they did earlier, and probably that was a good momentum for them because I'm pretty sure they're still inching to go and get into the fight. And there you have it. We have Enigma Galaxy starting off already the battle, and the target is 40. Let's see if they'll be able to go and fire it off.
You know, sometimes people will think that this is actually a quick game, but no, this 10 minutes right here, it feels like an eternity for these players because you're gonna have to try to get that 40 as much as possible. Otherwise, the other teams will try to get that momentum back, you know. And we never change our terrain here, folks, by the way. This is gonna be the location all the time. So it's not anymore a sense of familiarity, but just a change of timing.
Yeah, and no rotations being done apart from the small area that you have. And let's see if this is something that Galaxy can take advantage of against Miracle Vibes. But I'm pretty sure even on breakdown, some of the games they're jumping into their TDMs, just make sure that their accuracy are on point. But as we look right now, Miracle Vibes is on the lead, 1 point lead, but the points is not rolling in that quickly. So they're being cautious and also still being tactical in this gameplay.
And of course, let's put into account the few seconds of invulnerability that you get, you know, whenever you spawn. So even when you push, you could actually have a bit of an advantage in trying to hold the core and secure a spot, and you know, just stick it out a little bit. Probably get a good vantage point from your opponents, and it's looking really tight here. 4-4, already burned out almost 2 minutes, and that's what I'm talking about. This is an eternity for these players. It just looks like it's short, but they also want to go for carefulness. They also want to be cautious.
And as you can see, there's a lot of people in here, a lot of players in here who's just spending their time behind all those covers, because not only that, you can recover, especially if you receive a little bit of damage. But East right now is in here, jump by 2, but still managed to survive with only 2600 HP, still gunning down Freak. Let's see if he'll be able to go and get that hit. Still, he wins the battle 1v2, and he's still alive. Who can target another one?
Okay, so already established a huge gap here for Miracle Vibes. Not only are they dominant in Battle Royale, but so far, ladies and gentlemen, even Team Deathmatch right here looks like to be a comfort zone. And this is, they can consider this their aim training, you know, not to mention reaction time. So, and they seem to be flushing in now. Notice how they're actually slowly taking over the opposite ends of the map. They're trying to position themselves properly, using that over-the-shoulder point of view, trying to see if somebody's going to push for them. Leading the herd, however, is East. Again, man, East. He wants this too, man.
East undocked, going in for the pinch. And still, they haven't been taken down that easily. And in the mid is the 2 remaining members, which is Baron and Apex. And as you can see from both sides, it's very difficult already to peek in. Even from the spawn trap has been pulled off. And let's see if they'll be able to take advantage. There goes Raul being taken down, but finally, one goes down. East is the one being brought down. But as you can see, the rotation, it's so quick in transition for side of Miracle Vibes. They know, you saw how they boxed in everyone, and it's just a matter of switching it up on who's assigned. But as you can see, we also have NIGMA Galaxy already crossing over back to where we began this game.
And don't get it wrong, folks. Just because they are crossing through the map, it does not mean they're going to spawn near the middle of the map. They're still going to spawn where their base is. So this is a huge risk even on the side. Oh, man. Ow. Raduf right there got hit in the noggin right between the eyes. So beautiful stuff we're seeing here from Doc. So the spawn point will still be your base. And what that means is they cannot pre-take any of the middle locations here. They still have to make a slow push. Gotta be super careful here. Oh, what happened there? Oh my goodness. How did they survive that to begin with? Okay, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is, I was looking at it, and East, if I'm not mistaken, he already have 13 on elimination. That's almost half of the total elimination that Miracle Vibes has, and he's the one who survived the longest, finally being taken down after a few points being gathered. But oh my god, East is not the guy who want to face off in this battle.
And it's streak after streak here for East. Doc providing a good amount of backup here. And that woodshed over there. It's one of the places that you'd want to stay in, but at the same time, you can't always do that because it's gonna be pretty obvious moving forward. But I guess it's really working out on East's advantage. He gets a good bird's eye view of all these corners, right? His left is secured, his right is secured, and there's not really a lot of wow. Okay, there's not really a lot of how should I say this, freedom for East. And look at Coops is doing the same thing. He's taking advantage of that perspective. And East, I don't know how you're doing this right now.
It's just going ring around Rosie, asking for help for teammates just to make sure that he will not be caught under rotation. And like back at it, after recovering, they are fighting back. But to the extent that the other players from this team are being put down because the catch-up is being done by NIGMA Galaxy. But if you look at the lead right now, it is 14 points, and with only 5 remaining for the side of 4 Miracle Vibes, it's very difficult for NIGMA Galaxy to get away from where they're spawning from their base because it risks them increasing the number of elimination. It's very, very close right now. There goes one, another one remaining, and finally being over. Almost half of the point only being gathered by NIGMA Galaxy. For Miracle Vibes wins this TDM.
This is exactly what I was waiting for. The kill death ratio of East. My goodness, he had an 8 frag streak, man. Who does that? So he never really perished after all those gunfights. He basically just allowed these players to come across his crosshair. And that's exactly what I was talking about. The fact that you do not have to push, because you know that they have a bit of invincibility. You have to find the right angle, the right corner where you can stay in, just play crocodile, I'd say. And East, he just did that. He capitalized on these probable greedy positionings and maybe the pressure of having to deliver 40 frags. So again, hats tip to for Miracle.
Yeah, for Miracle Vibes and also Easton there did their best in that TDM. Not only that, on a match, 2 matches before. But we are heading into our 3rd match. When we return, we are going to jump back into ERANGEL. So don't go away. We'll be right back. So far, it has been a 3 spree for Miracle Vibes. Let's see if they can live up to the name and get a 4th one. This is still the Clash of Giants Season 2. Back in this, I am Neptune, the Gentleman Gaming. Together with me is Pika, and we're the voices that you're going to hear all throughout these games. And we are jumping back into the grasses of ERANGEL on our 3rd match. And I really love how it is turning up this time around. A lot of a challenge being brought in, but it's only for Miracle Vibes, the wall that they need to break through.
Speaking of 3, it is possibly the charm that 4 Miracle Vibes will need here, because back to ERANGEL. So is it safe to say this is the first map of the day that they actually won? So bringing it back here just might be the formula that they need again to secure a 3rd. And after that, and if they don't take it a little less lightly, man, are they out for a tear. Because I thought for sure that after that very dominant first game, they would at least loosen up on that gas pedal a little bit. But no, they did it again, and almost in, mind you, Neptune, in almost identical stats to the first one.
Exactly. So. Only losing 2 of the eliminations, but again, this is for Miracle Vibes really showing up, and quite surprisingly, like compared to our the previous competition that they are in with this Stalwart Esports, they fell short with only a few, and this time around they want to show up, even show that they are the ones who will be dominating the games. They will be putting themselves, or these 2 teams, back on the next one. But we'll have to find out later on if that is the case, because, well, it's difficult to grab 2 back-to-back already. What more if they can get another one? This only proves to show that other teams has probably been put down a little bit too early, or probably they're just hanging back, taking it low, and waiting for their best opportunity. But as we mentioned earlier, back-to-back for 4 Miracle Vibes and a winner chicken dinner. Let's see if anyone can beat that.
Man, these chicken dinners, they'd have enough to feed the team for the whole evening. So I can just assume right now that maybe 4 Miracle Vibes, they're just gonna go for the kill here. I don't even know who to predict aside from them, but yeah, I kind of feel that some of the teams are feeling the pressure. I'd say more so on the side of BIGETRON. So this is something that I'm looking forward to, because RRQ also, they got really close. So it's one of those moments where if you don't step up now, then the map will just keep, it's just gonna keep haunting you. Not to mention, a little later on after this game, we're gonna go to SANHOK, and that's the sole time that we're gonna be in SANHOK today. So
exactly.
Maybe now it's now the time to take those lessons and apply them.
Right. I mean, we'll have to see if anyone really learned lessons as well, because again, before jumping in here, there's a huge enough amount of time for them to study their opponents. But there's no opponents in this giveaway. It's all everyone helping each other to grab all those milestones as well as those giveaways. So make sure that you're inviting everyone that you know of, even those that you don't know of, to watch this stream, because our next aim is that 50,000 watching on YouTube for the AirPods, and if we reach 70,000, that will be an iPhone 15 given away included. And this is all you have to do. Follow the Instagram, join the Discord server, send a screenshot, and take the token number. Wait for the live draw. Cross your fingers that you are the winner.
Not only that, folks, the teams who support, by the way, their favorite, or rather the people who support their favorite groups or teams here, you're gonna get your share as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, just don't just show the love for the game, but for the teams as well. So
exactly,
we look forward to that. Now, speaking of teams, here we go again, Neptune. The pressure is alleviated from the players. It's on us. But as soon as this prediction starts to come forth, then we're talking. The teams will start to maybe what happened to SEM9, they boosted their morale a little bit after that prediction. But yeah,
do you want to go first, or you want me to go
this time? You know what, you go first, man. Maybe this is the streak maker.
Well, the thing is, as much as I want to go for Miracle Vibes, we're going to gear off from that. I'm pretty sure a lot of fans out there are supporting them, and let's support a different team. Let us see some of the teams who did well in Erangel, especially in Grand Final. So I'm putting in Boom in that list right here because they're next to Formical Vibes in the performance apart from Formical Vibes. So in performance in Erangel. So Boom it is. Hopefully they do the best.
And I'm gonna take one right out of your book. I am going with RRQ. So
Oh yeah.
this is just my poison for tonight, and maybe that's what I need. I remember that RRQ was my first. That was RRQ was my first victory, or my second victory. But regardless, they played a huge part in my correct prediction. So
Oh yeah.
maybe, just maybe, this could be it. You know.
Yeah, it was very, very close between them and Formical Vibes. So I really want to ask you why, and also that to me is where I got my first prediction. So I geared out away from them because I want to give a chance to others who show up as well. And I met these players of Boom. I met the whole squad of Boom as well. Pretty much most of those in the Southeast Asia when I was in Malaysia. So I'm pretty sure they have a good plan in mind, especially they're back in the OG map. I hope we are just hoping that it comes in fruition. Otherwise, well, we just have to try again.
And yeah, trying again is the name of the game here. And in this case, they have to try 6 times. So these teams right here, not only are we looking at BR attempts, but also the team deathmatch, honestly. I mean, we just witnessed 4 Miracle Vibes just continuing their wreaking of havoc, even in the fields of spawn games. So that's really is a statement that 4 Miracle Vibes, they just love this game in and out. So
Exactly. And that is one reason as well why a lot of teams have been performing well, because of the love, because of the passion, how they enjoy playing the game. Again, pressure at some point, especially in competitive games just like this, can bring down morale. And if you can let go of the pressure, exchange it with the enjoyability of like enjoying it with your teammates, and then it will increase your chances of planning good positioning as well as good rotation, not letting any of the negativity go into your mind, and it's just what you have planned to be executed perfectly.
speaking of plans, man, I'm gonna get to that right away. For Miracle Vibes a while ago, they kind of played a very different pace, you know, as opposed to how they did game 1. Game 1, yeah, they were really authoritative. But with game 2, yeah, as I kept saying it over and over, I was split with the actions that they chose to have, you know, for game number 2. They went slow, you know, for like a first 1 to 2, 2 maybe 3 stages, and then all of a sudden they just went 0 to 100 after the stages have come to an immediate close, you know, I would say. But I don't know how they're gonna go about with this one. This is Erangel once again. Maybe they're gonna go with their original plan and just play by ear. I like how the Miramar game started as well, with Genesis Esports and Stalwart. So that encounter right there with Sem9 just lurking above ground, that was a pretty nice way to begin our game number 3. So I don't know, man. It's pretty questionable at this point, but for Miracle Vibes, it's safe to assume they have momentum.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, from, let's say, from both of the maps, going to Erangel, the first one that we have, we've seen that a lot of teams has dropped together. Even Formical Vibes was in a threat of an early engagement. It just so happened that they managed to pull away in the best timing. BIGETRON Red Villains fought against Stalwart Esports, if I'm not mistaken, and they are the ones who won that engagement. So they want to be prepared. Formical Vibes, they want to, despite of them being aggressive, they want to be prepared in the early part. So early engagement is something that they're gearing away from. And then later on, once they're ready, that's where they go split up and fire back. Now, let's see if this is the same story as we go back to Erangel. And again, it will depend on the flight path as well as on the first stage of Circle, because at some point, this is what dictates rotation of the teams.
Pardon me, I think I said game number 3, but yeah, this is game number 3 right here. So a while ago, game number 2. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. So back to El Clasico Erangel. It's safe to assume right now that maybe, just maybe, for Merkel vibes. Again, I don't want to jinx it because I do think that for Merkel vibes this time around, they're just gonna allow the teams to drop off first, right? Like, this is just me because for Merkel vibes, I notice how good of an intuition they have when it comes to jumping off, when it comes to deployment. They never seem to encounter a lot of teams in the beginning. I don't know if it's just absolute experience or maybe as I said, it could be a gut feel, right? So
Yeah.
even when you look at your screen now, you don't see any signs of for Merkel vibes this early. I don't think they do that. So it could be one of their habits that led them to why they're so dominant right now. Because MORPH, we've seen MORPH do this over and over again. They go very early, they leave very early, dependent on where they're gonna drop off. So look at where they are right now. They're absolutely up north.
Yeah, and well, it's the flight path. Probably some of the teams depends on the flight path as to where they're dropping, and this is one thing that we've seen with other teams, and I'm referring to Alter Egos, not part of the grand finals. When we studied them, they took 3 points in one specific map, and depending on where it's coming from or going to, which one is nearer, that's what they choose. But this time around, speaking of formical vibes, they're quite far from their usual drop point, which is Sosnovka military base. Let's see if they will still try to do so. I believe it is, and that is where the first stage will be happening. And this is what is interesting about this, because as you mentioned, MORPH GPX a little bit too far on the high ground, on the north of this map, and they need to cross not only 2-3 bridges, but they need to join the other teams at the bottom or the south of this map. As we can see on the screens as well, Formical Vibes is dropping a little bit early, not even crossing the island, going into the island directly to the military base. I think they will be in a battle right now. Let's see who will they face.
Maybe it was XERXIA, and yeah, that was a kind of unfortunate in my opinion when it comes to MORPH, because you did say they're going to cross bridges, but of course it's not the biggest problem here. The biggest problem is how many teams will be getting in your way, you know.
Right.
Because a lot of them deployed midway. The entire map had majority of the teams deploying the middle. I think they kind of played it safe too. Like in case, maybe just in case we wander off a little too far, then the middle ground, that's where we can play it, you know, in an even pacing. Here we go.
And let's see if they will pace it right now, because from earlier in ERANGEL, there's a lot of early engagement, though there's potential of early engagement as well in this game, but I don't think they drop in there a little bit near to each other, so there's still some space between them and some time before they go for the battle, and some teams prioritizing in a vehicle. So even if they drop in a difficult situation, difficult position that they're not used to, they can easily head over to some of the compounds out of reach by the team. Enigma Galaxy right now heading into Pachinki, and they need to make do with the time that they have, because in a bit the next stage, or the blue will be closing in, and it will lead to that southern area of the map.
It's sad though. It's a very sad day, I'd say, when it comes to Sosnovka, right? The military base, really loot heavy, but again, it didn't favor anybody this time around, man. Like, the circle was really gearing towards that, whereas everybody, they had their own plans, and it's also unfortunate circumstance that, you know, when it comes to deployment here, you have to wait. Like you kind of have to somewhat try to be more patient when it comes to deployment, because you're gonna wanna assume or like anticipate where the circle will be, and it's always a roll of the dice, right? There's really no telling where the circle is gonna be. It's a lot of presumptions, a lot of predictions, maybe. So yeah, that is what random is about. But
exactly,
know, if we're gonna go back to the talk of how these teams are gonna be, there's really absolute radio silence here from everybody. You know, there's no one who has made any contact whatsoever. And okay, I'm trying not to speak because I might jinx it, but, but it does seem like it, man. The way that they are right now, it's pretty separate from each other, like real big gaps.
Well, this is what like when we're starting game. I mean, at least give them time to prepare. No one is in a disadvantage when they're going for the engagement. Well, when they jump into the early engagement, and if they peel out from a compound, at least we know that they are ready. And if they meet a different team, then we know that they can fire back. Because it's very difficult if you don't have anything on you. Well, you might have some, but it's not enough compared to those who've already taken cover of a lot of areas in a specific drop. So, as we can see right now, not a lot of engagement, but we can hear some gunshots.
Oh,
And
never mind.
Formical Vibes is starting it off a little bit too far though, but Apex is just putting that pressure. And who's in front of them?
Whoa.
Easy peekings. It is Hail right now, just in the water. And speaking of
Oh,
fish in a
no.
barrel, this might not be a barrel, but these are fishes that they can shoot off.
Man, like swimming ducks here on the side for a Miracle Vibes. Oh, man, I feel so bad for Joker right now. Oh, you know what? For everybody. For absolutely everybody from Hale, man. This is not good. Now, we only have NC2 over here who has a bit of a solid ground advantage because everybody else is just within the crosshairs of Apex. He can just take them all out right then and there.
Yeah, I mean that's 3 down or 3 points already. If in case he do so, and NC2 right now, I guess this is the backup that Hale Esports is waiting for to help them cross. But given that position, or with that position being given out because they're trying to fire back, it makes it more difficult for Hale Esports to cross. Even those who are trying to survive and. Well, it's just a matter of time. The 3 players from Hale will be going down. No rescue coming from NC2. The only thing that NC2 do is watch his comrades go down and just pull away later on.
Yeah, man, that is such a tragedy on the side of Hale. I'm telling you, especially for NC2. This is basically how like snipers work, you know, in
Yeah.
battle. That you're sniping, but you can't actually engage with the targets that you want because
Mhm.
you're not number one. You're outmanned. You're outmanned. You're outnumbered. You're outgunned. Because
Yeah.
right now, for Miracle Vibes, they do have a huge advantage in terms of elevation. At the same time, they have frags already, so they only have one more remnant from Hale that they need to take care of. But at this point, it'll be safe for them to actually peel out of this location, trying to go somewhere near, somewhere with fresher prey, and okay, for the for lack of a better term, they just want better food moving forward.
Yeah, and this time around for Michael Vibes right now, I love the confidence from this team because they managed to split up. I know it's a disadvantage for Hale already, but like going in for an engagement, you don't even know that everyone is in water just yet.
Yeah.
You might be surprised that they have already landed, and that is what will caught you off guard. But as you can see, some teams being caught off guard as well. Sem9 against Kagendra, and 2 of the players from Kagendra has already been knocked down. Now, let's see if they will be able to survive here. But Sem9 with highest ground right now. Good chance to peek in and pull them down. Flyboy and Zero needs to make their work at this point.
Now, Kagendra, this is not good. They got a couple health gains. Okay. Zero though returning the favor. Does get a bit of a knockdown here for Sam9. Now only with a tree in between. Wow! Zero just racking up names. Okay, beautiful stuff. Now he does have to make a very risky play here, trying to cross this bridge. Doesn't know if there are sights aimed at him. Let's go Flyboy. Let's see how confident he can be as he's trying to make his way towards his teammate here.
Yeah,
Teammate,
and
actually.
he did, and Frenzy is right here. Sam right now is, I believe, is giving out a position, but Zero is in battle, but Tam will be or might be able to make those shots, but Tam will be confirmed. And the battle on the high ground, Mikyal and Zero. DBS already in hands of Mikyal and S12K with gunfight. There we have it. Kagendra losing all their lives. I believe there's only one. No, it's Kagendra winning their battle rather, and it is those Sem9 who lost air the lives. What the timing? Chopper goes down, and it is left now to Megamind.
Did not pull the finger out of the pin just yet, and he pays for it dearly. Look at that! Boom Esports! Oh my goodness! Just take it to battle cross map. Oh, nicely done. And just like that, NIGMA Galaxy falls first casualty in our game number 3. Unbelievable. That was very intelligent play from Boom Esports. I love that. Just like any other intelligent snipe logic, right? You would go away from your opponent's vision, basically field of vision. I love that.
Yeah,
they got away with murder. They got away with murder, man.
That is literally from downtown. The shots just went in, and again, Boom Esports showing their usual tactics, the tactical approach of Boom Esports. And one thing I love about this team, and pretty much most of the team who is being aggressive, is they are tactical. They know when to engage, the right timing to engage, and then once they hit that, once they get the opportunity, they just rush in because they know they knocked down one or probably two. But at that point, though, they only grab two of the elimination because engagement in the battle is already happening. So let's see if that can be averted by some of the teams. But as you can see, Stalwart Esports is in a bridge battle against RRQ. RRQ on one side, Stalwart Esports on the other. Let's see who will win.
Oh man, I like this from Stalwart Esports right now. I think they recognized how earlier on, they didn't want to have to start off things too hot. You know, they had a few encounters very early, so maybe this time around they're just gonna guard off the bridge. Maybe keep their eyes open for anybody who'd want to cross, because look at where they are, man. Like they are actually at the very edge of the island. Of the military. They know that the opponents are gonna come rushing in. The circle's favoring that direction so far. But yeah, T2K right here, they're pretty distant from safety, I would dare say. This still doesn't hurt. They have a good amount of medical supplies here. But yes, this is what I was talking about. This bridge right here, Stalwart Esports is actually on the other side of this. They're gonna draw some people near. Some of these players, if they're a little careless, then you know you're gonna be eating some lead, literally.
Yeah, definitely. And let's see if it will be an exchange right here. Love DBS. Oh no! In the corner of that window, and T2K right now taking advantage of the distraction brought in by Stalwart Esports against RRQ. And well, that is already one man down of a buggy right now onto the bridge. Not a smart move though.
Yeah.
And two goes down from the hands of XMPL. And RQ has been taken down. Sorry, my dude. It is what it is. And well, T2K right now, great advantage to probably spot Stalwart Esports, but they are on a, I would say, losing end because they are receiving damage already from the blue. But I want to go to the map earlier because we've seen how the next stage of Circle has greater parts of the water in the middle. So this will be why PERSIJA EVOS is on the edge right now.
Oh man, look at that. Redface just letting that clip rip. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. He did inflict a bit of damage over there, especially to the boat. So that will definitely force MORPH to get out of the water, trying to go for better situations, better cover. And I like this. I like this this spot of PERSIJA EVOS right here. They're okay. I mean, they're looking pretty alright. They got a good amount of utilities, and they can hear the battle from afar. So maybe just a little later on, they're gonna dip in, as we mentioned, third party. But so far, yeah, nothing to tack on their name. You know, no eliminations just yet. However, Stalwart Esports, from this entire time that they've been down there, they also haven't picked anybody off. So yeah, pretty interesting stuff. Now, this is the third team to go. We have Genesis. Sadly, though, we didn't get to see that encounter, but yeah, we're gonna have to say goodbye.
That was the sole survivor of Genesis Esports, and it's in the ranks of Hale as well as Sem9. But MORPH GPX right now, Yoru, providing that distraction. And there's one thing, despite of Yoru being on the bridge, there are a few of the players of MORPH GPX right next to them. But on the other side, Hale, the final member, has gone down, and well, we'll have to find out
Oh,
if they'll be able to find the other one who is solo. PERSIJA was though red face. Not quite sure what happened. Probably fell off on that ridge and is now swimming. And we are down to 11 teams. Stalwart Esports though, two of their players has gone down. Chocolate just rushes in. Nice shot with a DBS and a chance to pick up his teammates. But DEWA United, I don't think they will be letting that go easy.
man, this exchange between Stalwart and DEWA, this is just unbelievable. This is fun. After all the dormants right there that Stalwart Esports had to withstand, they have their hands full now with a very game DEWA United. This house is not gonna save them at all. It actually proved them to be much worse. Now they're getting flushed out. Oh,
From afar,
okay, gunpower
Seventh
though.
Element. Not quite sure if there will be a savior of Stalwart Esports, but this introduction of another team right now can distract DEWA United, but they still need to make that pickup. So a lot of covers being used right now, smoke even being used, and from both teams in this compound, they are recovering. But on the bitter end, though, Stalwart Esports are only left with two, so they will not be moving that easily. And Chocolate taking advantage of a grenade. Nukes
I'm
goes
telling
down. Trade up after trade up.
Exactly.
Seventh Element will be in a fit right now because they will be like shooting against these players later on.
Again, man, I hate being right in that area. Look at this duel between Stalwart and DEWA. Just leave DEWA with a lot to work with, but of course, not leaving the fight unscathed. They do have Seventh Element scoping in on them. They know exactly where DEWA Esports is. So DEWA United is. So I'm really thinking right now, if maybe just maybe Seventh Element is gonna go for that push because they know exactly that DEWA. Oh, look at that! But wonderful peel out from DEWA. Okay, just leaving that war zone with a little bit of health to work with. But of course, it's safe to assume they're gonna be healing elsewhere. So let's put our attention to where Train to Kill is. They have a bit of an encounter here with, I believe, KAGENDRA as well as.
4 minutes.
Yeah, that's 4 Miracle Vibes. They already lost 2, by the way, so it's pretty much safe to assume right now that they didn't get that much luxury of peace. For game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's Love who brought them that fire and who took down 2 of their players. But they've already done the work. They have 4 eliminations on their side, but I'm pretty sure they want to do more and grab more. But it's the position that they have. A lot of teams are being pulled in onto the edge because of how open it is in the middle. Love right now, I think they have a better general idea as to where Doc is, and burn, crash and burn. He did. East right now will need to survive. He is alone. He is surrounded by the enemies, and even gunshots coming from BIGETRON Red Villains might scare him, and he need to get away. But we'll have to find out if they will be spotted by T2K or BIGETRON Red Villains. XMPL in nick of time makes it to the zone.
For the first time today, 4 Miracle Vibes on the back foot here, man. Giving a lot of allowance for the other teams to claim that top spot. So we only have 10 teams remaining here. And I'd say it's a fair play. It's a fair amount of play so far in terms of points and placement. 4 Miracle Vibes. You said it yourself. East has to be something happening. He does have to hoist the flag for the team, but as a sole survivor. On the other hand, we still have Boom Esports here on the side of PRIZEPOOL EVOS. Why are they the ones in the water now? This is not where you want to be snorkeling, ladies and gentlemen. Misery here with this mini 14, literally just letting our cool have it. So that's gonna be super tough. When you get knocked down in the water, it's a lot more difficult to be revived, simply because again your lungs cannot withstand that much punishment.
Yeah, the thing is, like, they were anticipating that the next stage of the circle will be a little bit up north, but the thing is, it went south. And not only does the Sage went south, but the plan of Boom Esports went south. Only one remains for them, and I think Crazy has been spotted already as we peel off. And speaking of peel off, Love is trying to peel off in here from the parking that he did. And, well, it's still 3 players, though, against BIGETRON Red Villains. Vehicle gameplay, Fast and Furious. Let's see who will win this race, or rather, the engagement. But Love, right now, let go of the vehicle. They will be needing that later on. And, the battle of 7 Element and DEWA United continues on the other side.
Man, okay, and while that's while that's ensuing right now, I cannot believe that Crazy right now is they're still fighting for dear life over here with the blues with the play zone right behind him. So yeah, there I was about to say, safe to assume he's a goner. You know, Boom Esports as well, 9 teams to go out. And yes, just to dial back a little bit, 4 Miracle Vibes are already out, ladies and gentlemen. So that denies their streak. You know, but they could definitely do that again a little later on. But for game number 3, it is a no-no for Miracle Vibes.
Yeah, the thing is for Miracle Vibes, as mentioned earlier, they have enough leeway to be taken out a little too soon in this game. So yeah, they can rest easy. They have a couple of minutes of a rest, probably the needed rest, because if you remember, they also been part of that TDM after Miramar. So that was just 3 matches back to back with only a couple of minutes of waiting. So at this point, they will be able to recover, not in game but in real life. But let's see if there'll be any recovery being done. And at this point for MORPH GPX, shots against them by Superboy of BIGETRON Red Villains.
Oh, they're looking quite okay here. But okay, there it is, Superboy, just sealing another one to his name, and that's his first elimination. I'm actually surprised because making it this far, and with so much casualties underway, they weren't able to trade off so much. So in a manner, that's still kind of like an underperform, but at the same time, I understand. Maybe they can't help these engagements. Maybe they were the ones not looking for trouble, but they are being hunted. And just look at the amount of teams that are already gathering around the circle. It's safe to say that at stage 5, these teams are bound to encounter each other way sooner. But in this case, I like where DEWA United is actually, you know, is where they actually are right now. They have 8 eliminations and good positioning. Good amount of resources. All they got to do is draw the opponents near. Just draw the other teams here. 7th Element being one of them. So, man, I'll be very honest. They could just play this ever so patiently and could run away with the chicken dinner.
Definitely, that is the same read that I'm getting from this team. And T24, I believe this is the last player from 7 Element. It is Flyboy, though, who beats them to it. And Nooks will be missing that opportunity. But at least they will have an idea that someone or other teams are in front of them. But, like, to no surprise, it is possible because we are now heading to stage 6 and we are on last 5 teams remaining. PERSIJA EVOS, though, still persistent in their approach in surviving as a complete squad, and they are just splitting up in perfect timing. Hopefully they will not be caught off guard by DEWA United and also by KAGENDRA, who has lost one of their players but managed to grab 5 on the elimination. So let's see if their compound gameplay will work. A little bit split up though, but PERSIJA EVOS, again, also split up 2-2 for them. 2 inside and 2 on the edge of the circle. And engagements happening, but not so much of a fight or team fight battling.
Well, should there be a rescue here on the side of BIGETRON, then they'll be okay. But as of the moment, this is pretty much the same odds as MORPH. You know, MORPH only has 1 frag, down 3 men. So whoever's left from MORPH right here is going to have to pray to all that is good that he survives this encounter, because these 5 teams so far are looking quite strong. Oh, there it is. No rescue on the side of BIGETRON. So, and I had to say it. MORPH GPX out of the equation. We're back to 4, and these teams right here, specifically PERSIJA EVOS, as well. I'd say this is gonna be a nice duel to have against DEWA, who was really game for this particular map that we have.
Yeah, let's see if they can control more of this map, because they have a lot of eliminations already, potential earlier as well as they fight against Misery, but they weren't able to complete and follow up on those shots. KAGENDRA, though, they've been silent. They are split up, and this is a good, I would say this is a good plan for them, because at least if one of the compounds will be rushed by a team, the rest will be surviving. The only difficult part is if in case these four teams managed to survive up until the next stage, and they are in the middle of it. Each of the players, each of the teams will be heading one at a time. And I guess that is the case later on because DEWA United is outside of this next stage, and they might be the next target in this battle.
Let's not forget, folks, the Blue Grim Reaper does not bias anybody. So if DEWA United will not be careful with this particular stage we're entering, they will get a sizable amount of damage. It's as good as getting shot. So you gotta be super cautious. You gotta know your terrain advantage, and in this case, disadvantage. We do have a loot out in the open, but who's gonna be foolish enough to go through it, honestly? Because it also serves as a bait, right? Whenever there's loot, it also acts like a lure to whoever needs resources. In this case, though, we don't have much to expect off of a BIGETRON because you're basically facing 11 players.
Yeah, I mean, as Superboy, regardless of how super he is, he can easily be damaged, not only by the blue, but also the teams who's waiting for him to pop up. And he runs a little bit, hoping that he will not be seen. But it's probably Misery or probably Red Face who have already spotted him. And let's see, nades onto him. He has been spotted. All you have to do is wait and probably defend himself, but not so much of a defense. Superboy will not be super in that engagement. Down to 3 right now, and the battle back and forth still happening.
More nade casualties here, and oh man, right on the ribs. Now this is the problem. This is where DEWA United might get tested, ladies and gentlemen, because there will be no cover here. It is a no man's land. Sure, the trees will give you temporary shade, but at the same time, there's really no compound for you to hide here. Truth be told, it's gonna boil down to probably smokes if you have vehicles, and a lot of spacing, a lot of running around. Actually, it's safe to say you can run, but you can't hide here because look at this. This is basically a park. Anybody who's out here, just a vantage point of a helmet, just a peep, will be enough for someone to take the shot.
Yeah, it's possible. Really, it's only nature that will help you at this point. PERSIJA EVOS, though, they are a complete squad and a good split as well, similar to what we've seen earlier. But no, I mentioned links go down, and the split might not work for them because Red Face a little bit too far. They need to counter those grenades and even fire back when they get in. Yule goes in for the rush, averted on that vehicle, but he knows how to shoot. And Red Face goes down. Links right now will be brought down. Misery a little bit too close, but you'll receive a little bit of damage as well. And from afar, it is Zuxi who beats him down. DEWA United only down with one more player, and PERSIJA EVOS still survive. It is now turned to a 1v2v2, and the silent Garudas, which are KAGENDRA, will probably take advantage of this because they haven't received any damage. They have their resources intact, and let's see what they can do because a lot of problems, especially for Galak right now.
Again, man, how quickly the tides can turn if you're not careful. A while ago, DEWA United arguably the most dominant, but now the third placer in this final battle we have right here, folks. KAGENDRA and PERSIJA EVOS right here with 12, a staggering 12. This is almost as good as the record of 4 Miracle Vibes so far. So if they manage to close this out, they're not gonna tie it up, but their elimination points as well as the chicken dinner will propel them very significantly. And
and if we remember the overall rankings that we have, these are the two teams that are back to back against each other. KAGENDRA is on 7th. PERSIJA EVOS is on 6th. And judging from the scores, the lead will still be taken by PERSIJA EVOS, but the lead will be, they will still be on top of KAGENDRA, but the lead will increase because of the number of points, potential points that can be grabbed. And PERSIJA right now taking a little bit of ridge action. Frenzy not really risking a lot, and Flyboy is in a risk of being taken down. Because all he has to do is prone right now, and there's a good chance that nades will be thrown at him. In the side of Frenzy, a little bit of elevation will help him, as well as he has not been spotted, or probably not been spotted, by PERSIJA EVOS.
Oh man, and they all got enough utilities to withstand one more hurrah, one more duel. It's a 2v2 that we're seeing right now, so it's a matter of who does not have the right backup and the right rhythm. So I think we're getting a little bit of looting here inside. I'm not too sure I'm not too sure who actually got that earlier on, but it is empty. Empty enough at the very least. So this is not... Wow, that's it. That's what I'm talking about. Flyboy, there is no way he's going to get out of this. The way that he's just stuck behind the tree, and with the zone closing in on him, he has to make a run for it. Maybe towards that Jeep. But a lot of damage on the side of PERSIJA EVOS, though.
Yeah, Suxy's already has been put down. Frenzy spotted, but outside of the blue, up close and personal with only a few HP. It's only a matter of time. One shot, or probably the zone is there. You have it. KAGENDRA, the Garudas take the winner chicken dinner. This increases the chance to reduce the gap between these two teams, and I love it. I love how this is working out. And also, just a little bit of information for you, Pika. Warden has been cheering for KAGENDRA for the longest time yesterday. So I guess, well, I know he's watching, and this is you, Warden, grabbing or seeing the performance of KAGENDRA.
Yeah, I actually saw his prediction too. This is what he got right. So it's one of those, man. Well, good stuff for Warden. If he predicted here, he'd go on a streak too. So beautiful stuff. But you know, at this point, they're still pretty close. If memory serves, with 11 elimination on the sides of PERSIJA EVOS, they're almost tied with how much KAGENDRA made off of this one. So beautiful stuff. And again, these teams that we were talking about, who are not as heavy hitting, or rather does not make that close call compared to the upper echelon, they are showing up. They're really on the chase here. So beautifully done. And a Flyboy, your boy right here, obviously just putting in a ton of work for the rest of KAGENDRA.
Yeah, I mean, this is well, despite of being a teamwork battle, like one or two will emerge with a lot of like statistics on their side. And KAGENDRA right here, with the split that they did, especially in the final moment, that is quite crucial but risky as well. It's a good thing that Frenzy was able to take a little bit of high ground and a compound to his zone, or to his side, that can give them, or that really gave them the advantage. But if you look at the teams to watch out for, this is PERSIJA EVOS, KAGENDRA, the ones who grabbed the winner in the chicken dinner, DEWA United, who managed to grab a lot of elimination, and T2K, and these are the teams that really are performing well in ERANGEL. So let's see if there will be a few more instances that we're going to see them fight it off. But I'm looking at how many of the throwables are being used, just to have a little bit of insight of what we'll be showing later. But speaking of insight, there's no need for insight because there's misery right now. 5 eliminations, 758 on damage, and 41.67, close to 42% on team contribution. I love seeing this number on team contribution because we know that this is a hard carry.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Not to take anything out of the teammates as well, but yeah, it really is this man's hour. So good stuff for Misery, not looking miserable at this point. A lot of joy. But I like this. This is very odd, and at the same time, I understand why. Look at how many players from DEWA, right? The DEWA, as I mentioned earlier, they were looking really dominant up until the last few moments of our circle. So it goes to show that they really had everybody nervous, right? I mean, look at the knockdowns they made. We have so much assists and eliminations as well. Right, we got EU over here. So I was really confident that it would go down to the wire with DEWA United, but yet again I'm proven wrong, because at this point it's really a KAGENDRA game.
Yeah, and well, at this point, despite of being a KAGENDRA taking the winner chicken dinner, PERSIJA EVOS really didn't let go. They didn't let up in elimination. They were really farming on those eliminations, thus they're the ones on top. But I would agree, this is what you mentioned, it's very close, only 1 point in between them, and well, it is still the battle for that 6 and 7 spot right here between these two teams. Who will be letting go? The team who will survive a little longer later in the matches. But with DEWA United, as you mentioned, it's still close. Even with 5 rank points, they managed to grab 16 in a total. And there you have it. Very close to 200 on the throws used. And Misery still in the board right now with a longest elimination distance.
I'm not surprised, you know, but at the same time, I'm not disappointed either. So this is really nicely done. You know, what stood out to me here are the numerous amounts of ambushes that we've seen in this particular game alone. Boom Esports had a really good cross map frag earlier on. I love that. Yeah. A lot of dipping from 7th Element, if you can recall. So there were a lot of third parties here. Quite a number of instances were in. There were good dive-ins and some moments that really broke my heart, especially the frag that took place underwater. So those were just really ironic for me. But still, this is a massive climb for BIGETRON, for Miracle VIEBS, still 185.
Right. And this is what we're talking about. Despite of them being taken down too soon, they are still on the board. The lead is still around the 50s, and it's very difficult to, like, the gap is very difficult to close. And well, they are confident with where they are right now, and I guess they can rest easy that they will not overtake it just yet. But hopefully it doesn't continue all throughout the rest of the day, because it might be easy for some of the team to catch up, especially if consistency will be on their side. Imagine if KAGENDRA or probably PERSIJA EVOS can continue the trail that they have from the 6th and 7th, then they might be moving higher compared to the others who are being taken down too soon. So let's see if that will be the case. But again, the battle continues right now as we end our 3rd match of ERANGEL. ERANGEL, though, is not yet out of the picture, not yet out of our list, because we will be right back in that game later on to the rest. But again, I really love how it's working out. We're going to introduce you to another map later on SANHOK, but I'm really happy on how it's turning up for Miracle VIEBS. They are slowing down right now. Let's see if they'll be able to move forward. But on a slowdown, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, SANHOK will be our game, our playing field, so don't go away.
It is time for a breath of fresh air this time around, ladies and gentlemen, as we move over to SANHOK, just taking a little swerve away from the usual. So we are back on the mic as well. We have Pika and Neptune here bringing you the action for Clash of the Giants Grand Final. So we witnessed a halt in the momentum of 4 Miracle VIEBS as we had a new contender trying to go for a streak for today.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to take the streak right here away from 4 Miracle VIEBS. But and when we look at the map of SANHOK and the performance of the teams right here, it still goes to the Mongolians. And proving us wrong probably would be some of the teams who will go in for the early engagement. But I doubt that this time around, especially with the rest that they have after being taken down early, they will go down that easy. But for those of you who are in here, we will not be letting you go that easily. Because if in case will be able to increase our viewership right now in YouTube to 50,000, then there is a chance for you, yes, you, to grab the AirPods as well as the iPhone 15 if we reach 7,000. Guys, mind everyone that we have already reached the 30,000. So, the HyperX headphones is already up for grabs. So make sure that you follow the instructions below so that you can qualify for the live draw.
Oh man, and you know, I for one am absolutely jealous that you guys got to reach that yesterday. But there's more than one chance here, ladies and gentlemen. You have a lot of time to gather everybody so that we can unlock these milestones moving forward. Now, speaking of moving forward, we have SANHOK once again. It's been a good minute since I actually saw this map, so this could be that scenery that our players would also want. You know, sometimes a little too much exposure on maybe the El Clasico or the land of sand can leave a bad taste in the mouths of our teams. But here we go for match number 10, SANHOK. We are back to the tropics, and I for one, you know, Neptune, this is one of my favorites.
Yeah, I mean, apart from, well, since you mentioned it's your favorite, which part of SANHOK is your favorite? Because I can point at a lot as well from my end, but I want to hear from you.
Paradise Resort, man! I am telling you, it is where our teams usually come to meet. It is the dual spot. It's also where it is also where the most cinematic moments are made, in my opinion. Because again, there's so many. There are so many areas within Paradise Resort that could go right or wrong. Depends on how you go about it. Now, I think this time around, I'll let you go first, but I do have an interesting pick, I'd say.
All right, so there's a chance for us to be right or wrong, as Pika mentioned. Well, SANHOK, I did mention already that they do have a chance, or Formidable Vibes do have a chance to take this one, because yesterday they had a lot of elimination in this game. So this time around, because this is going to be quick and they already lost one of the map, let me lock in Formidable Vibes in that prediction.
Okay. That's
was that the one that you're supposed to choose?
I was gonna, honestly. So,
I guess we can go for a double. I don't think production mind. We go the same. At least we lose the same if in case they lose.
Yeah, the 50-50 is really the name of the game here. So that's what it is. I'd say Formidable Vibes. I'm really not gonna shy away from that, because statistics have always proven right. You know, honestly, and even when they left, they caused enough destruction, enough mental damage as well from the team. So I'd say we're locking that in.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, like despite of them really not getting that winner chicken dinner from yesterday, it was Sem 9, to be honest, that they got that winner chicken dinner, but not so much of elimination. And in comparison, they had like Formidable Vibes had 5 on the placement points and then 14 on the elimination. It just the elimination itself adds up to the total points that Sem 9 has. So, like as you mentioned, despite of them going down early, they are still putting in a lot of damage. So I have to find out if that is the case. We do want to be proven wrong, and hopefully the other teams, which is not Formidable Vibes, can prove us wrong. Go ahead and grab that winner chicken dinner, because we want you to have that fighting chance.
Not only that, we don't want Formidable Vibes to have all the fun here, folks, because they've already shown us enough. But at the same time, I understand why this team right here, they want to go out pink. You know, they want to end every single game with that stamp, on their team names that we are dominant right now. I'd say the same for BIGETRON, but as of late, I don't think that the tides were really in their favor, as well as RRQ, because some of their fights, some of their gunfights, they really don't get to win, or maybe it's just really bad positioning, bad situations. Say they're ambushed, or some third party dips in, maybe lack of resources. But at this point, Formidable Vibes, and we're going to SANHOK, by the way, so this could be should be what they want. They've already played 3 games straight and won all of them. So having to rest out game number 3 might be what they needed. And what better welcome do we have than SANHOK?
Yeah, I mean, we are going into a much greener grass of SANHOK compared to ERANGEL. And guys, also mind, for those watching on YouTube right now, we are also live in TikTok, and thank you for the power being given by TikTok to live stream this and to share this broadcast all around. But make sure that you go back to the stream on YouTube, because again, we are targeting a different milestone. This is 50,000. So make sure that you followed us on TikTok, Esports Ruthless or Esports_Ruthless, so that we will be updated in some of the highlights. Pretty much most of the highlights in these matches will be showing up in that platform. So make sure that you make that follow, because in a bit, more action will be happening in the green grass of SANHOK. And well, really excited on who's going to end up in Paradise Resort.
Same. But apart from that, you know, all the camps are also very dangerous. Alpha, Charlie, Bravo, you name it. There's always going to be a problem there ensuing. A lot of teams waiting. But look at this. Look at the amount of deployment we have already. Just a few seconds in off of liftoff. It's already going to be catastrophic, to say the least.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Because if they start early, pretty much either way, left or right, north or south, they will be meeting each other. And I think it's towards the middle of the map that a lot of players, a lot of teams will be meeting up. But similar to what I said before, despite of this, well, let's scratch that, because engagement already happening, gunshots already happening. And it is between PERSIJA, EVOS, and STALWART Esports. So I think this has been going on for the longest time. Every time they jump into SANHOK and their group meet each other on the playoffs, this time around, there are no switching. They will be engaging, and we're just about to see who's going to win.
Very unfortunate Barracks encounter here for Esports and for PERSIJA EVOS. But there it is. We got Lynx and Redface already brought to their knees. Chocolate, they got a good amount of loot. I think that's really why they chose to be here so early, Neptune. They really want the good stuff. So look at what they have. They have the AKM, they have the M249s, the SK12s, and the Tommy guns over here. So all that firepower, I think that's what they're hanging on to. A bit of a wallbang attempt right here from Chocolate, but no, that's a little too solid, sir.
Exactly. The thing is, like, yes, you have plenty of loot, but at what cost?
Exactly.
From what we're seeing, STALWART Esports, though, they have a huge lead in terms of manpower, but there you have it.
Never mind.
STALWART Esports, and despite of STALWART Esports going down, Suxy from PERSIJA EVOS, if I'm not mistaken, is alone right now in that area. So he will be slowed down. They already have the 4 points though, but we don't want that to be the situation. On the other side, we have KAGENDRA right now meeting up with Hale, and Flyboy will not be flying, or rather, he will be flying back to the lobby.
Oh man, that is so unfortunate. And again, that's a bad start for STALWART Esports. So I'm not so sure if that was a move of greed, right? But maybe, just maybe, it really was the price that they were willing to pay in return, you know, for better firepower, I'd say, because the Barracks does have a good amount of loot. It kind of has a lot of weaponry for you to be able to withstand some fights. But of course, the other teams are not gonna let you get away with it easy.
Yep, definitely. And
same with Hale here. If I'm just gonna point this out, Joker already out of the picture.
Yeah, let's see if anyone else will be joining us in this picture. Hatin will be. A lot of teams has avoided this area. Oh, engagement. 1v2 situation. Going in for the flank. Not enough time for us to talk about anything else, because KAGENDRA really wants to end this right now. But how will he do it? It's a 1v3. And all he has to do is get away from that area, from that corner, and even shots from afar can damage him. And I'm not quite sure on how much meds he has taken. So let's see, how will he respond?
And Moscow having to play parkour over here, folks. Yeah, he does have a troop literally right next to him. They're flushing him out of this compound. So it's not always that we see this part of SANHOK actually. So this is pretty interesting to say the least. The entire squad of Hale, they're gonna try to fish him out of his comfort zone. But yep, just like that, Moscow, a little too much to handle. They are the first team to go.
Yep, first team
Oh,
to.
right, second, rather. Pardon me, the
Yeah.
second team to go. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because STALWART Esports has been taken out early, and there you have it. We have 2 or close to 3 because PERSIJA EVOS, as mentioned earlier, only Suxy remains, and Bigetron Red Villain is on the hunt. They heard the gunshots. They know that it died down. They are not quite sure though how many survived, so they're being cautious right now. But I believe with the general area that they are guarding, it's a matter of time before they see Zuxi and that in that place, and all they have to do is just roam around, take their sweet time, and they might be able to grab that 1 point. Like, why wait if it's only 1 or 2 points? So probably a good rotation can give them more.
Yeah, and I think they're also banking on the fact that maybe, just maybe this early on, they don't have enough weapons to maybe withstand a full squad, you know. But again, unfortunately earlier, Stalwart Esports, they had their hands full on some crazy firepower. So it's also a double-edged sword to say the least. If you land proper, then you get a good amount of loot. Speaking of loot, there we go. We have some airdrops underway. This could prove to be both beneficial and detrimental if you choose to engage blindly. So if any of these players, any of these teams would choose to go for it, might as well bring a vehicle with you.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the smart moves that you can have. Though there's not so much of open ground to drive the vehicle. But
Yeah,
it's
that's true.
still, yeah, there's still a good chance for you to easily exit if in case you're in a tight spot. So let's see if that is the case. I think Slim Sai left this vehicle right now because of the pressure being brought in by Bigetron Red Villains. But that was just pressure, not so much of damage. So as we can see, high ground's being taken by a lot of teams, and even XERXIA from across. So no engagement because of the greeneries, because of nature. That is what's saving them right now.
Complete opposite, folks, of how Miramar really looks. So this on the other hand, you have a lot of natural advantages, to be honest, and I mean that with puns too, because you have rocks, you got shrubberies, as you said, the trees, not to mention the amount of trees. You know, that's a very big deal when it comes to SANHOK, because just like that, would you be like a few inches to the right or to the left of any trees, you would already be hidden in plain sight. So that kind of puts a big deal. See how close the crosshairs originally of East is to, like, say, Superboy right there. If that was Superboy that I'm looking at, because you don't see anything.
Yeah, but again, this good angle being held by Apex.
Woo!
Oh my goodness, that is a great shot indeed from a long range, and I'm quite surprised why Boyzil. I'm pretty sure at his position he can hear the bullets already whizzing through his ears. But why he need to step out? The smartest way to do is move to the other side of the boulder, take a peek as to where the bullets are coming from, and probably take advantage. Or once you know where the position is by the opponent, that's where you like reposition and shoot back. But well, it is what it is.
I'm gonna have to agree with you on that one, Neptune, because originally those would have left trails already. Like, whether it's the audio cue of the weapons or even the bullets, you know, they do have to travel, so you're most likely gonna see where they headed. And if that hits your car, you know there's someone shooting at you. So quite kind of like a questionable call right there, and that kind of cost them. So let's see. I'm not so sure how this is gonna pan out for the rest of our teams, but so far we're going for a slow burn here, especially on the side of Bigetron. No encounters just yet. Or rather, no significant damages just yet. They just have a bunch of medical utility. And RRQ, they're taking refuge over here. So, but they do have contact. They can be careful.
Ooh, it's a solo player of Zuxi. Clutch happening. I think he did the job already in clutching, and
there it is.
That's done for him. But he could have gotten one, confirmed one, and then later on just deal with the 5 points that they have. But speaking of confirm, it's just a few confirmation remaining before Formidable Vibes goes down, and one knockdown already, or one confirmed elimination already, and East is the next target. They are out in the open, being grenaded easily, and Baron as well as Apex has little to do, or little can they do in this engagement.
Interesting stuff what we're seeing here, man. This village and these huts, or basically these houses right here, these compounds, they're very good hiding spots. Right? They provide very good cover, but they're very fragile, so you are vulnerable when it comes to wall banging. I love the fact that, oh man, oh super boy though, despite the attempts to go underneath, that is a frag right there, Karen Baron. Yeah. So that's very unfortunate. This is also the bad thing. See, Baron about to enter the house just got clipped, and now he's on his knees again. This is what I was really implying over there. Despite having left the line of sight of your opponents, once they know you're in somewhere, they're just gonna keep firing, man. Especially if you're already heavily damaged, they don't mind sparing those bullets. So
yeah. I think if it can cost a few bullets to confirm or get a few points, then they will do it. And Baron right now, as well as East, is bleeding out. Baron is bleeding out a little bit faster, and he will be taken out by Coops. And this is the reason why they are being eliminated one at a time, because they are in between a lot of players, a lot of opposing teams, and this is where you don't want to, this is what you don't want to happen to your team. It's only left to Apex or Doc right now for Formidable Vibes, but the battle continues all over. Freak was able to take down the one from BIGETRON Red Villains. Let's see if RRQ can pick up their downed member, and no mercy right now, really showing it's NIGMA Galaxies on his rights, but another team eliminated. BIGETRON Red Villains will be saying see you later.
Well teamed, and we're already this small in the circle. Okay, I mean, we've seen worse, right? We've seen crazier conditions, but this right here, and I think we're headed to boot camp. So if the circle does close in on boot camp, then we are bound to see a lot of CQCs, right? Like a lot of those close quarter combats. Yeah. It's gonna hurt. So you might wanna burn a little bit of time outside of it while you're at it. Like while these teams are not yet encountering anybody, might as well rack up on the utility. I'm not just talking about nades or mollies or anything like that. Also the medical supplies and vehicles if you can, because a little later on that's gonna come really handy, especially in the last few seconds of that encounter. No confirmed kills yet, but Megamind here might just go in, and he does.
There you have it, the second point of XERXIA. But I'm quite surprised that they are only getting their second, make that third elimination, because from earlier parts, I guess a few minutes before, they are quite aggressive in the kill feed for the knockdowns, but confirmation is not being done just yet. Apex right now going in, Victor in hand of Freak. This is a difficult position. UMP will not win, and that is a Victor that put him down.
Okay, what? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, you are hearing this right. For the first time in Clash of Giants, or at least from when me and Neptune actually predicted it, we both lose at the same exact time. So, yep, 4 Miracle Vibes out of there definitely. So, yeah, I guess it's safe to assume that maybe, just maybe, 4 Miracle Vibes really are going down. Just a little bit.
Yeah, or probably we just double jinxed him.
Yeah, too much jinxing, man. Like, one caster, sure, 2, that's too much, though.
But as we look at the teams right now, XMPL in trouble, being gunned down, and vehicles exploding. Oh no! Flips over, still on its tires, and T2K managed to get away. And a lot of teams giving them a lot of pressure, and really love to see this battle end in boot camp, because I would like to see those CQCs, smart moves as well. Because we've seen earlier how the bait and switch can work from Formidable Vibes. It's just unfortunate that they are in the middle of everyone else. But if that is a beta switch that is from room to room, where that will be offered by bootcamp, then it will be quite exciting, quite hype as well, while we are shouting all their names.
Oh my goodness. And don't look now, man. Both Genesis Esports and Sem9 do
Mhm.
not have any casualties just yet, so they could be playing that slow game once again. You know, if other teams fail to do it, just check it out. Genesis, they're completely healthy. I haven't even
Mhm.
seen them heal. So maybe they never really laid sight on anybody. Sem9 sure did take a little bit of damage, but
Yeah.
also if you look at it, Genesis, they're not anywhere near these hotspots so far. I mean, not even close to boot camp. They probably have sight of it already, but not really to the point of, I think, pushing in.
Yeah. For the side of 7-9, they are inching to be pushed by DEWA United. And it's a good plan as well for 7-9 to stick this area because there's a lot of cover that they can utilize in this game. And DEWA United even has the rush, but there's no hesitation. Foresight of Asa, two of their players has been good. Ready. They will try to fire back. And Lord right now, a few HP on him. And he needs to recover. Asa is already moving in. Shots from afar. And this will distract Asa. But up close and personal, Lord brings him down. RRQ is out for the count. And we are down to 10 teams.
Oh man, okay, 6 really brutal ways to go. I'll be very honest, man. None of them were honestly taken any lightly. Some of them had a really bad way to go, like last man standing. Some of them were actually flushed, just like what happened to Stalwart. So this is a very interesting game we're seeing right here. Now look at this. Teams I mentioned a while ago, specifically Sem9, has their hands full. Oh man, Hail out of there as well. Okay, so pretty brutal encounter they had there with 7th Element.
Yep, and 7-9 right now in the Jays, DEWA United, and this too, the healthy teams that we were talking about are the ones who's gumming them down. Because earlier we saw Genesis Esports also try to shoot and went in for a knockdown against DEWA United, but nope! You nukes right now as well, gay, but the double team didn't work for him. And on 9th, they will be taken down. 7-9 going for the battle. Again, I guess this is Genesis Esports. They will not be healthy anymore. One of these teams will be going down.
I love this. I actually like what's going on here. They have some on their knees, some of them taking a little bit of damage. So Genesis Esports, they could only wait for so long. Now they have no option. They have to take these fights. They're absolutely spotted by Sem9. A little bit of healing, a little bit of regeneration over there. And as I was saying it earlier, they had a brutal encounter. 7th Element is out of the picture as well. So, man, we're moving fast here with stage 5. A lot of vehicles all around the place. A lot of boulders to make this encounter a little bit more exhausting for these teams. So, Megamind as well from... we didn't see much of XERXIA actually. So, check them out. They have 4 eliminations already and no casualties. On paper, they are the healthiest team that we have, and they just might be waiting for that perfect opportunity to dip in.
Well, this is a good time for them to really take advantage of that opportunity because they are taking picks from all the engagements happening. 7-9 right now in a battle. Again, it's all shotgun gameplay, and it is 7-9 who goes down. Genesis Esports, though, still survive. Master Smile is still alive, and he is smiling together with Mernat Boy, if I'm not mistaken. But the healthiest team, one of the teams with a complete squad, XERXIA, just gets all good positions right now. They are holding all this boulder. Great chance for them to get away just in case they will be spotted and shot at. And as you can see, they are in a 1-3 split. So if anyone rushes in, they are ready to fire back.
Yeah, I gotta say that high ground advantage that they have so far, that's really impressive. With all this action going on, they just have a ticket that takes the big show, right? So they're just gonna wait for the rest, just like that. RNJ picking off whoever goes up the hill, and they do have a bit of a pinch here in the form of Boom Esports. So they are the third party here. So Boom Esports, and again, have a lot of utilities to work with. So XERXIA, as much as they would want to play pool, or they want to play rather in a flashy fashion, I don't think that's the option here. They just need to wait for anybody who would make the mistake of going uphill, or in this case, just trying to flush them out. They have the whole the upper hand covered. So let's check check them out. Look at where they are. The boot camp, they have perfect vantage point.
Ooh.
But Genesis, though, I think they're gonna be brave enough to go in. Same with Trade to Kill. It's 2-2 against an entire squad of XERXIA.
Yeah, and for Genesis Esports, I think they have a little bit of dip in there, a little bit of ridge they can hide out, but they need to deal with T2K first. And for XERXIA, two of them has already went in on the high ground. So location-wise, it's already secured for one, unless gunshots will be received right there. But as you can see, it's all engagement happening all throughout. It is not a huge circle anymore, and it's quite easy to see anyone. Master Smile will be brought down to his knees. Razy, only a few HP, and there it goes. Boom! Goes in, takes down Master Smile. And let's see, out of the team, who is the next target? Boom Esports right now, very close to Mernat Boy as well as Lord Mert.
Oh, it gets him.
Out for the count, now left with 5.
Man, that was really unfortunate because, again, you don't want to have to be a little too patient. You also have to be wise. But that's what happened to Genesis Esports right there, Neptune. They stalled a little too long. I did mention they were one of the healthier teams in the part of the stages. But now they, all of that, they could not withstand the gunfight. So now it is up to XERXIA, honestly, to maintain this wonderful momentum. I'd say Boom Esports as well, with 7 frags to their name. But XERXIA, I think they are going to play ambush here, man. They are going to play absolutely, how should I say this, really compact. They look at where they are, man. They're not overextending. They're just one cluster of players. Even if you look at the map right here, so tight-knit.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, the reason why I'm giving out a little bit of snicker is because, like, XERXIA is on one end, Boom Esports is on the other, and XERXIA is the one who knocked down one of Boom Esports. So they're battling each other, the ones unhealthy. They want to put each other down, but I think Shopper thinks otherwise. He has spotted one from MORPH GPX. Pepenk right now, shot at from the left. Needs to move a little bit, but there's nowhere, there's no more breathing room for him. They might be rushing him, and then XERXIA will take the high ground.
Man, if he gets one more shot, one more round to the body, he's gonna have to expend all of it. There it is. Tries to go for a smoke. Oh, beautiful stuff. And Razy is he's one more. He's one more body on the ground. So, but apparently we still have a line of hope. Some bit of hope for I'd say Boom, because even after one casualty, they do hold a lot of elimination so far. And even after Razy was taken, my gosh, what happened to Lord?
Naded. That is naded. And well, we're down to 3 teams. MORPH GPX. I don't think Pepenk will be surviving this because not like it's XERXIA already spotted him. So it's pretty much they're just waiting for him to get out of covers, and then he will be gunned down. But I'm really loving how it's... Oh yeah, finally Shopper beats him to it.
Man, I was about to say that still make this happen despite one casualty on their head. If they do position themselves right, there it. Oh no! The rain of fire from. Oh man, that was too much for Boom to take. Now we're down 3 versus 2 and 1 man down each. This is gonna be. I told you that this is gonna be close quarters at the very end. Face to face, and just like that, Team XERXIA with the proper positioning, the patience, and the firepower, able to close out map and game number 4 at SANHOK. Nicely done.
Yeah, XERXIA is are the snakes who slithered through SANHOK. Because we pointed out earlier, they were silent, but when we look at their stats, they already have 4 elimination. And then even all throughout, even when they are in view, they're not really rushing in. They're just shooting from across, and unsuspecting players, enemies, will be in there being gunned down, not knowing where to look, where to fire back. The XERXIA is taking advantage. And the Shopper right here really shopped for elimination. He grabbed 6 out of the 10 that they have. Not even given so much for the rest of the gang. And well, it is what it is right now. We have a Team XERXIA with a winner, and that is a full 20 points for them.
Yeah, you Can't go wrong with the hungry dog, and that's what Chopper is right now, man. And he's in the zone. He is in the zone. He's out for blood, and rightfully so. Look at what that got him, honestly. And he was really on a tear, honestly, frags wise. We've been seeing a lot of them, but yeah, the funny thing is he's really the one we saw, despite the fact that XERXIA was barely visible.
Yeah.
So it means that you really put in the work even away from our vision. I like that. I like that. And the way that we're proven wrong, and yes, boy, were we proven wrong. Because XERXIA, not really one of the teams that you hear from us every day that really get the chicken dinner, and now they prove themselves to be absolutely worthy. Like I said, man, before I had to close that out, the patience really paid off.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, with this map, SANHOK, not a lot of teams have the patience because of how close each team are to each other. And the moment they hear the gunshots or probably go in for a knockdown, the initial response would be to move out and run over or probably chase over them. But that is not the case for XERXIA, especially for Chopper, because the patience brought in a lot of elimination as well as this MVP for this guy. And that is not so much of a damage being brought in, pretty much some of which of the elimination has been stolen from other teams. But if you look at the contribution, another thing that I love, apart from those close to 50, is a contribution more than 50%.
There it is. Speaking of contribution, Chopper, again, he surprised us by racking up all these credentials, honestly, by piling them up without us actually even knowing it. Because a lot of the action ensued mid-island, but these guys, they were there. They were in when it really mattered, and you gotta hand it to them. You know. Now we did have a bit of a commercial here in the form of Akul and Tiger. So, but these are, in my opinion, especially for Tiger, that was more defensive than offensive. Because a lot of the attacking, well, you could have given them to another team. But right now, XERXIA, I think, was really balanced with their approach. Man, they were not hyperly trigger happy, or at least from what we've seen. But during the last circle, the positioning went well, the rush went well, and even their map advantage, right? They were on high ground for a majority of the time that we could see them, covering all the corners, and that led to a juicy 20 points. But you know, we also gotta give our hand to Boom Esports, right?
Okay. With 9 eliminations to their name, they also fought back well in those engagement. They grabbed that placement point of 6 because they are second, and it's only the unfortunate thing that they have to move from the high ground compound that really they were caught off guard by XERXIA. Even before they get close to each other, they are being gunned down already. But again, the plan of XERXIA is to beat them while they're far, and that's what they did. NIGMA Galaxy, though, another team that we didn't see so much, but grab a lot of elimination. But going into the stats right now, I'm pretty sure you're not loving the throwables. But if we think about it, we're looking at SANHOK, wherein there's not much use of throwable.
Yeah, you know, that's kind of expected, honestly. I wasn't even mad about it, you know, because here it's real. The name of the game is really ranged weaponry, honestly, because you got freeze, you got rocks. The compounds are very easy to penetrate as well. So yeah, that goes without saying. But still, on top, untouched, and with a 50-something point lead for Miracle VIEBS, still miles away, honestly, from BIGETRON. And I'd say the same for the teams that follow after.
Yeah, I mean, it's only Boom Esports who really moved up, and with the 2 spots, it's coming from the second page, and more of the movement will be happening in here on the second page of our leaderboards, only proving that it's either they didn't grab so much point to really overtake those on the first page, or a lot of those in the first page has been taken out early, and we are left with those second page who really are mixing it up and who's taking which spot. So as you can see, a little bit of a triple tie between Sem9, Hale Esports, and Genesis Esports. So different teams from different region. Let's see if they'll be able to cross over to the other side. But it is now over for SANHOK. We are down to 2 more maps in our Battle Royale scene, MIRAMAR as well as ERANGEL, and also we have a few more of those TDMs to be offered for today, because after SANHOK, we have a TDM set up for STALWART Esports as well as PERSIJA EVOS. So I love to see these close quarter engagement. This is a good practice as well for some of the teams. And compared to yesterday, only 2 of Team Deathmatch will be played today.
Yeah, but me personally, I think it's a good welcome back party for me having to see Team Deathmatch regardless, because it's as I mentioned, it's a breath of fresh air. SANHOK did that already, right? But yeah, TDM, it's not only a change of terrain, it's a change of mode. So me personally, I like this. Yeah, it's not the same 10 minutes we're gonna deal with the closing of play zones, but more on El Tradicional with the gunfight. So yeah, we're only doing a couple today. That's STALWART Esports. I'm putting my cards here, so I am.
Yeah, I mean, since it's only 2 options, and then there's 2 of us. You did mention STALWART Esports, so
yeah, but you can go for STALWART as well.
I mean, and this time, like, I'm going to go to the other way.
All right.
EVOS. So there you have it. No, we're not being asked of any prediction. We're just taking sides right now, and this is just our initiative. So let's see which team will be able to offer. And this woke me up a little bit when we thought that it's a. And because of the how SANHOK has brought in all those engagement, and you know how draining it is when a quick fight ends and then we have to transition to the other. But even before the transition, it woke me up. I have PJEV on my list. You have STALWART Esports. Team Deathmatch is about to start, and let's see. This is a show match though, but this is not just for show. This is for $100 for the winners.
Yeah, that's still no joke. Top from what you're gonna get should you place, and no one's gonna go home empty-handed, right? So here we go. And as we mentioned, with Team Deathmatch, I'd say just sorry to cut you right there, Neptune, but as I always say, it's really a matter of vantage point. So maybe who draws first blood starts to instill fear.
And I guess it is STALWART Esports who are instilling fear right now. But let's see if anyone can take advantage. Oh, what a links balancing it now. And a 2. But Choconut a little bit too near. A good angle to hold though. But I think they will be caught off guard. Red Phase catching a little bit of those shots. And he is now holding his ground. There's chance of recovery though. So that's one reason players are just hanging back the moment that they get hit. And it is just STALWART Esports all the way. 3 consecutive points already. And it goes in for the 4th. Finally, one goes down on the other side.
And quickly catching up, I'd say, of course, is PJEV over here, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, if you do secure this woodshed corner, you are going to get a lot of vantage point perks. Here we go, Lynx, just with this huge pile of cinder blocks, stopping those bullets coming his way. Now, okay, here we go. Icy just putting that lead once again. But I would be so honest right now to say that PJEV would not let this go easy. A while ago, they were on almost half disadvantage, almost half deficit. But they know that 10 minutes, a lot can happen here. So they want to establish that lead as much as possible. And there it is, tied up already.
I'm loving this version of Team Deathmatch right now because there's a lot of usage in grenades. Compared to the previous one that we've seen, it's more of gunshots, just more of rushing in. But this time around, like a lot of grenade elimination. And we don't see that often. And oh my goodness, you were just hiding out, reloading. Catches it. That was really on point. 2-point lead though by STALWART Esports, but I'm still not giving up for PERSIJA EVOS.
Oh, definitely not. Even I'm nervous at the very moment, you know, because look at how fast these sides can turn. Momentum, especially in Team Deathmatch, is very uncertain because even if you say you have like 5, I'd say I'm gonna put an ultimatum there. If you have 5 frags, it just takes 1 clean sweep from the other team to actually catch up. 14 and 15.
Exactly.
This is barely a gap, honestly. This is not really so much of a lead inside of STALWART. So one wrong move, one wrong peak, that could mean disaster.
Yeah, I mean, looking at how they're trading off those points, it looks like it go down the wire. Unless maybe, one guy will be able to grab a good hold or probably good position and take advantage of that pinch and then stop them from their spawn. So Action is one of the guys that can do so, similar to what we see. Oh no shot. Well, put him down, but when you look at the points right now, yes, they might have lost that one, but 5 make that 4 points already on the side of Stalwart Esports. PERSIJA EVOS will need to catch up.
And that they are doing, to be honest with you. Here we go. That's 4, just 4. I said it earlier, 5, that's still not a big lead, to be honest. It has to be a good double-digiter for you to be able to instill fear in on your opponents. 21-25, still in favor of Stalwart here. And remember, there is a bit of invincibility, so even if you do flank your opponents, you're going to have to be very careful in engaging, because that leaves you vulnerable, but they have a few seconds to spare. So in this case, I think Stalwart Esports, you notice how they started to slow down. A while ago, they were still pushing, but now they stayed at mid, just waiting for somebody to peek carelessly. And just like that, 6 frags, bigger gap on the side of Stalwart.
Yeah, they reach 30 already and inching to that target of 40, and not even 1 point going in for the side of PERSIJA EVOS. Now they need to regroup. They need to cover each other, but it is not working for them. Their flank and left is what is being caught off guard by Stalwart Esports with only 6 points. Make that 5. They are about to take the win. It is a huge gap. It's a huge lead. That's almost 10 right there, but there's still chance for catching up. But how much time do they have? They have plenty of time, but it is still for Stalwart Esports. 3 more to go, and they get this win.
7, 8. Last couple of frags here on the side of Stalwart, and this might be the morale boost that they need going to our next game. 1 frag away. It's actually going to be able to close this out. Who among Stalwart Esports is going to draw the last hurrah? And it was Action who delivered the final blow, granting them the victory. Congratulations to Stalwart Esports.
And congratulations to Pika for getting that right once again.
Loyalty,
loyalty for the brand. I mean, I'm really happy. At this point, again, the predictions, like we had the same prediction earlier this time around TDM. We were able to take one of the other side. But there you have it. Winner is Stalwart Esports. Unfortunately for PERSIJA EVOS, they will not grab that win, as well as the prize behind that team that much. But we are not yet over in this day. When we come back, it is still Miramar that will be the playing ground of these teams, and we know how it is in the desert dunes of Miramar. Long-range engagement, high ground advantage being taken advantage by these teams, and this is where it gets exciting. But we need to go for a quick break, so don't go away. And gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and we are still live for Clash of Giants Season 2. Earlier, we just saw a heated battle in SANHOK, followed by a team deathmatch, and now we are jumping into Miramar, and we are feeling the heat between all the teams who are in the grand finals. On the caster's desk, I am Neptune, the Gentleman Gaming. Together with me is the one and only Pika, who will bring the action to your screen. So listen up, and let's get fire up.
Man, I would dare say that XERXIA really brought their X factor in that game over at SANHOK, you know, and that alone gave me more confidence to say that you can never really tell who's gonna bag that winner chicken dinner, because only so far we've had 4 Miracle Vibes who streaked and got a couple winner chicken dinners today. So with these last 2 chances, I'm pretty sure these teams are going to pick up the pace too. They're going to want to chase that. You know, they've denied the powerhouse their streak already. But let's see if 4 Miracle Vibes have something to say about it.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, we've seen some of the teams really make their work easy at some point in SANHOK because of how close it is, and in Miramar, not a lot of teams have taken advantage of the distance. So far, 4 Miracle Vibes is one of the team that has a grab that 15 elimination as well as the winner chicken dinner in this map, and well, let's see if they have lost the beat that they have earlier, because even in ERANGEL, we were expecting them to really move up, but I guess they have plenty of rest already, and this might be the chance that we are waiting for 4 Miracle Vibes. But for those of you who are waiting for the giveaway, this is what we have to offer. Yesterday we have reached the 30,000 milestone. Even today we have reached that milestone, and we're only short a few more for the 50,000 watching on YouTube. So if you are watching right now, if you are here right now, go ahead and invite all your friends, because we want to grab that AirPods as well as a 7K watching on YouTube milestone for the iPhone 15. And for those of you who want to qualify, you need to follow Instagram, Discord, join the Discord server, and send us the screenshot so that you can get your token number. And all you have to do is wait for a live draw to grab these prizes.
We gotta jump in on the action here, folks. Again, there's an iPhone 15 at stake, so you guys must be thirsting over this brand new this brand new phone out to be given away to a lucky person who just happened to be number 70, you know, number 70K, to be honest. So it could be that, we'll never know. But we're gonna head right back to Miramar, and that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it is once again the land of sand, where the sun does not set and where the ranged fights are the most crucial. So, you know, there's the valley, there are the mountains, there are the hills, and a lot, I mean a lot of open space, ladies and gentlemen.
Alright, so since we're jumping into Miramar right now, I'm pretty sure we ask of our prediction. I'm going to ask you right now. I'm going to give this to you.
Yeah.
Who do you think, or who's your prediction in getting the winner chicken dinner in this map?
Okay, that's man, that's a big one. Okay, I know we're a little bit ahead of the curve here, and I do hope that Prod will not hate me for this, but I am actually bringing back my Stalwart Esports.
Okay.
I am bringing back my Stalwart. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that they've done so much as well in their performance right now, and it's more performance that can bring them up on leaderboard. So Stalwart Esports, for you, this might be your 3rd prediction being correct. For me, on my chance to tie up with you, I want to go with BIGETRON Red Villains. I mean, they did perform well in a previous Miramar map, but still a few more that they need to do so that they can grab that winner chicken dinner. So we have 2 teams from different region, and well, let's see who's going to grab that. We want to gear out from 4 Miracle Vibes right now, because they've done a lot, or they've done a lot in a sense that none of the teams, even BTR who's on 2nd place, can catch up just in one game. So hopefully it can be given to either Stalwart Esports or BIGETRON Red Villains, or other teams who are or who will be doing well in this game?
Yeah, I choose other teams, honestly. I kind of like that. Simply because, again, other teams, they always put a bit of spice in the mix. You know, I like that. And the way that XERXIA did it, oh man, I was caught off guard. And I had to really check them out. The moment that I saw, oh wow, there hasn't been a single engagement that we've seen, but XERXIA managed to stay intact, get 4 eliminations in the process, and we didn't know. Like we were just very lucky, I guess, that at the very end they showed up quite masterfully, right? I like that.
Yeah.
So maybe, for lack of a better term, I'd say, please, underdogs, just turn up. Honestly, this is the grand finals, so anything can still happen. We still have a couple more days after this, so that can prove to be the turning point for some of our teams, at least on the second page, right? So
right. Yeah, I mean, we do love to get those surprises, and one reason as well why we're not cheering all throughout for Miracle Vibes is because it doesn't bring that hype for even for the viewers, because of the performance that they've done so far. So we want the hype to come in to the other teams. We want to shout and see the clutch gameplays, great performances coming from other teams who need to catch up in points. So let's see if that is the case, or probably it will be. I mean, it can go either way. It can go 16 ways, just to be exact, because we have 16 teams.
That's true.
So we'll have. First off, we need to consider on the flight path, and then the drop spot, and then the first stage of the circle, because pretty much that's what dictates the pace of the game. And then after that, that is more of how they can rotate. So decision making needs to be done fairly and quickly by the team, so that they can move in onto each stage of the safe zone, and a little bit too safe, a little bit too cautious at this point, because as you mentioned, you don't want to be caught off guard in the open ground.
Hey, come on, it's Miramar we were talking about here. It kind of hurts to be defenseless when you're in Miramar. You know, it's one of those moments that, oh man, I wish there was a tree here. I wish there was I wish there was a rock nearby, right? I wish I had a car. But again, all of these are just wishful thinking, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna show you the action in just a few seconds, because the players and the teams are ready to fly off.
Yeah, well, let's see if we are going to see a favorable and forgiving flight path, because the Miramar itself, the map itself, is not that forgiving. Open grounds, high grounds, and that is where some teams need to make that decision. So buckle up, folks, because it's time for a change of scenery. We're trading the grassy fields and arid expanse to Miramar. Get ready for the showdown of the desert sand to begin. In a bit, we're going to see the flight path right now of this team, and we're excited as to where the battle will begin.
All right, so, oh man, I could only guess. This looks like another slash. Honestly, this looks like another diagonal path, but there it is. It is heavily diagonal, right? Like, oh man, but look at the early choice of RRQ to actually drop off near Puerto Paraíso, so that's really close to the water. This happened to us before. We've seen how the teams actually struggled after getting off of here, or at least with the circle landing here. So again, that's another problem to consider. We're seeing where the teams are getting off, but we don't know yet where fate will put them a little later when the circle appears.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already excited, and probably it will be somewhere north, having Cruz del Valle in the middle, or probably San Martin in the middle. But I love to see the ones that we've seen in the early parts, where it ended up on that small island right next to Impala. It's not impossible. It's not impossible, because we've seen that not only once, like a water gameplay, island ending of the stages, not only in Miramar but also ERANGEL. But that was a week 1 of the playoffs, and this time around, it's just right there in front of everyone else. No one will be traveling too far though, and well, let's see. The heated battle of Los Leones is about to begin. 2 teams already in here. Hale as well as Esports surrounding them are a lot of teams, as you mentioned. Oh no, RRQ and KAGENDRA. also meeting up in that Paraíso. So let's see if they'll be really seeing the engagement right now.
Oh, okay. This is. I told you this is a really early drop from RRQ, which is really unusual, honestly. But again, I think they have faith in this particular deployment. They're about to encounter Kagendra over here, so look at how quiet it is so far. I'm pretty sure that these pickups, they're making a lot of noise. They're making so much noise. So Moscow, at any given second, could actually engage. I'm not really so sure if the guns that he has right now will be able to take this. No one has ample amount of armor or health, I'd say. Yeah, maybe Asa, but
Yeah.
let's see. But everyone's so far away though, so first contact will definitely rattle the playing field.
Like my heart is pounding right now, especially for Asa, because he's quite close, and the way he's moving, he's already making all those sound cues, all those movement that can be taken advantage by Moscow. But I'm not quite sure if they have information, because as you can see, Hexus is already in there, and if in case Moscow has shown himself earlier or probably delayed as he goes in this room, like Hexus could have already seen him, and it's just a matter of time before these two players from RRQ takes him down. The question is, where are the rest of Kagendra, and will they be able to back him up in the perfect timing?
It looks like they're doing it a little too distant. Oh, there it is! Over the shoulder POV! Beautiful stuff from Asa over here. And all that build-up, he was able to pick up Moscow. Nice sense of awareness. He was able to pick that window with the over-the-shoulder shot. And that's what I was talking about. Was the firepower enough? I don't think so. And just like that, Moscow, the first casualty of our Miramar game. Oh my goodness, that was intense. That was so intense.
Yeah, I mean, I was so worried really for Moscow, and like I guess the worry really is something that you will be in, especially you're not only hearing Asa in there, but I believe you also have a little bit of a field of vision against Hexus, who is afar, and there you go, the response on Hexus. There goes the trade-off. Asa is now trying to go and chase him down. The question is, who will get the win? A little bit of pre-fire right now, Tommy gun in hand, and he will receive damage. Now, going in the next corner. No one is moving an inch, but Asa, I love how he's utilizing the perspective right here. And will he be able to take advantage of this against Kagendra? No, friends, he beats him to it.
Not this time. And vengeance falls on the side of Kagendra right now. They do have Moscow. They do have Moscow gone, but yes, there it is. As we returning the paper with the M49. A lot of crazy counters. Look at that! Look at that backup from zero. Beautiful stuff, and no mercy falls, man. RRQ dealt the bad hand with one elimination. Exits really early.
Kagendra, though they lost Moscow in the most unfortunate way, they managed to grab 4 points. So this is to thank Moscow. I would say because like it wouldn't be happening if in case Moscow was not taken down or was not cornered, because it gave the information for the rest of the gang of Kagendra to like get an angle against Asa and Hexus, and from that on, like it's just a matter of accuracy. Even up close and personal, we saw how battles has been won. But let's see if they continue on the battle and winning the battle, as there might be a little bit of slowdown right now because some of the teams are far off from each other, apart from those on Los Leones. And I believe it didn't start as we expected.
That's pretty sick, honestly. Not gonna lie. Okay, I'm gonna point this. I have not seen an SKS in a long time, and Pool actually has one. So, man, all right, that's a rare find. That's basically a diamond in the rough, you know. But there it is, another Mini 14. The hands of misery, and we know what kind of damage Mini 14 does here at Miramar. When you need range, you need speed, right? You need consistency, you need damage. That's your Mini 14.
That's what we often see, and I'm quite surprised as well if an SKS will be popping off right here. And the meta is more towards Mini 14. We love to see some who go in for the off-meta gameplay, but I won't be surprised if they switch it over, especially if they find Mini 14, because you know some advantages are already in that weapon. So let's see. Rotation being done by DEWA United. The question is where to? High ground probably is their target, like most of the team in Miramar. And hopefully they are prepared as well for long-range engagement, because this will really help them out catch all those points.
And yeah, it looks like this is going to be the plan. A little bit of stalling here, both for DEWA United, same Stalwart that we're seeing right now. These compounds, like I said, they don't really come easy. There are so many parts of this map that you really have to kind of tread softly before you can enter, because somebody might already be in it. Right, and there's no way to see it because some of these compounds, again, they don't have much windows, and not to mention you don't have any trees to hide. That's what I've been trying to imply to people. Not so much greenery. You see how dry this map is. So a lot of times, if when you get to high ground, you yourself are also visible. Unlike in SANHOK, when you're in high ground, there will be trees around you, so you can kind of take remnants. But right here, good vantage point from IC, just picking off a little bit of damage there.
I love that when he put up that ADS, he was like only a few adjustments to make those shots. But well, cover of the wall really made the other guy survive. Hale is now, as we can see, a few teams already ending on the outside of this blue, and let's see where the next stage. Oh, it's still next to the water. Now MORPH GPX though has a great advantage at this point, because they can take that edge of the beach and they can hide off from there. Knowing MORPH GPX, they are not moving that aggressive in this gameplay, especially with the position or with the placement that they have on the leaderboard, and they want to go for survivability first, but there's no battle. BIGETRON Red Villains, Gen Foss, what's happening? Challenge by PERSIJA EVOS. Lost one of their players, and the rest of BIGETRON Red Villains are just driving around away from this engagement.
Man, that's a very sad way to let the comrade go, but here we go. The rest of BIGETRON has to complete the mission, so had to exit right then and there, because it's for sure that PERSIJA EVOS, they're gonna flush out this compound. They have a lot of vehicles at hand too, so it's safe to say that they're gonna go back on that scouting. It's pretty early. We're at stage 2. A lot of teams are still looking rather strong, so PERSIJA EVOS, I think with that amount of engagements they were in, I think they can just take it slow. But I cannot say the same though with KAGENDRA a while ago. So yeah, 4 eliminations already, and I think they're still out for a kill.
They are hunting, they are farming, and it seems similar to what we've seen earlier from Miracle VIEBS. And there you have it, guys. That's right now. I believe this is coming, or this is overall. We'll have to find out, but we have the top 5 kills right now from 4 Miracle VIEBS, followed by 2 players of 4. So 3 technically from 4 Miracle VIEBS. Dot 922, East 922, and there goes Baron 922. Only missing 1. Need to catch up later on if in case they want to be put in there in a full board. But battle continues right now. Hale Esports Joker receives a lot of damage from the Doc himself, and this is what puts them on the board, because unsuspectingly they just fire at them and then bring them down.
I was talking about, this is the spot you do not want to be, out in the open. See, you got trees, you got some haystacks, but no, there's no cover here whatsoever, folks. And yeah, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this is not gonna save you if you do not have clear information. So to add to that, what you said, Neptune, I think those are, maybe, and I could be wrong as well, that those top fraggers could be for the grand finals alone. So that would make absolute sense. Granted, it's only day 2. So
right, exactly.
Here we go. More engagements right here from 4 Miracle VIEBS. They did lose East in the process already, so you gotta be super careful. There are still a lot of teams who are pretty safe with really good standings, and just waiting for them to slowly get picked off.
Yeah, speaking of being picked off, I'm slowly seeing BIGETRON Red Villains being picked off right now. Red Base in front, and there goes another one. This is
Oh,
unfortunate for my prediction. They are they are one of the teams being taken down quickly. Lapar, the only one remaining for this team. They are now on the losing streak. All they have to do is wait it out. Probably take a shot later on. We know how Lapar is, but solo against everyone else against 54 players, it's very unlikely that he can grab that winner chicken dinner.
oh man, if you don't actually have that that game sense to
Yeah.
transfer from one part of the map to another, hide when you can, it's gonna be so hard. And that's already difficult enough with a team. What more if you're alone? But
Right.
it's safe to assume right here that MORPH is also getting the short end of the stick here with one man down. Some of them taking a lot of damage. NIGMA Galaxy does have their sights on DEWA, however, so they're initiating. They are initiating for this gunfight to happen. Probably want to. Yep, there it is. KAGENDRA again, as we saw. They've been hyper aggressive so far. Got their own share of the winner chicken dinner as well. So, and it could be one of those days. I'm telling you, this is very arbitrary. Yes, I do have my predictions on Neptune.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell who's gonna come out on top here.
Definitely, and especially with positions being taken, like different positions being taken that might throw off the other teams. Like Nigma Galaxy right now, they're not taking the high grounds; they're really taking ridge. No, Lapar was able to brought down one of 4 miracle vibes. And the pickup can be done on Apex. And BIGETRON Red Villain second to go down right now. Predictions of Neptune is out of the window. But Nigma Galaxy right now will throw teams out the window as well. Get this vehicle gameplay in the rise. DEWA United is the ones being waited out and still available for them. Now let's see if they will be going for the split on those vehicles. Probably use this compound because they're already inside of the zone.
Yeah, you know, maybe this is exactly what they need, right? A bit of shade, bit of cover, just to maybe slow down the pace, get that blood pressure low, a little bit of ease for these teams. And I'm gonna point this straight up. PERSIJA EVOS already has 3 eliminations with no casualties. Boom has 0 casualties as well. And of course, my boys, STALWART Esports still, they do not have any eliminations whatsoever. So this is what we were talking about. A little bit of stalling, Neptune. This is what they're doing. Let's go back. This is all traditional battle royale style, right? Just weather out the storm, let the hurricane pass, and once the coast is clear, come rushing in. But of course, you can't be without your proper mentality, your proper game sense. Because if you just go in guns blazing, we've seen that happen, right? Some teams that flush anybody out just because you're thirsty for those frags, it's gonna prove to be absolutely not rewarding.
Yeah, especially if you're rushing in, not in a surprise manner. Yes, at some point you're expected, and like some of the teams, they hold compounds very strategically, holding like probably 3 or if not 2 corners, and then 1 on the second ground. That alone, if you rush in on the vehicle, like one good nade can knock down 2 of the players already. Now let's see if that is the case right now. Megamind has been taken down right here, probably by a grenade, and Earth's also feeling earth-shattering shots and explosion, and they are just in need of recovery, because T2K will not be living or giving up that easily. Arjun spotted on above, survived. Shopper takes down Jane and eliminates in the process. Love right now, I don't think there will be any love coming from this guy. Oh no! It is from
What?
a far Sem 9 Kenny S long range shot, eliminating T2K.
I am in shock right now. What was that shot? That was some wanted type of shot. I'm not even kidding. Oh, did you see how far across the map that was? Unbelievable. Okay, that I am convinced. Sem 9 is out for blood. They just gotta be super slow this time around. Gotta be careful because that was insane. And they're out in the open. Oh man, I am lost for words right now. That was a crazy shot.
Not a lot of teams can do that. Yeah, if you hold high ground and it's quite open from either side, you can make that shot. But from that moment, when it zooms in back to Kenny, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of shrubberies, a lot of trees, and even part of the compound that covers part of where where they are, T2K are. So it's not quite sure. Probably it's just our perspective that doesn't give that opening from that shot. But Kenny is something else. Probably that's the reason. What that's the meaning of his S. Kenny something else.
Or Kenny Snipes. That could be one of those.
Kenny
but-
Snipes.
So I do think that that's probably the maybe in the stats, right? The longest
Right.
frag that we've ever had to witness. That was absolutely insane. I'm still caught up with that. But here we go. Back to the drawing board and back to one of the most, I'd say, bloodthirsty teams we've had today. PERSIJA EVOS, I've never seen them this aggressive during the playoffs. So, oh, look at this. Even after the worst conditions. Does get a big backstab over here from T2K. But along the process, Divine falls as a casualty to Redface. So, yeah. I mean, this could be a paradox right here. I would dare say, Neptune, because you want to go in and you want to go for the kills, but are you gonna go for the eliminations as well? Because those two things are not easy to do.
Exactly. And well, speaking of elimination, we have a 7 element eliminated in this game. We're down to 12 teams remaining in this battle. PERSIJA EVOS with only 3 players. Lynx has already been eliminated, but managed to grab a lot of points, kill points, under their belt. Hail Esports now, no elimination points just yet, taking advantage of the position, and they might be targeting for Miracle Vibes, though. They have the advantage against four Miracle Vibes because they've lost one of their player. Let's see if it will be taken by either of the team. STALWART Esports right now being spotted by Sem9. It's only 2 remain for this team, and only 1 of elimination being done. But Hail Esports might have seen and felt XERXIA Esports Ridge being naded. C9 only heats 1, and as quickly as that, a bunch of utilities takes them down.
Team XERXIA, we would think that the momentum was still on their side after that stellar performance, but no. More teams have to say something about that, and here we go. Let's focus on 4 Miracle Vibes here. Oh, Genesis just goes out. Oh man. Okay, and we didn't see so much of them. I'll be very honest here, Neptune, for this game. So, not so much of action that we got to witness. And speaking of no action, my boys are STALWART Esports. I haven't seen them actually, but they're already down by 2. Taking a lot of gunfire maybe here on the side of Hail, but Hail still complete. Got 3 frags. They're probably one of the last 2 teams we're gonna see here alongside Boom, because we're already at stage 5. These teams are bound to clash. I like this. It's not always that we see this much obstruction here at Miramar. So if the circle does land in this formation, these teams will have enough cover a little bit. You know, they'll have enough stall periods for the other teams to come rushing into them. Now there we go. IC takes out Kenny. Are probably my sniper of the day, Neptune. I'll tell you that.
Well, let's see if they can pull off a few more snipes. And Kenny can still be recovered, I believe. But I would agree, this area right now that they are... There's a lot more of cover, but Joker taking advantage of the open area that STALWART Esports Choconat didn't went for cover that quickly. And recovery being done right now, but Esports is in a rush. See Sky as well as Tiger. Nades being cooked, being thrown, and Icy of the cake. No! Icy hits C Sky only. NC2 right now missing that corner, missing that shot. DBS being hurt. UMP on the other side will not work, and Joker will be one of the guys just waiting for the rest of the teams to die down because he is alone. And the STALWART Esports put up a good fight against Hail Esports.
Man, Joker's gonna have to make a lot of bargains to survive this one, man. This is not looking good for him. All of these teams have at least a couple players, and this is already stage 5 or 6, so not looking good here. Chocolate does feel a bit of that burn, literally. See this, the entirety of NIGMA, they're not actually all down yet. I mean, they're not actually out yet. They can still revive everybody. So this can still be an advantage. Boom. However, I still have not seen a serious push here on the side of Boom. So they just I feel they just want some placement here. So maybe trying to see if somebody's gonna take their spot from them. Oh man, ouch for Freak and for Miracle Vibes. A lot of retaliation. They want this again. I'll say that. They want this right back.
Definitely. I mean, might not be the same hunger that we've seen earlier for EVOS Miramar, but they are surviving for longest time. Coops has been knocked down in there by a nade, and unfortunately for the rest of NIGMA Galaxy, they don't have the that Doc was using to fire back at them. And, well, that is where they are losing in those close quarter engagement. Now, we have 10 teams remaining into this mix. We have only a couple of teams with a complete squad. Boom Esports as well as Sem9. Even PERSIJA EVOS and DEWA United. Let's include Fort Miracle Vibes. Didn't end up in this stage with full force. Now, Choconut right now is taking advantage of their position. They are on the edge and might be met by Sem9. I'm seeing a little bit of grenade being cooked right now. He falls down. Hopefully, that's not a disadvantage for them. But nope, Choconut right now still goes for the battle. And hey, Sports on the other hand will be eliminated. For Miracle Vibes also receiving a little bit of damage, or let's say a lot, against NIGMA Galaxy. Trade-off after trade-off on all sides. I'm loving this.
So am I. I'm telling you, my man. Sem9 right now, they're looking really dominant. So with 3 frags, yes, that's not a lot. PERSIJA EVOS right here, I'd say with those 8 frags, but with 1 casualty, I think they're hanging back. I haven't seen them in a hot minute, so maybe they're working on positioning here. Seeing as how the circle's gonna end, you see Red Face probably the closest among them. And there, I was about to say, look at the rest of those compounds. They do have at least 1 member from PJEV already. Oh, but that is a close. Choconut, you held on a little too long, I'd say. But Icy just returning the favor, taking out Depth. Man, they are still in this. They're still in this. But Sem9, I thought they were gonna stand the test. But Stalwart, man, this is what I was talking about, man. The hungrier the wolf, the bigger the threat.
Yeah, I love the position that they held as well. If you remember that scenario, like there's the stairs and then 2 rooms on either side of the stairs. One distraction can pull in a player to the right side, and that is where Icy took advantage of that. Pulled out the DBS, backstab all these players, eliminated Sem9, and it's like smarts, I would say. Smarts that has been pulled by Stalwart Esports. Stalling might be their game. Thus the name Stalwarts.
Fairly enough, man. And here, the bad thing though is that Stalwart Esports has their backs on the play zone, so they might have to abandon that really soon. For Miracle Vibes, however, they still feel themselves really going at it. They have 5 eliminations already, and here, this is what we were talking about. NIGMA Galaxy, it was only a matter of time before they also bid adieu. So at this point, the predators of the field, we have PERSIJA EVOS here with 3 players still remaining and already 8 frags to their name. Just they can take 2 and it's almost as good as a chicken dinner. But
exactly,
with 4 members, Neptune, 4 and only 1 elimination, they are definitely playing this ever so patiently.
Yeah, they're playing it for ranks right now. And Stalwart Sports, when we thought that they are about to survive, pulls in the vehicle and falls into the ridge as well as the clutches of PERSIJA EVOS. There goes the 2 points that you were asking for. They did grab the additional 2 points, and it's close to that winner chicken dinner as well. PERSIJA EVOS still on hunt. It's Boom Esports. They are targeting Yumi right now. Yummy rather is just proning and healing up on the other side, and Red Face on the flank. I think have a good view, and distraction of misery can cost them a few more of those eliminations. So let's see if they'll be able to pull it off because it is getting close. Stage 7 right now and 20 seconds to spare.
Man, reaching another two-digit mark here. Care of PERSIJA EVOS. This team right here, man, they're really impressing me so far because they actually are the ones instilling the push.
Mhm.
They are the ones raiding the compounds, man. They've had their vehicles with them the whole time, and whenever they could, they are gonna flush someone out, no questions asked. So
Yeah.
the team that could probably be who could take them on. I'd say it could be DEWA. With still 3 players remaining, they look healthy enough, but at the same time, I don't think they're going to be hyperly aggressive. They're okay with these stats. They're okay with these amount of players on their side. And with 6 teams remaining, and already at
Mhm.
stage 8, by the way, this could be absolute chaos at the very end. So, here. PERSIJA EVOS, they're down by 1. I don't think there's enough time to revive without being seen.
Yeah.
There's a
I
huge
mean-
chance they're gonna be spotted.
Exactly. Even with a buggy right now in front of them, Suxy will be out in the open unless a smoke will be thrown at them. Thank you very much, Misery, for the smoke. That's the cover that they need, but also a little bit of risky because once there will be nade that can be thrown into the mix. But I guess they did survive right now. And let's find out a little bit of help for the side of 4 Miracle Vibes to distract DEWA United. But let's see if the battle will continue from the side of PERSIJA EVOS. They pull out, rushes in, goes for the flank, and Red Face goes down once again from the hands of Nooks. He just caught them off guard. Backstab capability being taken advantage by DEWA United.
Yeah, and they have to make haste here because they're down to the last 4. They have good enough points, but not good enough to consider it a tough, for elimination. They do have to come in for the kill. Here we go, Zuxi. He does put another one to the body count. He does pay a bit of a price for it now. The rest of Boom, yep, and yeah, I was about to say that. Out in the open, it is basically running for the hills here, literally for these teams. Neptune too close for comfort, and despite all this, I know that PERSIJA EVOS can sleep slightly better with already 11 frags to their name.
Oh yeah. They make that 12 right now, and
definitely.
still continuing on.
No
Red
way!
Face gets a knockdown against DEWA United, and they have been eliminated right now. It is Daybot who saves the day for DEWA United. Now let's see. It will be a 2v2, but no time for recovery as well as a and even as he reloads,
Yeah.
4 Miracle Vibes Apex. The Apex Predator spots him in the sand, and the winner chicken dinner for the 3rd time by 4 Miracle Vibes is here.
Unbelievable showing for 4 Miracle Vibes. Just when we thought that they could not wreak more havoc than they did, Neptune. They go right back at it for the 3rd victory of the day. So I cannot say any more commendations, any more praises for Miracle Vibes because this is just like a normal day at the office.
Yeah.
For Miracle Vibes, beautiful stuff. Yes, not a 2-digiter in eliminations, but of course, racking that up with your placement, still a good chunky 18 to add to the board. Now, this just further broadens the gap, between them and the next best team.
Yeah. I mean, since you're using the Office reference earlier, they just had a couple of rest days or rest games, I would say. And well, unfortunately for East though, didn't have elimination earlier, so I guess he have the spotlight already. Apex is the one with most of the elimination right here, plus the last one that we saw, and Doc as well as Baron 922. So let's see if how will this change their placement on the road to MVP, because I'm pretty sure they want all of these players. And again, the only position that you want to be in, especially in those individual prizes, is to battle against yourselves, because either way, I'm pretty sure either way, if one of these players grab that MVP, they are celebrating all together.
Man, celebrate they should, man. I'm telling you straight up, these boys right here, they already accomplished more than they needed to today. not only did they, I think it's safe to say at this point they're about 60 to 70 points ahead of the next best team. So BIGETRON didn't actually turn up as well as they should have. As well as say NIGMA Galaxy. So these are the usual suspects that we see on top of the charts. But man, for Miracle Vibes continuing to be the top dogs of the field. This is their yard so far, man. Especially for day number 2 of the Grand Finals. I don't know if there's gonna be anybody who can catch up to that. Honestly, I'm not being pessimistic over here, but man, that's a big space in between. And you know, I'll be honest as well. I like the fact that East did not actually become the dominant force on this one, because he was really hogging up the spotlight in the best of ways, of course, in the previous games.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. Couldn't agree more to your comment about East, but I'm pretty sure he would give more for the team in terms of performance. But as we look at the teams to watch out for, we have PERSIJA EVOS here, and utilities has been utilized so much. 24 frag grenades and 30 in the smoke, and then 5 mollies. And compared to, I would say, for Miracle Vibes, they didn't put out so much because they need not to. The like weaponries, the bullets that is flying through, that is enough for them. Now for KAGENDRA, they have a lot to work with in survivability, but this time around, our MVP is Redface from PERSIJA EVO. 7 elimination and 1200, close to 1300 onto that damage. And also, one thing that I love to see, more than 50% in team contribution. Well, imagine, with 7 elimination, pretty much that's above from the rest of the team.
Yeah, can I be honest, man? Redface, he was really one of the names that we saw a lot, lot of times. So that did not come as a surprise to me. But yes, I could have given it to members of Miracle Vibes, but yeah, it's Redface. I mean, just look at the damage he's dealt. So comparative to the next one, which is Misery, that's still quite a big leap, right? But
yeah,
look at our standings right now. Despite the fact that we've had Miracle Vibes as MVP, a lot of the work really came from PERSIJA EVO. So
yep,
I'd say it's really unpredictable at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that, let's say, I think it's past the halfway mark that Miracle Vibes didn't get so much in terms of elimination, and that they will not be taking that #1 spot. It is PERSIJA EVOS.
Yeah.
13 elimination. Imagine 13 elimination. They did a lot in what they can do at this point, and props to this team. Well, again, we've seen so much of great engagement, especially those that we thought they will be losing, but they are still in this fight. Miracle Vibes, though, is tied with them with 18 as well, and KAGENDRA with 11. Both of them from Miracle Vibes has 8 elimination. And for DEWA United, they focus more on placement. And for STALWART Esports, despite of only having 1 under rank points, the damage, especially with Icy, and I forgot which one was it, but Icy and Chocolate for STALWART, if I'm getting my names right, they grab a lot more of elimination even after ending up as a duo.
Yeah, that's true. Chocolate, I saw a lot of them. Ice really was the man of the hour, but man, did I like what I saw. Here we go, 260 folks. That's 260 nades. So imagine the hellfire that ensued all over Miramar a little earlier, and this was not the shot I was expecting, but.
Yeah,
I'm not so sure. I don't think this was super poor, right? But this longest elimination was probably Kenny. Yes, I'm just one to assume. Okay. But...
I mean, Kenny is the guy that we saw make the shot.
Yeah. So...
I'm not quite sure if it's on a similar scenario or probably just a few meters longer. But we were hoping that Kenny was in that board.
Me too. I really did.
Let's head over to the overall rankings right now. First team to cross over the double century mark. 204 total points. And elimination alone, that's 100 already. Can you beat that? That is the question for everyone. go ahead and beat that 100 elimination. But BIGETRON Red Villains in there, not so close on second place, and NIGMA Galaxy on third place. T2K right now being brought in are still on the second page, and MORPH GX as well as Team XERXIA, the only team that move against each other. Probably it's because of the 1 point difference between them.
I'm actually nervous for Sem9, right? Because if Sem9 does not rack up at least 10 from here, then Train to Kill will definitely trump them and put them down, because we don't know how the rest of this is going to mix up. Sem9 was doing really well too, I'm not going to lie, especially since they've had a good amount of eliminations earlier on.
Yeah.
And they survived a little longer than I thought they would, honestly speaking. So I'm pretty hopeful that Sem9 for the next game, for the final game by the way, can pull something right out of the hat. But you know what? I'm keeping it real kosher. I'm gonna keep it simple. I still think that STALWART Esports will have a shot maybe in the final step. I'm not so sure. But you know, you gotta stick with your guns. So ladies and gentlemen, before we cap off the evening with our final game, Clash of Giants, we're gonna return. Pika and Neptune will be here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the and this is still the Clash of Giants Season 2. On the caster says I am Gentleman Gaming. Together with me is Pika, and we are heading to the last final game for today. We are now jumping back to our OG map ERANGEL after so many grueling battles. And this is one question for the top team. Will 4 Miracle Vibes beat the record of 3 winner chicken dinner for the single day? Because so far, if they do make that 4, they have taken that record.
Not only that, it's almost apparent that they are gonna seal the deal of being the top, the top team of our grand finals, because no one has ever done that. As I mentioned before, before we resumed, 3 I have witnessed, and it has happened. We're looking at it right now, but 4, that is more than just top dog manner. That is absolutely monstrous dominance, I would say. Because I think that 4 Miracle 5, the way that they're going about this, they're just winging everything. They're no longer planning at this point. They are just playing according to their heart's content. But speaking of heart's content here, folks, we were so happy to have reached the 30,000 watches on YouTube. And because of that, we gave away 5 HyperX headphones. Should we reach that 50K mark, we have 2 AirPods, and last but not least, 70K. That is 1 iPhone 15. So yes, Neptune, I am in dire need of trying to participate for this one. But of course, we call on everybody to try to honestly push their luck for this one. But it's not just luck. You have to grind it out, let your friends know, share the stream, and we could just be on our way there.
Definitely invite everyone that you can invite to watch the stream. Let us reach that 70,000 watching on YouTube, and also follow the way to enter that giveaway. But for a recap of today's matches from ERANGEL, the first ERANGEL, we have seen 4 Miracle Vibes grab the highest elimination day, that is 17, and they are the ones taking the winner chicken dinner, followed by MIRAMAR's winner dinner. This time around a little bit That's only 15. But KAGENDRA stole one ERANGEL map against everyone else, and they are now a little bit higher in leaderboard. XERXIA also took that SANHOK, but on MIRAMAR for Miracle VIEBS once again took that. And we would like to see quadruple winner chicken dinner right now. Not because earlier we were gearing not to choose for Miracle VIEBS, but now we want to see records being beat. And with that said, for me, I'm going to gear not choosing for Miracle VIEBS for prediction. But how about you?
Yeah, actually, I don't. To be honest, maybe not this early, not this prematurely.
Okay.
But I'm not gonna stick with Stalwart though. That's
Who are you choosing this time?
You go first.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go back to RRQ. Probably they have they will find that that fire in them, but I'm not really like, I'm not seeing that yet. I saw that earlier, but not seeing this time around second half. So hopefully this is the last chance that they will show up.
Okay. I have a kind of a weird hope. Yeah, Roger, you're not gonna make this. I'm kind of a huge risk, but at the same time, I kind of feel like they're doing a lot better than I expect. DEWA United.
Oh yeah, I mean, in terms of like survivability, they place themselves in the best position ever to if not survive with a complete squad, at least with 3 towards the end. And that's where they fell off at some point. But I would agree with you. They have a good chance of grabbing that winner chicken dinner. So
the improvement, man, it's so drastic. I like
exactly.
It. I like it.
Exactly. I love what's now. The thing is, both of these teams are coming from India, and well, it's just up to them to really prove us right, or probably the other teams to prove us wrong. But we are jumping in the last game of ERANGEL right now. It gets exciting. OG map over, a lot of hiding spot, a lot of open areas. Well, potential of another water final circle might happen, but that would depend on how the gods of RNG will be showing up this time around. We are excited. Well, not excited to end the show, but excited to see the last match of this day.
Yeah, you know, I for one I'm all in for outcome. So I cannot wait to see how this is gonna pan out, because some of these teams, man, even if they do not close out the winner chicken dinner, they show us spectacular plays, right? If you're gonna decipher the small bits and pieces of how they're playing, one such is PERSIJA. I was gonna go for PERSIJA, but I do think that maybe their engine has run out. Just my take, because they've been going on the offensive for so long. How many games have they been super aggressive? That's 5. So it could be one of those moments that the gas has already been left empty. So, but DEWA United, like for the last few games that we had, they were placing pretty okay. Maybe not top 5, maybe not even 8. But it gradually got better along the way. They started to position themselves a lot better. You said that a while ago too. They were a bit wiser than we saw them. So I'm putting a little bit of a risk here when it comes to the prediction, and I don't really mind being proven wrong. It's just that I have faith in these underdogs, in rankings. That is, in rankings, not in skill, of course.
Oh yeah, definitely. And well, right now we are just waiting as to of the teams. Again, we are dealing with 3 regions. Let me correct myself. I know I keep mentioning only 2 regions, but we are dealing with 3 regions. We have Southeast Asia, South Asia, as well as Arabia, or MEA, in the mix, because we also have that. And apologies for the team from that region. I'm pretty sure that some of the fans out there might have taken it otherwise, but we have NIGMA Galaxy representing Iraq, so that's one thing that we want to see really improve on how many from different regions will be included in tournaments just like these. But anyways, we are getting ready for the final match of today. The map is ERANGEL. And the number of matches that has been done and taken by 4 Miracle Vibes is already 3. Let's see if this is their 4.
Man, and I don't know, man. I don't want to be proven right, but at the same time, I also don't want to be wrong because I really believe in DEWA. And I'm such a big fan of how they've been slowly getting up there. Because that's how you can prove that it's an actual grind, right? It is one of those moments wherein we know for a fact that if you just strive hard enough, then you're gonna get a big piece of that pie. So yeah, Erangel, this is an even playing field, I would dare say. It do be the basics, but at the same time, this is exactly where 4 Miracle Vibes kept winning. So, oh man.
Yeah, let's see if they will be able to do the same, because as we are looking at flight path right now, or no flight path as the plane, they will be going for the early drop, passing through Sosnovka military base. This is coming from south to the north, and there you have it. Stalwart Esports, I'm pretty sure they're heading to Novorevnoye, and 4 Miracle Vibes will be heading to the main military base, and DEWA United will be going towards probably Ferry Pier or Primor. So some of the teams right now is already spreading out early. It's probably because the flight path is in the middle of our Erangel map.
Man, this is tricky. It's a straight line too. You know, that's what I kind of dread this every now and then, because the straight line will only mean dispersing on both sides. Like it will only mean one outside, or a lot of teams outside, some teams inside. And look at it, it's almost a legitimate 50% cut, right? If you look at it ever so closely, it's almost really a vertical partition for the entirety of Erangel. But look at this, very bravely, for a Miracle Vibe and a Stalwart Esports, they're gonna clash really soon here in Sosnovka, because who in their right minds would land right in the military base, right? Who would?
Yeah, the thing is, I think even if Stalwart Esports will be moving far away, that short freak right now, really going in freakly in that engagement, seeing Rocky probably missing. Rocky has must have missed getting this vehicle. Thus, he had been taking advantage of NIGMA Galaxy, and well, it is what it is. The early parts, even without any weaponry, you can still make all those elimination. Now, going back to the point, despite of Stalwart Esports heading towards Novorevnoye, trying to get away from 4 Miracle Vibes, I'm pretty sure with the placement of the first stage, they will meet up probably on the southern side, or probably onto the bridge, because if I'm not mistaken, the map still covers part of the bridge, so camping is possible. A huge possibility as well is the other ones who already on the other side of the bridge are the ones who can stop 4 Miracle Vibes or Stalwart Esports, making Stalwart Esports move to the east bridge and move up further.
That's true. They're gonna go for an absolute roadblock, or interception, basically. So I like that. I like how they're thinking so far. And being the first couple teams who went to the military base, they have access to all sorts of the good stuff, right? So it goes without saying that maybe later on, once they're able to encounter some of these teams, then the gunfight won't be one-sided at all. I can say that right now. Train to Kill, however, just taking their sweet time. And here we go. Love with an M249 already and a DP28. These are both LMG. So, man, Love must have some strong shoulders to be able to sprint around and voice that up when he needs to. But again, jokes aside, we have a lot of action coming our way. Maybe, just maybe, on the second circle. I'd say these teams, they're gonna tread this low. We've seen this happen before. That whenever it's quiet, we get a big shocker, just like what happened to Rocky. Like the moment we laid eyes on Rocky, he was already holding his sternum, already on all fours. So it's always those jump scares that we could never get over it. But yeah,
exactly. I mean, this is what you usually call for the storm, because we don't see so much of engagement compared to the other Erangel map scene. Usually there's already initial engagement, one team going down, or probably one team losing their players. Well, not like how Rocky went out, but in like in the traditional manner of shooting it out. But right now it's so quiet. Everyone is free for looting. Even the other players, other teams have managed to get all their rotation early already using their vehicles. And to be honest, I'm not liking the quiet, but I love what will follow next.
I don't know, man. I could predict at this point. I could predict, but never spoil. You know, I just want to play this by ear right now. These players are just giving us a hard time on making any other calls, to be honest. Because I told you, man, they're not gonna go. They're not gonna go powerfully on this early. I can already
Yeah.
feel it. So the first casualty we saw, that was just Rocky, and unfortunate circumstance, right? He didn't even get gunned down. He was literally run down. I know he
Oh,
did get shot with small arms fire, but that's again, that's just unfortunate circumstance. So far, I see the name of the game here is just basically looting, a little bit of resource gathering, and it's safe to say that it's just comms, a lot of comms, right? So
Right.
here, this team right here having to wear the black clothing after what happened to Rocky a little earlier on. They know that they're at a massive disadvantage, super big disadvantage. So they have to play it a little more cautiously, I would dare say. And would you think that MORPH also is on a bit of a slump rather, a bit of a slump when it comes to performance? Because I haven't seen any more. I'll just be real. Any more powerful plays from MORPH so far.
Actually, that's quite true because from when we saw them, when I saw them in major tournaments, like this is not the MORPH that we often see. No, I often see, and especially with the side of Rocky, he's well, just unfortunate for today, but with the side of Rocky, he's just the one who initiates battle, and then the rest of the team will be following it up. They go for engagement. They know how to rush and place themselves. And then later on, that's when they stay quiet, repeat, cycle, and then repeat cycle all over again until the final moment. But at this point, probably it's with the inclusion of the other teams because we all know that in different region, at some point, some are using different metas. There are different tactics being used by different region. Probably it's because the state of mind that they've set to their players, or with how everyone is watching all the the stuff that has been happening all throughout the game in different regions. Because at some point I barely watch other regions gameplay. I don't have so much of information, and everything that I'm adapting is the ones in Southeast Asia. So thus there is quite a difference in terms of tactics.
I understand. Yeah, there are some regions who choose to be more aggressive, right? Like, I have seen that myself. So I don't want to pinpoint who those are because that might be a bit of a giveaway. Because some teams can change that up when they want to.
Oh
But
yeah.
yeah, you know, some teams definitely they prefer that approach. They prefer establishing dominance right then and there. So yeah, crazy stuff right here from Doc. I think it's a huge risk, buggying and actually staying outside of the play zone with only one medkit. So this is a pretty risky call. Not to mention the teammates are a bit far,
Ooh.
quite distant from each other. So speaking of which, there's Icy. There's Chocolate, so yeah, they can still withstand stage 1. And we've had no eliminations. Just like I said, man, there has been no eliminations this early on.
Ooh.
Pretty slow burn for all our teams.
Baron has been knocked down though
Yeah,
by
there is.
Stalwart Esports, so this might be the initiation of eliminations done probably by just players or a complete squad. But there you go. Kill feed. There's a follow-up right there happening on the other side. It's NIGMA Galaxy going against 7 Element, and Lord has already been knocked down. Let's see who else will be going down Frick right now. Dwine trying to take down Divine, but Divine, we know he can get away. T24 is also part of this gameplay, and Gokubot might be picked up, but the slow burn coming from that Molotov will confirm him. No, it was Coops who beat him to it.
Man, I'll say this straight. I do think that the way that 7 Element is playing this right now is pretty 50-50.
Yeah.
You know, I'm thinking if maybe Gunpower. He actually changed his name already with no Gunpower. So we are so sorry for jinxing you so many times. But yeah,
Oh yeah.
I think some of their plays are 50-50. Sometimes they go slow, sometimes they go fast, sometimes they drop early, sometimes they don't. So
Mhm.
maybe they're trying all the possible ways to approach these games, on different days. So I think that kind of cost Seventh Element a lot. I have not seen them pop up for quite a bit.
Yeah.
So they belong for a team that maybe have plateaued or even slowed down.
Ooh,
Pretty
let's see the
unfortunate.
battle. Yeah, I would agree with you. I mean, there are some right now who will slow down in their performance. Sorry, just got excited that Superboy just went in the 1v2
No
and
way.
it wins that clutch. They were united, and I was just so caught. I was listening, but I was just so caught up in the situation he was in, because like, will he be catching that grenade or the ones who were able to throw that grenade? And it worked either way. He didn't hit anyone with a grenade. He was not hit with a grenade, but 1v2 situation. Oh my goodness, it's very difficult in the early stage, just like that.
Okay, well, there goes DEWA, guys. And I'm so sorry. I did take a risk on my prediction, but there it is. So DEWA's on out of there, and they were the second team to be eliminated. So man, okay, I was proven wrong. I'll take that. I'll take the risk of that. But back to the action. Boom Esports once again teeing off. Yolo already has one to his name, and this is what you were talking about, the beach. When you
Yeah.
get a good vantage point at the beach, you're both taking a risk and at the same time, placing yourself properly. You got the cars over
Mhm.
there. We've seen the Seventh Element actually capitalize on this position
Yeah.
a few days ago. So maybe this will work the same way for Boom. But at this point, it's too early because you do not have the safe zone behind you so close just yet. So
Mhm.
somebody from the opposite end of the beach could still fish you out. Gotta be careful here.
Ooh. So, well, the thing is, for the side of T2K, they were off in their position because the next stage moved in a little bit into the.
Hmm.
So they need to move, and in their approach, they will be meeting up with Boom Esports.
That's true. That's true. And you would actually think that the beach would be one of the more unsafe spots to say the
Hmm.
least. If you're back on the play zone, that could actually be a very very good spot. We saw some of the players last long. I'm not gonna say it's foolproof, no, but
Yeah.
it could actually buy you some time, to properly assess the situation, because compounds are pretty cliche already here at Erangel. So hiding in the houses, hiding in huts, that's pretty common sense. And then the beach, again, the vantage point is all yours, good high ground. So maybe, just maybe, that's what they're going for. PERSIJA EVOS, however, they already lost Red Face. While one of the most dominant players, I'd say, earlier on. I
Yeah.
like him. I really like how Red Face performed. But yeah, sad to say, this is not his game.
Yep. This time around, not his game. Redface is one of the MVP that we had earlier for
Yes.
Procedure Evos. And let's see, Moscow has been taken down though on his knees. The same goes for Zero and Flyboy, the only one remaining for Kagendra. They are being targeted by Sam9.
Mhm.
Too bold right now with only a few HP, standing out in the open and just throwing out. Tam right now might be going down, and
Hey.
so he did. And let's see, follow up.
Oh
Oh, DPS gameplay as well as Flyboy with AKM. Def right now will need to rush in a
no!
little bit, and
Are you
finally,
serious? Okay.
finally has been brought down in here, and a huge chance for Sem9 to recover their two fallen comrades. Doc right now in here might be in trouble, 2 or 3 in front of them, and East on the other hand is still knocked down. No or little chance for the other members
Wait,
of Four Miracle Vice to pick him up. He'll
he just passed him.
almost
He just passed
almost
him.
follow up though.
Okay, so he's not gonna be able to survive this encounter. No, it was too much of a
Nah,
long shot.
nah.
No, man. Okay, you fooled me once. Shame on you. Yeah, you can't go for doubles here. But yeah, good stuff. Sadly though, there it is. That's what I was talking about. PERSIJA Evos. But yeah, I was wrong in saying that maybe just maybe the DEWA United would have done better. But yeah, they proved this right. PERSIJA EVOS, I told you, they lost gas already, so they weren't gonna be as aggressive anymore. Oh man, good stuff though. I mean, I clap for them the whole day today. Good stuff.
Yeah.
And Hale was ahead of the curve, able to eliminate those threats, honestly. But yeah, Hale, looking really good right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, like, I was quite surprised that Hale's performance really didn't pop off because so much teams from Thailand really brought in a lot of firepower when it comes to tournaments just like this. But Hale might have, like, working with something, thus it's only fruitful this time around. But for STALWART Esports, they already lost action in the battle, only one elimination under their belt, and hiding out against Hale. You don't want to be caught off with losing all of one of your teammates, and the other teams just hunting you down. And NC2 right now, huge chance for a takedown, but no, he wants to go for a rush. Chocolate might be in trouble.
Oh boy, I have not seen an M24 as well in a long time. Where did you get that?
Already.
Yeah,
earlier it's SKS, now M24.
Where'd you get that? Probably found that off of a special crate. I don't know, man. But that's no longer a local weapon in this map. So you see that he has an M24, one of the most uncommon marksman rifles we'll see. But yeah, good stuff. Now NIGMA Galaxy, they did suffer casualty in the form of Lord already, but you know, NIGMA Galaxy, they never failed to amaze us. In the sense that they're never dominated entirely all the time, right? They do hold their ground fairly long. Yeah, maybe not the best, but they don't always suffer the same rundown from other teams. It's really the positioning. Here we go. A bit of a flush here by Chocolate. No, but retreats. he tried to go for a bit of fluster there, but no, he got himself shot.
Probably it's because he had a glimpse of how many was in that in that shack. I guess at some point, if it's only one, or if you felt it's only one, because stabs, even some indicators right there. And if it's only one or two, yes, you can give that signal, position yourself to prepare to cook that nade. But with three, it's difficult to run in. But let's see if they'll be able to run into a little bit of advantage right now. BIGETRON Red Villains fighting against MORPH GPX, Super Boy with a super nade, and they have brought down a few more in this game, down to 9. I think Hale as well has gone down, and a lot of bodies hitting the floor right now. A lot of teams, only one are left with one as well. And let's see if there's anything more being offered by the winners right here.
I'm seeing it right, am I? There's a Bison out there. There's another PP19 user out there. Where do you get these weapons, folks? These are okay. You know what? I like what I'm seeing. You put a bit of smile on my face. At the same time, it drives me crazy. You saw a Molly. There was a Molly frag. I don't know who that was. But dang, that was so unfortunate. Probably really never had enough health. There we go. Ralph with more PP Bisoning. Unbelievable stuff. Now it looks really good for our boy here. Looks like the RRQ pick is gonna favor Neptune.
I don't want to jinx them right here. I was smiling though when I saw them.
That is why I'm
I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Like again, I want to be proven wrong because RRQ they've shown great potential this time around. But a lot of teams are showing so much, especially BIGETRON Red Villains. Now, they are still complete squad and have 6 eliminations already. T2K, on the other hand, just raining fire against Raouf. Bison in hand versus this Carl. Let's see who will win. But Koops, I think Koops who's not yet spotted. So, good potential that he might be able to grab that elimination. But no. There's a backup as well for the rest of T2K. It's a 2v3 situation in this ledge, in this ridge, and all the rain of nades. Might be hitting one finally, probably putting one down.
I don't think I've seen a Molly frag earlier, so that really put a smile on my face. I did see somebody. I could swear on my day that there was really a frag elimination. or rather a Molly elimination.
Molly,
a while ago.
yeah.
So that's got a thing. So here we go. Ralph, oh, he pulls off the M416. Okay, I would have been super happy already with the if you accomplished the whole thing with the PP19. He went back to it.
Did.
He finishes the job with a PP19. Nicely done. And Coops though, another PP28. Where do you get these weapons, folks? So good stuff. Trying to kill the whole squad has been exiled. Care of NIGMA Galaxy. Nicely done.
Yeah. Care of NIGMA Galaxy as well as a PP19 Bison. I love that. I think I pointed it out to Warden as well from yesterday or the other day that you're so happy seeing the Bison in play. But let's see. Lapar right now is happy to see NIGMA Galaxy go down one at a time. Coops backstab after the engagement that they have. Well, the thing is, NIGMA Galaxy was already in the shorter end of that stick. With one more left for their team, they will need to get away. BIGETRON Red Villains, though, will try to go and rush. But no! Raouf took himself down as he jumped off that buggy. And they will be eliminated down to 4 teams. And 2 teams is a complete squad.
Oh, man. Even numbers here, but definitely not even. I'm pretty sure on utilities, on big arms fire. This is going to be a really tricky one to call because RRQ still in this. And we've seen how some of the teams can pull off absolutely amazing upsets, right? So what they can do here is just really allow BIGETRON and Boom to take each other out. They do have even numbers anyway, so... And that'll leave a softer Stalwart Esports to go with it.
See, they can go with it a long way. RQ is trying to do the same thing. Nerpeko has already 5 under his name. Hexus though follows, adds up with the 2, but he will not playing this through, and it's just no mercy in Nerpeko in play. But it's a little bit risky the way you're doing it, compound after compound.
Yeah.
And they're just inching their way through. But I don't think, even if they go in towards the last house near the safe zone, I don't think it is. They will be able to reach the next stage. And they might be out in the open from the sides of Stalwart Esports as well as BIGETRON Red Villain. So with vehicle gameplay, this will not work, especially with how you park your vehicle in clear view of BIGETRON Red Villains.
Oh man, I don't know how I'm gonna assess the situation because right now you said it yourself. There's a huge chance that they won't even get to the opposite end of where they're supposed to unscathed. Right? They're probably gonna take a lot of damage, and you can still hear the gunfire. It means there's visibility. They know who's out here. They just don't know exactly who they're taking out, and. Yeah, these compounds right here. We're still at stage.
Oh!
Wow! What a shot from Nerpeko right there. Oh man, I felt that. You see, this is actually a pretty early end. I'm not gonna lie. This is a pretty early end that we might get here at stage 6. We went as far as stage 8, and even then, we don't have 4 teams already. So, man, I felt that on Boom side.
Probably it's because the reason why it ended up this way is because the position of each of the stages in the circle. It was way onto the... But right now, Boom Esports is doing quite a damage into battlefield. Stalwart Esports has been taken out of the playing field. It's now a 2v4v4. And no mercy together with Nerpeko still trying to fight back. The takedown, the knockout has been averted by Boom Esports, and with their spread, it does look like they are going in for the rush, but no, boy, still right now, right rush, Superboy right now, left in the open, Razy has been taken down, and let's see who will take the win. BIGETRON Red Villains, they are the ones in edge, but they are losing in this time. Nades coming from Boom, might go Boom in a bit, but
Let's
Yummy
see.
right now will try to go for a clutch.
He does have vision of no mercy over here. That's one on their knees. Somebody's gonna go pick that guy up for sure. But yeah, Akul over here is going literally Dom Toretto over here, ladies and gentlemen, just all over the place with that muscle car. Oh, oh man!
Oh my God!
He jumped right off. He jumped right off. Oh man, that is. And now we have YOLO doing the same exact thing. Boom has their pedal to the metal. I like what's happening now. RRQ does have one more left. One more member left in their Payco. Never mind. That is absolute pain. RRQ with a third place finish here on our final map. I am so sorry, but that is my jinxing power.
That's alright, because I love how Nepeko almost clutched that up. I mean,
Yes.
with a DBS himself, he already brought down, if not the 2 or 3 of their team. But right now, we are down to a 2 situation. Make that 2v3, because Boom will recover their teammates, and not so much of speed coming from BIGETRON Red Villains. Now, BIGETRON Red Villains, even if they are in the shorter end in terms of manpower, they are the ones putting a little bit of aggression. And I love the positioning being brought in by Boom Force, putting in that distance, and as well as reeling them in like the fishes. They are now left with Lapar, but DBS gameplay will not work for the final battle. Boom Esports! I missed it by a few matches, but I know they have something in store for us this time around. The last winner chicken dinner of the day.
As we always say, here comes the boom. And what a better way to end our day with that amazing performance. 2 digits of elimination, resulting to a good juicy 20 to add to their scoreboard. Good stuff from Boom Esports. And you know, we had a lot of encounters with these other teams, but Boom Esports, I think it was just a lot of good reactions from these men. You know, they never mind, actually 11 eliminations. So make that 21. All for good luck.
21. Well, let's see if they can continue this on, because so far, yeah, it is. They are showing great potential in terms of their engagement. But to be honest, in this grand finals, this is the first winner chicken dinner that they will be grabbing out of several days. The second day already of the grand finals. And even from the playoffs, we didn't see much of Boom Esports, and it's only now, probably, I'm thinking, because this is where it matters. This is where the biggest prize pool is in, and they will capitalize on what they have this time around. But hopefully they can continue on, because a lot of teams, especially for Miracle VIEBS, are showing up, putting them in the shadows.
Yeah, I like that. I like that you pointed that out, because as we mentioned, for Miracle VIEBS has almost completely established that they are dominant. Sure, they got denied a 4th straight winner chicken dinner, but imagine the gap they, you know, from the next best team. Right? That's 60 points, man. That is basically 6 chicken dinners. Where's the gap against all these teams? So what work they put in. But you know what? We're gonna give the flowers where they're due. We have YOLO here, even with 3 eliminations, definitely proving to be a wonderful MVP. And they gave us again another underdog moment, to be exact. This is the Wolves of Boom that really showed us what instinct and a little bit of patience can do. Even bravery. I saw that they made some really good pushes, as well as vehicular, how should I say this, kind of recklessness, you know, on the side of Boom. But it worked, honestly, and it's one of the reasons why I do think they made it that far.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's a good thing that they were able to pull off that vehicle gameplays, I would say, because not a lot of teams are successful. Earlier, even against their Peko, one tries to rush in, but they fall down. And it's a good thing that the backup is always there. But as you can see, Nerpeko occupying 3 of the spots right here, only leaving 2 for 2 teams. Boom Yummy for the highest, as well as Apex for the highest healing done. But I love how it's turning out this time around. It's not just one team who's popping off, the others are also doing their job, and hopefully this trickles into day number 3 of our grand finals. But let's head over to the result of that match. It is Boom who grabbed that winner with a chicken dinner plus 11 points. But if we look at NIGMA Galaxy, they might have been taken down a little bit, but they grab 11 on elimination. second, tied with Bigetron Red Villains, who was short in elimination and grabbed that second place. RQ though did well in here, probably might have been a little bit better if in case they ended up with not two players, but still props to them surviving the longest with two players against everyone, against others who are with them that has more.
I love that finish as well. I'm not gonna lie. And with only one stat behind from Bigetron, they really proved to be very, very effective in that sense. And my instincts were right. That was probably the most grenade-heavy game that we've had today. So with 245, amazing. Okay, so that really doesn't leave me disappointed. I'm gonna end the night with those sounds in my head. But good.
I guess it's not just the grenade, because you've seen SKS, you've seen M24.
Yeah.
You've seen the Bison.
19 Bison. I've seen one too many, you know, but that's a beautiful day. You know, I kind of want stats for that. Like most seen unusual weapon, you know, so far. Because man, I don't know where they find these, because those guns are really hard to come across. But yeah, good stuff. And Boom Esports, with no doubt, one of the teams that tried to make a difference even this far into the finals.
Yeah, definitely, and I love how it's starting up right now. Thing is, as much as we want to continue on the battle, we are only in here with 6 BR matches, and different from yesterday, only 2 on the TDMs. But, well, other teams have shown what they have against Miracle VIEBS, but as Pika mentioned, it has been a long drive and probably more of a long shot that other teams can catch up against Miracle VIEBS that easily because of how well they perform early into this matchup. But we want to challenge other teams to perform, especially for those on the second place up until 16. There's still chance because 2 more days of the grand finals is up for all of the 16 teams, and who doesn't want to grab higher on that prize pool, especially as you go up, you get more.
Not to mention, of course, the TDM. Yes, it can be one of those modes that, you know, just for show, honestly. But it's not to say you can't leave without a little bit of loot in the bag, right? So that's how it is. Those are just some of the games that you wanna partake in as well. And not to mention, we've already incorporated 3 maps, right? So with 3 maps right there, ladies and gentlemen, you could definitely have more shots at redemption, right? So yeah. We have Apex. Okay, this is also a shock to me in a way, because I could actually put my cards on East, but yes, Apex though, no slouch as well here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen earlier from the beginning of this day that Miracle VIEBS has put in all of their players in a run for MVP, and it is just a matter of time that they will be scrambling. Number 1, number 2, probably one from the others will include, as we mentioned, but Coops has been pushed down. Earlier he was in number 3. This time around he's on number 4, and with how Miracle VIEBS has been performing, it might not be a surprise if he will end up on number 5. So he needs to do a little bit better, but the thing is they need to put down Miracle VIEBS early in all those matches, which is difficult to do.
Yeah, man, and in the coming days I only anticipate more fraggers. Specifically on the side of, like, say, Lapar. For a good moment, Lapar was really he was really the headhunter of the entire league. But yeah, look at Apex, look at East, and Miracle VIEBS, man. They show no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, and as we look right now in a head-to-head, this time around, it is Superboy against Doc922. Quite high though on the average. And average damage, well, not that high compared to Doc922. Superboy, aka U-High. Well, he has brought in a lot of great gameplays. Actually, one of my favorite gameplays from a different tournament that we've seen him in. But hopefully we'll score not just him, but the rest of Bigetron Red Villains in this mix.
Wow, and you know, I'm also excited. I hope somebody else, as you mentioned, I hope there's gonna be another from a team that we don't usually see, right? Like maybe someone from RRQ that could really step up to the plate because these two teams they've been
Yeah.
quite appearing a lot in these credential slots, right? Oh, here at least we got some of these as well. We got some.
Oh
from,
yeah.
We got some from we have Yummy and Cool. So this is a good sign for me. And imagine this: just for the finals alone, Doc has already scored 30, which is quite a big of a gap in this with the successive players. We have 26, 23, and tie at 22. But at the very least, both those finishes, both those frags are from Boom Esports.
Yeah, and Yummy has done a great deal of performance for not just for this competition, but for the entirety of Boom Esports when he is playing with them. And well, hopefully we'll see more of Boom Esports because with that alone, with that winner chicken dinner alone, that we were expecting, I was expecting that a little bit early. They can do that multiple times, but let's check on how much is needed by the team and how will they bring themselves up. Because 205 is already reached by Formidable Vibes, inching to that 200 or close to 150's Bigetron Red Villains, and next to them is NIGMA Galaxy. But with Boom Esports performance, they are now tied with PERSIJA EVOS, moved up 3 spots. And well, I love how this is turning up. A lot of a shuffle will be happening in our first page.
I love how these personally these top 8 are. It's so close, man. Like,
oh yeah,
of course we're gonna exclude the S tier so far in for Miracle Vibes, but that was really close. Again, here's the unfortunate news with 7th Element right here with 66 points so far. Kind of needs a little bit of harder work if they want to at least surpass the tie of MORPH and Team XERXIA, because from Genesis upwards it is still looking really close. It's almost the same as page 1, right? Because of how these points are so tight knit. The biggest gap between T2K and Sem9, I did put my cards on Sem9 because they have been putting on a lot of work. So
yeah,
this cannot be said honestly so far for 7th Element. I'm not losing faith, but if they want to perhaps make a big difference here, they have to score at least winner chicken dinners in the next couple days.
yeah, we like to see that coming from not only 7 Element but other teams as well. But head to head this time around for the entirety of the team. And as mentioned earlier, Formidable Vibes has one, and that translates to a lot of damage, whereas to Bigetron Red Villains only has 67. And also with a number of I would say winner chicken dinners by Formidable Vibes, their rank or placement points has already gone up with a lot of progression. NIGMA Galaxy and Boom comparison though, I believe this is quite even in, well, for the exception of the 7th match, wherein I believe it's a Boom who did a little bit better than NIGMA Galaxy. I love how this is showing because the progression really at some point shows momentum, but let's also consider that this is since we're looking at different matches, this also translates to different maps as well.
Oh man, I mean, me personally, what Boom did was it really caught me off guard. And it just opened up more rays of light for me and more bits of hope that other teams can do the same. So yeah, you mentioned progression, so that equates to results, right? But yeah, I'd say we still have a couple days to find out what that will be like. So ladies and gentlemen, as much as it wants to give you more PUBG action here at Clash of Giants, the grand finals, we are gonna have to close a book on today. For Miracle Vibes, still looking very dominant, but who is gonna dethrone them in the last 2 days of this competition? So without further ado, we thank you. Of course, organized by Ruthless Esports as well as powered by TikTok. So Neptune, I'm gonna be doing the honors right now. I do feel like it's proper. So good night, sleep tight. See you and on to the next. See you tomorrow.